Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Good to be with you. Welcome in. We're with you till 10 a.m. today. We got a lot talking about this before the show. Like, holy crap, there are a lot of people with a lot of takes, and our audience, by God, needs to hear those takes.
They need to hear everything that's going on in the world of sports surrounding what? Fernando Mendoza? Nah.
C.J.
People
Stroud.
will not stop talking about C.J. Stroud.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, look, hey, if you're going to lose the game, the game in a way that gives us 4 hours of content for the next several days.
Oh, gosh, thank God it wasn't on a bad call or something.
Yeah.
You know, the one relevant thing from that game that came in was that the final incompletion to Jaden Higgins kind of helped shed some light on the Brandon Cooks intended target to Brandon Cooks. Defensive back strips the ball away from him at the end of the game in the Bills game.
Yeah.
Because Nick Wright made a really good point. I saw a lot of people grudgingly acknowledge Nick Wright for this. Like the Jaden Higgins incompletion at the end of the game he had possession, but the defensive back strips the ball away as he's hitting the ground.
Yeah.
And nobody was saying, wow, that should have been a completion.
Right.
So likewise in the Brandon Cooks scenario, all right, he's hitting the ground and the defensive back tears the ball away. All right, it's not a completion, but and the ball never touches the ground, so it's not dual possession, it's the defensive back ball.
Yeah. What did you not to get off track here, but we didn't get a chance really to talk about anything outside of the Texans yesterday because it was just a 2-hour show. What did you think of that Cooks play? Did you think it was a completion? Did you think it was a bad call?
Given by what at first, the thing that troubled me was that I feel like in a scenario like that, at the very least, let's get a bit of an extended review and then have the referee give an explanation.
Yeah.
It just felt like, and I think this is why there was so much uproar over it. It just felt like they were just rolling on into it when the viewing audience is, and remember, you got Tony Romo on the call who's not going to do a bit to elucidate things. No. He's more confused than anybody else in the world when it comes to officiating situations. That I feel like that's where people were left wanting in terms of, wait a second, like can we sit here for a minute and really assess what happened here?
Mm-hmm. Call of the season, man. Definitely the call of the weekend for sure. All right, so yes, we got D'Amico and C.J. Stroud yesterday. C.J. Stroud's press conference was not on the schedule that the Texans sent out yesterday?
Well, it was because of the flight, especially.
Yeah.
Them being delayed for 5 hours in New England. I'm guessing whatever the ordinary schedule was yesterday got all thrown into disarray.
Yeah, they sent one out at like 7:30 in the morning, which was about the time they were all landing back here in Houston. And D'Amico was never not going to meet with the media. CJ meeting with the media just because it wasn't in the email. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe he wants to get in front of the media and talk about all the criticism he's been getting or whatever.
But it's tough when the schedule gets thrown into disarray like it was. I was trying to put myself in D'Amico's position. You got to have your exit meetings. You want to try to give your message to – at the same time, you don't want guys to be operating on zero sleep when you do that. So, do you have everybody go straight to the facility? Do you send them home for a few hours?
Yeah, for those who may not have been listening, I know it was a holiday yesterday. For those who may not have been listening, the Texans plane was on the tarmac up in Providence for 5 hours and then got diverted to Newark.
Yeah.
And they basically didn't take off from Newark, New Jersey, a connecting flight. Or at least sitting on a different tarmac on their private flight until about 3 in the morning Houston time last night.
When they landed in Houston at about, 8 a.m.?
About 7. They landed about 7:15 because then they got John and Mark got to the studio at about 8:15. So anyways, it was a long day for the Texans. It's been a long 48 to 72 hours for the Texans and for all you Texan fans out there. C.J. Stroud is the a topic and will be probably for a while now. D'Amico Ryan, we'll get to CJ. CJ talked to the media yesterday. We'll get to all of it. Here was D'Amico Ryan's yesterday asked, what was your message to CJ Stroud heading into the offseason?
I just told him, don't listen to anything. Go put your phone away. Don't listen to anything. It's going to be a lot of negative talk out there for you. So specifically, I just told him he needs to get away, clear his mind. Because right now, at this moment, I know it's going to be a lot of attention on him, a lot of negative media, and today a lot of questions about him. That's what it is. And he understands that, understand the position that he is in, as a quarterback. A lot is expected of you. A lot of eyes are on you. So when it doesn't go right, it's going to be a lot of negative talk about you. So he understands that, and he just can't allow the opinions of others to weigh who he really is inside.
Okay.
It's
Here we go.
This is a tough thing. So the thing about younger players and seeing or hearing criticism or anything, obviously in the world of social media, it's way more intense than it ever was in previous generations. I think when social media for the first decade was really big, I think society at large, we're still learning how to handle it and deal with it. We're still learning what the effects of smartphones are having on our brains and everything. I think it was really, really hard for players to kind of separate themselves from all the scuttlebutt. I think younger players today are a lot better at it. Really, the hard part is managing your family, managing your friends, managing all the people that might think they're helping out or might think that they want to show you that they're sticking up for you. So they say, hey, I saw what Skip Bayless said about you, and I don't agree. You don't need to hear any of that.
No.
And it's up to each individual player to manage the people in their inner circle about, your information diet with all of that. I think that these guys these days have gotten really good at that. And I'll say just from young people in my own family, I've been impressed by how many of the teenagers and kids in their early 20s, young adults in their early 20s, are really good at just understanding just when to set the phone down completely.
Yeah.
Just when to not into a meeting or whatever. So I don't really worry about that as much. I just worry about CJ getting the right feedback and listening to it from his coaches, from the people that really matter, and that's in attacking that this offseason.
I'm going to say this in a way where I'm framing it like it's a good thing. That it exists, I don't know is a good thing, but the extreme negativity and criticism that's inherent to social media, this generation of young people now, which CJ is part of, was kind of born into it. It was here already. It wasn't there when you and I were going through that age. It got dropped on us here as adults, and you and I in particular, in a world where it's part of what we do. We can't not be on social media. It's part of our job. I think you're right. I think they handle it a little bit better because they've never lived in a world where it wasn't there before.
Right.
It was there the whole time. You know?
I mean, you're aware that it's out there all the time, 24/7. What's the intensity of it or anything? Hopefully you get to a point where you really just genuinely don't listen to it. And, at times you and I have both said, man, for a team that keeps claiming that they don't pay attention to any of the comments or anything, they seem to be aware of the comments. You also have to point out that they get asked about it every week.
Sure.
They get asked the same question every week. How do you deal with the criticism? How do you deal with the criticism? So they're going to talk about that. And CJ's faced plenty of criticism from everybody this week. And how much of it has he seen? I don't know, and I don't care. And I think that he, by his comments, is very much taking ownership of a really bad performance in the playoffs.
Yeah, like how much of it? Like CJ knows, like he's the butt of every joke out there right now after that performance against the Patriots. And I think I think there's a really good chance it goes extreme one way or the other. This thing either ruins CJ or it's fuel to the fire for him to get back to at least I don't know if rookie CJ's ever walking back through the door again. That was, given in light of the fact that we've got a 3-year body of work now, there's that rookie year is a much smaller sliver now than it was the last 18 months.
I also think it's important to point out that rookie year CJ Stroud was promising for a rookie, but it wasn't like he was an MVP caliber quarterback.
No.
I think getting back to what he was his rookie year is kind of a fool's errand because you want him to be a more polished and more mature version of his rookie year, and I thought he actually was a more polished quarterback in the regular season this year in terms of his decision making.
Yeah.
There's just, you don't have that ambush factor of people not knowing what they're going to get and everything that comes with that.
Yeah, I guess what I'm referring to is the guy who would go win games at the end of games. Not manage, not lean on the defense to win a game 20-16. A guy who goes and has a big comeback against Tampa Bay, has a big field goal at the end of the game against Cincinnati, puts up monster numbers in playoff games. Hell, even in his second year, the Jacksonville game, has a rough game all game long and then drives the team 80 yards at the end of the game and hits Dario Gumbawale. We haven't seen that happen in a long, long time with CJ.
Yeah.
So that I guess that's what I'm referring to. So CJ was asked yesterday, among many things, he met with the media for a good solid 17 minutes yesterday, on I think what's on everybody's mind right now, the contract extension or potential contract extension. Here's CJ Stroud's thoughts on being eligible for an extension this offseason.
Yes, I mean, it's not in my control. I did what I did on the field, the last 3 years, and I thought I started off my career in a very great way. I'm 24, got a lot of ball left ahead of me, and, I think I look back, I look at my career, and I'm doing a lot of things that, early in my career that a lot of people haven't done in a long time. So, I'm grateful for that, and I know it's not just me, it's my teammates, it's my coaches, it's, the organization. So, but whatever, God has for me, I don't think whatever open door he has, no man can close. Whatever closed door he has for me, no man can open. So I'm a firm believer in that, and I'm going to just, rock with that. But my job is done now in that light. I can only just move forward, and, but I want to be here as long as I can. I love the city of Houston. I'm just, I'm crushed, and I don't want to be emotional, but just just how hopeful we were, to go farther and, for it to be on my plate, for me not to, step up. It really hurts me, and I just, I wish it didn't go that way, but my intent was never that. My intent is always, to go out on ball and, play as best as I can, and it didn't happen, but, I know that I can do that, so I just hope, this city and this organization and my teammates, and I know my teammates will, but I hope, everybody gives me a shot to do it again.
A couple things. One, we should mention Nick Caserio is meeting with the media tomorrow at 10 a.m. press conference right here on Sports Radio 610. The C.J. Stroud contract extension will absolutely be, I would imagine, one of the very first questions he gets asked about. And I can tell you the answer will be very vague when it comes to C.J.'s extension. Number two, that point in the answer there, Seth, where he said, boy, I don't want to get emotional here. I think people would like to see him get emotional about that loss. I'm looking at a text right now that says, the quarterbacks that lost in the playoffs this weekend, two of them were crying at the podium. The other one, Caleb Williams, was clearly distraught, and then you had CJ. And I think there's people, especially in light of the fact of how he responded to the Tank Dell injury in Week 16 last year. I saw a lot of that yesterday, all right, you're losing your bleep on the field over an injury, granted to your best friend on the team, but you just never see that. And then after a loss that has the entire city and locker room, and I'm sure CJ himself, very upset. It's just this, kind of almost carefree stoicism about him.
Yeah, see, I didn't read it that way. I mean, what are we going to do here? Getting to the point where, hey, I don't like it when CJ cries here, but I want him to cry here. I want him to cry in this
that's
situation.
That's what fans do. Yes, that's what they're doing.
I don't, that level of, I feel like he's taken ownership for it. Yeah. I feel like he's, multiple times he's talking about the things that he needs to improve and how he's upset that he didn't play as well this year as he wanted to. So I can't, because I have multiple times said, look, there needs to be a higher level of stoicism when you're in situations like Tank Dell, guys blubbering on the podium to show that's what's going to show me that they care. I think CJ, there's no doubt in my mind that CJ very much cares and that CJ very much wants to be better. And I think that he has taken ownership of that really horrendous playoffs performance. Remember, it's not just the Patriots game, it was the Steelers game as well. Yep. He had two bad performances. So I can't sit here and all of a sudden be the the decider.
The emotion police.
Yeah. Like what's the volume of teardrops shed over this instance compared to that instance?
I'm just the voice of the voiceless, man. I'm just getting people's takes out there.
So people thought that in his press conference yesterday he didn't look upset enough, or in the press conference after the game.
I think some. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Well, keep in mind he'd lost the game 24 hours after Josh Allen couldn't stop crying at the podium.
Yeah,
I think that's what happens. Certainly that's what happened in the text that I just read.
Yeah,
it turns into this comparison situation.
Has Josh Allen cried after the other playoff losses versus after this one or anything? I'm not. I can't go there. Maybe I'm the one that's with.
Maybe you should cry for a change.
I know. Yeah, I cry. I have zero issue with men crying, but I also don't try to judge people by whether they're crying or not in any given instance. Other than when you're on the football field and you're supposed to be out there leading your team, and you've got Joe Mixon consoling you on the sideline. Yeah. That bothers me.
Yeah.
That's bad leadership in that moment.
Yep.
That's a lack of focus and everything. That was also a 22-year-old. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that was the worst thing that's ever happened or anything. I also try to remind myself that as far as the extension goes, I don't think this is straddling the fence or anything. I think it's really simple and really easy. They have the option as to whether to use that fifth-year option where they lock him down for another year and CJ gets his contract guaranteed in year 5. Remember, he's going into year 4. That's what you do. That's a good hedge because if it works out, you've still got him under control. You can work on an extension after that. Yeah. I right now am really, really reluctant to be okay with them extending him at any kind of Trevor Lawrence or Tua Tagovailoa deal. I just don't think he's earned it yet.
No.
And I don't think CJ should feel like he's earned that. I think that if I got word that CJ was agitating for a contract or something, I would be A, surprised, and B, disappointed because he flat out hasn't earned it. I know other quarterbacks have gotten it without earning it, but I don't care. We're not those organizations.
No, we're not. But I guarantee you David Mulligetta has some sort of printout with Kyler Murray's first 3 years, Tua Tagovailoa's first 3 years, Trevor Lawrence's first 3 years, and he's going to send it to Nick Caserio at some point and try it's his job to try to go get his client $60 million a year this offseason.
It's his job to do that, but it's also his job to listen to his client. And just like we've seen with Jose Altuve, who has the most cutthroat agent in all of sports, Jose Altuve is the boss of his agent.
He is.
We'll see. Now
you're talking. You're invoking the name of the least selfish Houston athlete of all time right now.
Now, if he does agitate for a contract and he gets it, if he gets up at the podium and says, I felt I owed it to other players to be sure I got as much money as possible. That's the one that drives me insane. When guys try to cloak themselves in nobility and say, like, I needed to get this $270 million contract for the good of the league.
I threw myself on this labor grenade for my comrades.
I didn't want to do it, but I felt I had to.
That's hilarious.
Felt I owed it to them.
All right, we got a lot to get to, man. We got a ton to get to today. We really appreciate you guys getting up with us if you're back at work today. And we're still sifting through it, man. We're all in it together. The Texans lost on Sunday. Again, Nick Caserio meets with the media tomorrow at 10 a.m. I don't know when the next time Nick's coming on with us will be, but I am looking forward to that press conference tomorrow. All right, some interesting things from yesterday. I thought an interesting sequence of questions about contracts and Caley. And also, it seems like one guy is definitely coming back. One guy, nobody knows what the hell is going on. We'll try to get to all of this in the next segment. There is a lot to dig into today. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
The Texans offense just didn't do enough to get the team over the hump in a 28. 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so CJ Stroud was asked about his potential contract extension. Gave an answer that was about a minute long. D'Amico Ryans was asked about it yesterday and gave a much shorter answer.
You guys have him under rookie deal. You can do the fifth-year extension. How much do you guys want to make him your long-term quarterback, and does that need to happen this offseason, or could you wait?
Yeah, I'm not getting into that right now.
Okay. Headed it off right at the pass. Good job, D'Amico. All right, so that was CJ's long-term deal. 2 questions later, he was asked the Nick Caley question. I think this is from Landry, about his confidence in Nick Caley, and he kind of lumped assessment of the coaches in with the contracts as stuff that, hey, we're not gonna talk about that in this press conference.
Yeah, with the coaching staff, with our players, you guys asking about contracts, coaches, I'm evaluating everything as we go throughout the week.
I found that interesting, Seth, only because throughout the season, and again, it's a different vibe at the end of the season because there are decisions to be made with respect to everything about the football team. I found it interesting that given an opportunity to that D'Amico Ryans kind of said, "Hey, we're gonna talk about all that stuff later."
Yeah,
you know, that was interesting to me. I'm not saying they're firing Nick Caley. I'm just saying that was an interesting tact to me.
I think that, I understand where he's coming from, because if you open the door to one guy, then you're opening the door to a bunch of other guys. But with a lot of your decisions on your coaches, you have to worry about some of the guys whose contracts might be ending this year and who might be getting job offers from other places. So there are some position coaches that maybe you want to be sure you lock down or that you're happy with, et cetera, or maybe that you want to fire.
Yeah.
So we might see that a couple of coaches were let go or allowed to interview elsewhere or something. I don't think we're in any immediate danger of Nick Caley being plucked off as a head coach or anything.
No.
Matt Burke's going to have an interview or two, but I'm not worried about that necessarily right this moment. He's just entering that kind of buzzworthy name candidate.
Yeah.
So I think Cole Popovich did a good job this year.
Well, it's funny you should say that, real quick.
Yeah.
It's funny you should say that because after demurring in an opportunity to compliment Nick Caley, he did say some nice things about Cole Popovich.
Yeah.
Let's play the cut here, and then you finish your thought. Here's D'Amico Ryans.
I thought the offensive line did a really nice job, and I didn't think they get enough credit for the job that they did. Like for the offensive line we were able to put together, everybody, a lot of people probably gave us slack for the moves that we made with our offensive line, and they played much better. This year got better. Coach Cole did a really nice job with the offensive line. The technique was better. They improved a ton, and they should get a lot of credit for that.
Okay, so 2 things. One is I don't know. They continue to claim that they don't listen or know what's going on out there yet. D'Amico's saying that they don't get enough credit. He's being asked questions midway through the season about how exceptional and how awesome the offensive line is.
Right.
Which is crazy because they weren't exceptional. They weren't awesome. They were improved. It was an improved offensive line performance over last year, but it wasn't good enough. They're one of the worst rushing teams in the league, and that's partly on the running backs, but also partly on the offensive line, on the tight ends. So I don't think that it frees them from any of the criticism of why weren't you more aggressive in the offseason. Because I agree with everything D'Amico said about the offensive line improving their technique. I thought they were fundamentally better. They weren't making nearly as many mental errors and horrible technique errors as they did last year. But you can't help but wonder, wow, if they had done that with better actual players who weren't just cast-offs from other teams, what could that have done for your offense, even with the Joe Mixon injury, even without Nico Collins at the end of the season? So there's some truth there, and there's some things I vehemently disagree with there. Yes, they got better, but they were not good enough.
Right. Here was C.J. Stroud yesterday when he was asked about Nick Caley.
Yeah, definitely. I love Kels. I think, there's growth and, in our relationship, there's growth and, his ability to call plays, growth, and, D'Amico trusted him. So, whatever, and I love Kels, and I'm rocking with him, however long he's going to be here.
Okay.
So Caley in the playoffs, I thought did a great job. And, people have asked fairly hey, well, what weapons did CJ have out there in that game? I know that he didn't have all of his weapons. I know that he didn't have Nico Collins. The fact of the matter was there were wide open receivers that CJ just flat out missed.
Yep.
Badly.
Yeah.
Really, really badly. I have to give Caley credit for getting those non-ideal weapons free and open in those. And I say in those conditions, the conditions were not nearly they weren't bad in terms of footing or anything.
Yeah.
I was glad that game was on turf because it wasn't going to be sloppy. Guys generally had pretty good footing, and guys were getting sprung open.
Mm-hmm.
The quarterback didn't get those guys the ball when they were wide open.
Yeah.
And the weather obviously was a factor. But the Caley, I thought, was at his best in the playoffs. I know some people have criticized some of the play calling, like, oh, you're calling these naked boots to the left. Yeah, because you're trying to get guys sprung wide open to a quarterback that's having a hard time throwing a ball into an ocean. And I was 100% okay with that. I think that, you still had a chance on that Jaden Higgins play on the very last incompletion of the game. That I think Caley was at his best when it mattered most in the postseason.
Yep, I agree with you. All right, I think that probably the weirdest thing, certainly in the conversation for the weirdest thing of the DeMeco Ryans era, has been the Joe 2025, where the mere reporting on Joe Mixon from the head coach led to combativeness within the media and the head coach at various points throughout the season. And just in general, the way the Texans treated this injury in terms of a reporting standpoint was very frustrating for a lot of people. It was probably frustrating for people inside the building over there. I can't imagine. This is DeMeco Ryans asked yesterday, how did not having Joe Mixon affect things this year?
Look, when you have your best players, you're going to be a better team. Like Joe was he's a really great running back for us, and not having him, yes, of course it affected our running game. And Joe was one of the top running backs in this league, so that affected us.
All right, here come the next two. These are quick.
Yeah.
Do you see a future with Joe Mixon?
Do you expect a future with Joe here?
As of right now, I don't know that answer right now.
Okay, don't know the answer. We're now the season's over. We've had a whole season of whatever's affecting Mixon. We don't know. And some of the we don't know probably has to do with this is a dual conversation with Nick Cassera. There's contractual elements involved in this.
Well, Mixon might want to retire for all we know.
Yeah, good point. Great point. Yeah. Any clarity for us on the Mixon injury?
Joe Mixon topic. Do you have any clarity on what is wrong with him and what it would take this offseason?
No clarity.
No clarity.
No clarity. There's your next T-shirt.
Mixon's and he's not an old man, but he's an older running back, past that peak age of 26.
Yep.
And I look at it like you and I don't really quite know what's wrong with my knee. And the doctor says the imaging doesn't really Sean, I've gotten tired of going to my orthopedist and him kind of shrugging his shoulders and be like, I don't know. We could do a knee replacement, I guess. That's where Mixon is right now.
That's where he is.
Whatever's going on with his lower leg. And I'm glad you framed it that way. It's a two-way conversation. We might not know exactly how Joe Mixon feels about it, whether he feels like he wants to go through an offseason of trying to figure out whatever's really going on with I'll call it a condition at this point.
Yeah.
It's not an acute injury. It's a condition because it's gone on and on. Just like with Christian Harris. Christian Harris just isn't the same guy he used to be after a mysterious lower leg injury. And Christian Harris might not know exactly what's going on.
Yep. All right.
I think this real quick.
Yep.
Woody Marks really did a great job having to do what they asked him to do. So far right now, he looks like a great compliment to a guy like Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
It would be awesome, and I think they could get the best out of Woody Marks with a guy like Joe Mixon getting the bulk of the carries. It's just that Woody Marks so far, and maybe he'll develop above and beyond this, but he's not the body type or anything of a guy that's going to be your bell cow back. And there were times too with some of the issues in the run game were also just flat out a rookie running back not quite seeing things, not quite just hitting the hole and making decisions as quickly as a veteran running back would. So there's still upside there with him, but it's the best case scenario would be Joe Mixon plus Woody Marks.
Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday. This was encouraging. This was DeMeco Ryans when he was asked about.
Yeah, I think he's done a really good job with his recovery throughout the entire offseason. You know, it's very tough when Tank has such a significant injury, right? And he was battling, trying to get back. He was working really hard to try to get back, you know, at the end of this past season. That it just didn't work out that way. But he's showed up every day with a smile, with a great attitude, and I'm excited to see him back on the field next year.
That's phenomenal news. That's as much. We had more light shed on Tank Dell's situation in that 15 seconds than we had the previous 12 months. Yeah. That explains some of the tweets from Tank down the stretch where he was almost hinting at a comeback, it felt like. So maybe he felt he was really close, but the team was being more cautious with him, which I think is a good idea. Tank Dell's going to be – if you get the previous version, hell, if you get 85% of the previous version of Tank Dell back, you're getting a weapon.
Well, if you talk about CJ in his rookie year, Tank Dell was a huge part of it.
Huge part of it.
But also, again, when the league starts to figure things out about you, what did we see in year 2? It was, all right, well, we know and respect Tank Dell, and we're not going to let him do the things he did last year. Mm-hmm. So they were able to kind of put a cap on that a little bit. Yep. But then if you take fourth-year C.J. Stroud and then Tank Dell, if he's at 90% of the athleticism he used to be at before this catastrophic injury, that's one more piece of that explosive element that has to be accounted for. And you add it to Nico Collins. Yeah, that's exciting.
We got to point out, Tank Dell, before he broke his leg his rookie year, his are almost identical to Nico Collins' numbers at that point. Like, he was on pace. Yeah. Nico had a huge 2023. Tank Dell was on pace for the same season as Nico Collins. And that was peak Tank Dell. So hopefully that guy walks back through the door. We'll see.
But that was also – but remember, too, Tank Dell wasn't having a great year. In a year where the receiving – options were spread out between Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, and Nico Collins. I think it's more than just coming back from the injury. It's just like any other player in the NFL. You got to keep advancing and progressing as teams learn how to deal with you.
Headlines up next. We've got more from D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud. We've got coaching news in the AFC South, and we've got a champion in college football. We'll get to all of that in headlines. Ross Tucker will join us at the top of the hour. We had some people asking about that. He'll join us at the top of the hour. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Another year. Payne and Pendergast. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, thank you, Men's Tea Clinic, for powering the headlines. Let's start with the Texans yesterday. DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud meeting with the media on the way out. Here was DeMeco Ryans on the play of his defense this season.
The defense did an outstanding job all year. It's very encouraging, I think, to everyone when you watch the way those guys play, their play style, their demeanor. It's impressive to see. It's inspirational to see how they play. You know, you're always in it with those guys. They always give you a chance because it's a special group, and they find a way to make plays, find a way to get after the football. So it's a special group to coach. Really prideful group, and I love and enjoy working with them.
That's one of my biggest early questions for next season, Seth, is can this defense replicate what they did this past season?
Yeah, the two big sides of the coin for me on that are, one, you had really exceptional luck or whatever with injuries this year. I mean, just very few games missed by your starters, and that's hard to do. You can't expect that. But the other side of the coin is you also still have a very young secondary, and part of the engine that drives this team is that your secondary is very young, and they're going to continue to get better. Like, those guys are great already. They're going to continue to get better. And then your defensive ends, the other engine of the team in terms of exceptional play, are still both very much in their prime. Obviously, Will Anderson is in his prime. But Danielle Hunter, with the way he takes care of his body and the way he's such a technician, I would have 3 more years out of him. So, and then the Texans are really good at bringing in blue-collar guys at defensive tackle and getting the absolute best version of them. So they might lose a couple of those guys, but I think they can replace it. And if they add a stud, Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber defensive tackle somewhere along the way, yeah, I think there's a lot of reason to expect that they could replicate it. But it's really a lot of it just hinges on the injury. We saw what happened when Kamari Lassiter went out this year.
Yeah.
It wasn't so pretty.
It was not good. No, it was only for 7 snaps.
Well, we're in the Colts game.
In the Colts game, I'm kind of writing off. I'm talking about the Charger game.
I don't write off the Colts game because they were playing to win that in the first part of the game.
Yeah.
And without Kamari Lassiter, it's just not the same defense.
No, it's definitely not. You could pick any game. I just think of that Chargers game where he leaves for 5 minutes and all of a sudden 60 yards over the top. It's crazy. C.J. Stroud, what does the team need to do to take steps to get further in the playoffs next year?
I think just like the small things, like the communication things, getting out the huddle when the game is hard, making it more simple, and I just think doing the ordinary things time and time over and over again because, that's what, these games come down to. Being in the playoffs, in 6 games, and winning the 3 of the 6 is those 3 games we did the ordinary better time in, time out because things are going to happen. Turnovers are going to happen. They're going to make plays. We're going to make plays, but it's all about getting back to the ordinary, getting back to what we're great at. And I think that's something that we could take a step in is just, making sure we're doing the ordinary things over and over and over again and not being bored by that.
These answers are so frustrating to me about operating out of the huddle and things like I've never covered a Texans team that even talked about this as a talking point during the season.
We've had it. We've talked about it before because there were instances with Nick Caley or with Bobby Slowick where they weren't getting up to the line of scrimmage on time.
Maybe during the C.J. Stroud era here. Compared to O'Brien and Kubiak and whatnot.
Right. No. So regardless, I think the philosophy of it is 100% true though. And go back to the Netflix series Quarterback when you watch Kirk Cousins during the week. He spent a lot of time just practicing the play calls, getting the verbiage right because it's a lot. It's and it's difficult, and that's where I think sometimes people make the mistake of thinking that quarterback intelligence is just something that you can figure out on a Wonderlic or an S2 or something, and it's really not. It's about reps. And, Peyton Manning's offense was not an overly complex offense. It was dialed in and practiced over and over and over again to where you could execute it really properly. And with CJ in the offseason, look, the mechanics, all that stuff, that's something that they're going to work on anyway. But going back to OTAs last year when CJ couldn't participate because apparently he'd worked too hard in the weight room, I don't give a damn about the weight room with a quarterback. I need him on the field getting better at the nuts and the bolts of operating the offense.
You look good, though, man.
Getting the motions.
Bulked up, man.
Getting the motions set properly in a game. Practicing. How about when you have a defensive tackle playing fullback, and this goes to Nick Caley, my quarterback, in a press conference talking about how they hadn't really practiced it all that much. So yeah, there was a screw up.
Yeah.
And when they have, and then what happens 2 weeks later? They have a screw up because the defensive tackle playing fullback isn't quite in his stance yet when you send a guy in motion.
Cost them a touchdown.
Yeah.
Cost them a touchdown.
Like that's all, and it is. It's the ordinary stuff. But like Tom Brady had said, it's not about the plays you make; it's about the mistakes you don't make in a lot of ways. And that's what this offense this year was too gunky pre-snap, and that's where the quarterback in the offseason has got to get the reps in on all that boring stuff, on just operating the offense. And some of it was because it's going to be glitchy in the first year. And I'm glad to hear CJ talk about doing the ordinary stuff, because he understands that it's not the circus throws that make a good quarterback.
All right, NFL coaching carousel was spinning yesterday. Sean McDermott fired in Buffalo. We can talk about some of this with Ross Tucker when he joins us in the next segment. There were 2 hires in the last 24 hours. Hafley, is it Jeff Hafley? Jeff Hafley, the former DC for Green Bay, former head coach at Boston College. He's now the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. Robert Saleh overnight is working to agree to terms with the Tennessee Titans. So the Titans going to be hiring Robert Saleh. What do you think about Robert Saleh in the divisions?
I think that Robert Saleh didn't get enough credit for making that Jets team competitive in his final season with 4 different non-NFL quarterbacks. And a lot of the criticism for Robert Saleh had to do with, he's not handling Aaron Rodgers. I don't know what the proper way to handle Aaron Rodgers is. It was either he's being too hard on Aaron Rodgers, or he's not letting Aaron Rodgers do whatever he wants. And meanwhile, he's playing with an offensive coordinator that was thrust on him by Aaron Rodgers himself, who's not a good offensive coordinator.
Nope.
So Cam Ward's going to be the opposite of that. Cam Ward seems to. From all the reports I hear out of Tennessee, is the kid's wired the right way in terms of just everything that you want in terms of the intangibles. So I am nervous that Robert Saleh is the quarterback of the Titans.
We have a new champion in college football.
He's going to take off and run. Mendoza weaves his way first and go diving toward the end zone. Touchdown!
That was a play. That was a 4th and 5 with Indiana up 3. And they went for it deep in Miami territory, and that was Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman Trophy winner this year, capping it off with a quarterback draw where he bounced off 3 guys and lunged into the end zone. If you haven't seen the play yet, go out of your way to find it. That would put Indiana up 10. They would go on to win by 6, 27-21 over the Miami Hurricanes. And Kurt Signetti, who will be in town tomorrow for the Bear Bryant Award, I can't imagine he's not winning that thing tomorrow night here for Coach of the Year. They vote on it after the postseason is over. Indiana had a pretty dominant postseason. Last night was a good game. It was closer than I thought it would be. Miami fought back. Miami, I don't think, was ever leading in this game, but they fought. Ben, if you want to split therapy with me, because my team lost and they're still going through it, I'm happy to go to a group therapy if you want to. Ben Gary, our producer, is a Miami Hurricane.
Let's book it.
Yeah, let's book it. Let's do it, Ben.
I thought that the big thing with Signetti is that it's very similar to Kelvin Sampson and what he's been able to do with going against the grain in terms of what people think you need in this era of the transfer portal and NIL and everything else like that. It's like, okay, look, finding the right kinds of guys and guys that accept hard coaching and don't necessarily have to have 5-star status across the board, that, man, you can win with that. And it's an opportunity for teams that don't necessarily have the same cachet as other teams.
Yep.
But it's also at the same time a little bit of the college football is becoming more and more like college basketball, which is hard to know exactly like who these guys are. Where you don't get to spend 3 or 4 years with them in your mind. It's a year-by-year proposition, and this is the world we'll be living in.
The interesting thing about Indiana, real quick, is that if you watched the game last night, if I had a dime for every time Chris Fowler said 6th-year senior for somebody on Indiana.
Yeah.
Kurt Signetti really took advantage of, A, the transfer portal, and B, the fact that and this is kind of the last year of that, but so many guys who got the extra year because of COVID.
Yeah.
He had a very old team this year, and that played itself out on the field, which is great. You take advantage of the rules, man.
The other advantage, too, I think that, we'll get into it later.
Yep. We got Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. He was on the call on Westwood One for that Bears-Rams game on Sunday night where Kevin Harlan just crushed the Caleb Williams touchdown to Cole Kmet. We've actually got the audio of that. We'll talk about that and obviously get Ross's thoughts on C.J. Stroud and the Texans and a whole lot more. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, joins us next.
Hey, the playoffs continue. On without us, but you can still get
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's 4th and 4 at the Ram 14. And in the gun is the quarterback, Caleb Williams. Looks into the nickel. Arms outstretched. 4th down and 4. 14 of the Rams. Shotgun snap. Goes back 4. 4-man rush. He's chased. He's flushed. He's all the way back to the 40. He's backpedaling and throws a pass into the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Touchdown! Chicago has caught a touchdown pass with Cole Kmet open in the corner. If you hadn't seen it, you would not believe it.
All right, I'm playing that clip coming in because our next guest, who joins us every Tuesday at this time, Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL Insider. Odyssey NFL Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide.
Nationwide is on your side.
Ross Tucker was also on that call for that Bears-Rams game. That call by Kevin Harlan got a ton of attention, as it should have. It was outstanding on the internet over the last 24 to 48 hours. Ross, first, welcome in. It's always great to talk to you. I was listening to that call on my way home from doing the post game for the Texans, driving home on Sunday night, and I was listening to that portion of the game when that play happened. I liked how you just kind of laid back and let Kevin Harlan do his thing right there, man. I got to tell you, like, your silence there was maybe some of the – yeah, I love you on games, but that call, what was it like sitting next to Kevin Harlan for a call like that, man?
Well, I really appreciate you saying that because it probably goes against my instincts.
Yeah.
Because that was, I don't know. I mean, I don't like sit down and rank them, but that was up there among the most improbable, crazy, special plays that I've ever seen in person and experienced. So it was so cool. You know what's crazy about it is there's a longer version that Westwood One posted.
Yeah.
And I actually didn't even say a word for 1 minute and 24 seconds because, you know, Kevin described the play and I just stayed out of it. And then there was a pause and then he kind of talked a little bit more. And with the NFL, then there was the extra point. And the score was 17-16, you know? So, I mean, what if the extra point was blocked or he missed it and I'm talking about the play? Like, so I waited until after the extra point because I knew there wasn't going to be a commercial break. There was 18 seconds left or whatever the number was. So I knew I would have time. What's interesting, you'll appreciate this, is two things. One is I really don't care for, especially on radio, but TV also, I really just don't think it sounds good when the color analyst, his voice jumps in or messes with the call of the play-by-play guy. You know, if you're ever in a car driving and listening to a game, and I know this, the play-by-play guy is really what matters. I mean, I think on TV, the analyst is more important because you can see what's happening. So the play-by-play guy, it's like, okay, yeah, thank you, but I can actually see that. But it's great for the TV. The analyst actually tell you something interesting about it. Whereas for radio, all you really want to know is what's the score, who has the ball, how much time's left, you know, like you want to know what's going on. So I stayed out of it. But interestingly, I had one of my CBS producers text me about it and say, did you talk about the decision to not go for two? And I said, well, actually, no, I didn't say a word until the play was so significant that I didn't say a word until after the extra point. And I guess at that point, we could have gotten into a discussion about whether or not the Bears should have gone for two. But at that point, they didn't, so it was a little bit of a moot point. And also, I still hadn't even talked about the Caleb Williams play. Right. And I didn't even know how to describe it, so I said, well, he just sprinted 20 yards back. He kind of did the old Fran Tarkenton thing. Mm-hmm. And then I got a bunch of shout outs on social media at Ross Tucker NFL from people that appreciated the Fran Tarkenton reference, because the only other time I can remember an NFL quarterback like running backwards, usually with Tarkenton, he was kind of zigging back and forth, but running backwards was Tarkenton on the old NFL Films videos.
Yes, yeah, for sure. Sure.
Ross, not as many spectacular plays out of C.J. Stroud as Caleb Williams in the loss. I feel like people came out of that Caleb Williams loss feeling better about Caleb Williams than perhaps the C.J. Stroud loss. I don't know if you realize that or not. Where are we right now? As a former offensive lineman in the NFL, if we try to look at C.J. Stroud, and nobody's making excuses for him or anything, but obviously the offensive line can be improved. They improved some this year, but there's still more improving to do. Like what perhaps are we saying about C.J. Stroud if the offensive line was just a top-notch offensive line this year? Like how can Stroud's performance from the circumstances around him?
I think the line had settled in enough that, I mean, these last two games, I am really surprised by the decision-making of C.J. Stroud. Really surprised. You know, if you're not going to be a guy that makes special plays with your legs and can extend plays and really be a big-time second reaction guy, although I will say I thought when he stepped up in the pocket and threw it to Dalton Schultz in the flat early in the game, I thought that was an awesome play by CJ. Awesome. But that's not really his game. He's not really going to do a bunch of Josh Allens or Caleb Williams or Mahomes or Lamar or whatever. You really need to make better decisions than he's making because not all turnovers are created equal. And these last two games, he had so many horrendous decisions and or throws that I would say are very concerning. You know, I do think Carlton Davis made a great catch and whatever, but it still is highly concerning. What games? I don't know if you guys saw it on social media, but I actually thought both the Bills and the Texans were going to win on the road, and I thought the Texans were going to be hosting the AFC Championship game on Sunday. The Bills, I mean, that's a longer conversation, but they obviously had their turnover issues, and there was some questionable officiating in that game as well. Or maybe just controversial. I don't know if questionable is the right word. But for the Texans, you know, that offensive line really got the job done in the ground game against the Steelers the Monday night before. And then, you know, no Trent Brown, and then to have to put Patterson in there, and then Titus gets hurt there. I mean, that was a tough spot for them to be in. But if CJ just doesn't turn it over, I would love to have seen what the score of that game looks like. It feels like, interestingly, the Panthers and the Texans are in the same place or a similar place with Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, in the sense that I think both those guys are definitely worthy of picking up the fifth-year option, and the Carolina Panthers already did so with Bryce Young. But I would not give them, you know, that $55 to $65+ million per year deal yet. I know they're eligible for it. Under contract for 2 more years after the fifth-year option. I would wait and see how year 4 plays out before I allocate that much. I mean, if that many people are saying the Texans should put Davis Mills in a game, you can't give a guy $60 million per year.
Yeah, we're all in lockstep on that one, Ross, for sure. By the way, Ross Tucker And Insider Calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
So, Ross, the Texans drafted two guys back in that 2023 draft in the top three. One was C.J. Stroud, eligible for an extension. The other is Will Anderson, also eligible for an extension. Conversely, compared to C.J. Stroud, where I'm with you, I'd hold off at least another year. How many seconds after the league year begins do you hand Will Anderson a gigantic contract extension?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's worth every penny. The sooner you can give it to him, the better, because the rate for those guys just keeps going up, up, up. And if you wait and ask the Dallas Cowboys about this, it doesn't really work out very well. And, you know, we know what Micah Parsons did and where he set the market. You know, I think it's interesting because I don't know that Will Anderson is quite Micah Parsons or TJ Watt or as accomplished as those guys are. But I do think he's done enough where he should be at the top of the market. And, you know, what makes the Texans basically their defense and basically the edge rushers and the secondary in particular. And so what are you going to do? Not sign him? And the thing is because of the fifth-year option, and this is what the Eagles have gotten really good at, those years don't go away, okay? They don't, like, evaporate. So he's under contract for the fourth year. You have the placeholder, more or less, of the fifth-year option. Then you give him, let's call it a 3-year big money deal, but it's really 5 years.
Yeah.
And you're really spreading that new money average of $40 million a year. You can really spread that over the next 5 years, which makes it a lot more palatable from a salary cap perspective.
Yeah.
That's what, to me, the smartest teams do.
Yeah,
The other teams wait. The smart teams get it done.
Yeah, Texans did it with Stingley last year. Well, literally a week after the league year began, they did what you just said.
And the other thing, too, is like Nico Collins, you know, people raised eyebrows at them extending him at the number that he did because it was a price. He's the 16th highest paid wide receiver now.
Yeah.
Because it's aged. And then by the end of this offseason, he's probably going to be the 25th highest paid wide receiver. But, you know, the other part of that, too, Ross, is you got to have the right kind of guys who aren't going to be agitating for a new contract every 2 years after they got an extension. I feel like that's the other part of the equation. They've done a good job of getting guys in that – if Derek Stingley is all pro the next 3 years in a row, his contract, 15th highest cornerback, I don't get the sense that these guys that they've extended are going to be agitating for new deals.
Well, that's a really good point. That's a huge part of it. You got to make sure it's the right guys, and you have to make it very, very clear, we're giving this to you 2 years early. You're going to be near the top of the market, if not at the top of the market. You're going to have life-altering financial security for you and future generations. But you're also going to see in a couple years guys that you don't think are as good as you making more money than you. But that's how this thing works. So we're just telling you now, that's how it works. And by the way, keep balling out because we hope to give you a third contract. Mm-hmm. And you'll once again be the highest paid guy, but it's not going to be for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, and that's how the Texans have operated. You know, they reward guys. They love guys they know, and they reward those guys. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider, joining us. Ross, before we get you out of here, because we know you got to go do the Even Money betting podcast, what are your thoughts on the conference title games this week, and particularly the AFC, which is a fascinating one with Jarrett Stidham now a key component of it?
Yeah, it's funny. I think you guys will appreciate this. And I just said this on today's Ross Tucker football podcast, and I'm quite sure, you know, he wouldn't verbalize this. But from a coaching legacy standpoint, weird way the Bo Nix injury put Sean Payton in a great spot. Because if they lose, it's like, well, he got to the conference championship game and then, you know, he didn't have a starting quarterback. He broke his ankle. What do you expect? If he wins, it's, oh, my gosh, how great of a coach is Sean Payton? He gets to a Super Bowl with his backup quarterback and blah, blah, blah. And the thing is Bo Nix has had a nice year. Bo Nix is not a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, in my mind. And I do think Stidham is a higher-end backup. And I think, I'll tell you, I'm about to record the Even Money podcast, which is the betting podcast for those of you that are so inclined. I'm going to take the Broncos in the 5.5 points.
Yes.
I think it's going to be a really competitive game, close game. I think Stidham will do some solid things. I think Peyton will know how to call the game for Stidham. I think it's probably a field goal game either way, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if the Broncos win.
Yeah. Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. But hey, real quick, Ross, by the way, what about on the NFC side? I know we got like a minute with you. What about Seattle and LA?
Yes, I'll be on the sideline for that one,
Awesome.
which I can't even remember the last time I was in Seattle, but I'll be on the sideline for that one. I like the Seahawks. Now the Charbonnet injury is interesting because one of the things that makes them really good is just pounding you with two different, and now they really only have one in Kenneth Walker, and he gets hurt a lot, by the way.
Yep.
And he's a little bit inconsistent, even though he's more explosive. It just feels like the Rams are kind of run out of gas a little bit toward the end of the season. I thought they were the best team most of the year, but if you watch them, their D-line, which is all like young studs, they have not been the same over the last month. Their corners are not great. Now, I don't know if Darnold can necessarily take advantage of that, but that's going to be a hornet's nest to go into. And the Rams offense is not playing quite that well. And the Seahawks defense is awesome. The Seahawks defense is kind of like the Texans defense of the NFC. I think Seattle gets the win.
All right, that's the great Ross Tucker. He's our Odyssey NFL insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
Hey, Ross, keep up the great work. We'll talk next week.
Sounds great. See you guys.
All right, see you. That's Ross Tucker. Of course, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, which is one of the best ones out there.
The interesting thing about the Seahawks is the Clint Kubiak's name keeps getting brought up, and I wonder if the fact that he's not allowed to interview yet and everything's being delayed. He doesn't like when do the Bills get to talk to him, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm intrigued. I like the Kubiak family.
He's the favorite right now, the betting favorite for the Buffalo job. Plus 125, which just opened yesterday. Phenomenal, like Clint Kubiak and Josh Allen is a really interesting.
Hey, Clint Kubiak just got the very best out of Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
What did he do? What? Yeah, Brian Daboll does not make a lot of sense to me at all.
He's the number 2 on the odds board for them, and I guess that my thought is he's got history up there.
He's got a history, and people I think they're glossing over a little bit just what kind of a quarterback Josh Allen was with Brian Daboll.
Yeah.
I think he's matured and become a better quarterback in a lot of ways since Brian Daboll left. And that Brian Daboll is I think Brian Daboll came out of that offseason Hard Knocks not looking quite so hot either. It wasn't just Joe Shane. Brian Daboll showing up on the day of the draft and kind of being vaguely aware of some of the prospects. I didn't think that was a great look for a head coach.
I'm 100% with you. I just don't know how good a head coach he is. Clint Kubiak, we obviously don't know how good a head coach he is. He's never been one, but the upside and the pedigree obviously is huge. He's the favorite, Clint Kubiak, for Buffalo, and he's the favorite for Las Vegas right now. He's going to get a job.
Boy, if he had to choose as a head coach, choose between Buffalo and Las Vegas, oh, my gosh.
To think about the polar opposites.
How long does that take to make that decision, and why is it less than 3 seconds?
From a football standpoint, but I also think, this is me, I love Vegas, like a quality of life standpoint, like you're up in the cold, you're in the Arctic for 9 months.
You know how I feel, my theory on that. It's just that's everything people in the media talk about when they're discussing somebody who's going to be holed up in an office for 19 hours a day.
I know.
Now the wives matter. That's talking to your family, talking to your kids, your wife and everything, that matters. is obvious. So football coaches tend to they have families who know that they've signed on for anything and everything in terms of where they might live.
And they're going to make a lot of money. Either way, job, you're going to make a lot of money.
Honey, we can get you a net jets to Vegas if you need to spend a little time
honey,
in
we're
Vegas.
Coaching the new team in the Arctic Circle. What do you think? Well, how much are we making? $15 million a year. Let's go. We can buy parkas. I can buy a coat. Speaking of the Las Vegas Raiders, John Gruden used to be their coach. I'm going to let you set this up, Seth, because I'm not listening to this yet.
Oh, okay. So this is on Barstool, and I believe I left Portnoy in this, but Portnoy asking Gruden the simple question, would you have benched C.J. Stroud at halftime?
Coach, at halftime, would you brought Davis Mills in?
I can't say I would have done that. I might have. I mean, obviously, on the very first play of the game, he threw a duck 5 yards behind a wide-open receiver. The conditions bothered him. Maybe he should have wore a glove on his hand. I don't know, but the ball placement was terrible. I thought the play selection, 2 of the interceptions, they ran naked bootlegs to his left in horrible weather, and it resulted in 2 interceptions, but they couldn't run the ball either, Dave. Woody Marks, 14 carries, 17 yards, a fumble. They had nobody to throw to, nobody to hand it to, and he couldn't throw in bad weather, and the Patriots beat the hell out of him.
So I thought in 30 seconds there, Gruden touched on really a lot of the big issues with the Texans moving forward.
Yeah.
And I think that, for one, I'll start from the end. The inability to run the ball. Like, this is where I know D'Amico pointed out that the offensive line improved this year. That's great. They did improve. They had to face stud interior defensive linemen. This was a running theme all year long, and especially when Titus Howard had to move back out to right tackle, and you've got Jarrett Patterson playing there. They just get manhandled versus big, tough, physical dudes. So great. They were more fundamentally sound. They were more technically sound, et cetera, but they just don't have the dogs in there to handle guys like Barmore and Williams and all of those other guys with on a stud interior defensive line. The part about the Nick Caley play selection, I disagree. I mean, for one, all right, he's talking about the 2 interceptions where they were naked boots out to the left. The first interception on a naked boot to the left was a throw that C.J. Stroud never should have made. Whether it's a good play or a bad play, fine, take the L on that. It's the tight end fell down, and it was just take the L. Turtle up and take the sack.
Yep.
So that's on C.J. The second one was the one where he threw it behind Jaden Higgins, rolling out to his left. Or was that Xavier? That was
Xavier, the one right before the half.
Yeah, that was Xavier.
That was Hutchinson. Yeah.
It was a bad throw in bad weather conditions. I get that, but Caley did a good job throughout the game of getting receivers wide open.
Mm-hmm.
And you're out there without Nico Collins. CJ had options, and there were a lot of throws he could have made. But to get to the third and final point, he is bad in precipitation. It's not cold. It's precipitation. We've seen this over and over again in precipitation that it's going to affect every quarterback, but it seems to have. We've seen in Houston. There have been days during training camp where with a light drizzle, CJ is off target and has a bad day. This is something that he's got to work on. And I don't know if the Texans practice with wet footballs. And if they're not, I don't know why they're not. But, the old stories about Tom Brady would always be practicing with just old bare, stripped-down footballs, dunked in a tank and everything. Wear a glove, work on your grip strength. But I think one of the focuses this offseason, if you want to make it to a conference championship, there's a good chance you're going to have to go through cold weather, adverse circumstances, bad weather. He's got to get better at that. And it's one of those things that you can turn a weakness into a strength simply by focusing on it and doing stuff that other people don't do or are unwilling to do. Are you willing to suck in practice because you're practicing with a wet football? Because that's what it takes. Like, you have to go through the uncomfortable phase of, all right, look, it's not going to be an ideal practice because we're practicing with a wet, frozen football. But that's what we need to do to get ready for these circumstances. Just by addressing it and working on it, you can get a lot better than other quarterbacks if you actually work at it. And I want him to be up in Canada in February throwing footballs in a snowstorm just to understand and get used to those circumstances.
It's a great suggestion. It really is. I love that. I asked Clint about that while we were watching the game up here on Sunday. struggling massively. I'm like, Clint, should he be wearing a glove? Should he be wearing a glove? And he said, I said, did you wear a glove if you ever played in bad? He said, I never wore a glove. Clint said he never wore a glove because he actually played sometimes better in those elements than he did in just normal elements because of the way Brady explained this on one of the broadcasts, because of the way that Clint held the football and the trajectory, like, kind of throwing down on the football as opposed to letting the football kind of float on his hand. And I don't know, I'm not nearly the analyst to look at how CJ's releasing the football to say, like, well, a glove might not even help him or something.
Honestly, though, too, it's a life lesson. Simulation matters. And this is something that in the high-performance industry, you need to simulate the conditions you're going to play in as much as possible. That's why teams play with noise. They play loudspeakers and everything. You can simulate bad weather, but you got to spend time in it. Like you got to – with CJ – look, whether it's the cold or the precipitation or whatever it is, he's a California kid. People point out that he played at Ohio State. Get over it, man. A bad weather game in college football in October is not the same as playing in the Northeast in January.
No.
It's just different.
In a game where you're favored by 25 every week.
Yeah, and just by putting yourself in those circumstances and practicing in bad elements as much as possible, as much as you can simulate it, you can turn a weakness into a strength. And that's a life lesson for anything. Like, just don't always be working and put yourself into the thing. It's the old Kaiser Sose advice.
Yeah.
Do what the other guys are unwilling to do.
Yes.
And the usual suspects, that meant killing your own family. I wouldn't suggest going that far.
That's a little extreme.
Yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, in sports in general, it's leg day. Training your legs, especially in season, that's something that a lot of people aren't willing to do, to really go there and feel that pain and that fatigue. But it pays dividends if you do it. And I think that the bad weather conditions are something that have to be addressed, because otherwise we're going to end up with a bunch of awesome indoor performances and maybe, as long as you get home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
Yeah.
No, this year it ended up you would have had to go to Denver, you had to go to New England, you went to Pittsburgh. And if CJ is better in bad weather, then the circumstances might have changed. He had wide open receivers. Wide open.
To Ross's point, from the very first play.
Yeah.
The very first play, they schemed Xavier Hutchinson all alone on the right side of the formation there, and CJ throws it behind and in front of him. It was bad.
Sean, I'm a somewhat adequate speaker, would you say?
Absolutely.
I speak kind of good.
Yeah.
Right. I had a speech impediment when I was a kid. And right up until about I was 9 or 10 years old. Like I had all kinds of hearing issues. I didn't speak my first word until I was 3 years old. And I honestly feel like that was the best thing that ever happened to me, because I had to go to speech therapy. I had to do a lot of things to improve my speech and address it in a way that people who have normal speaking do. And there are so many things in life. I would say the same thing about social skills. If you feel like you struggle with social skills, just by addressing it and working at it, you can become way better than people who have naturally better speaking skills or social skills than you do, because you've actually addressed it. And I think with CJ, it doesn't have to be a static thing that, this quarterback just isn't good in bad weather. Right. He grew up in freaking California. Work at it to a degree that other people are unwilling to work at it, and you can turn it into a strength. But you've got to address it, because it's a thing now. I'm not going to argue back against anybody in national media ever again when they point any kind of adverse weather conditions. I've seen it in freaking Houston.
Yeah.
I've seen it in a drizzle in Ohio in August.
Yep.
It's a theme now, and it is a thing. He's got to get better at that.
Got to. Because the only way that you overcome that, if you don't address it, is to go 15-2 in the regular season.
Right.
And play every game at NRG Stadium.
Yeah. And
because you're going to play in cold weather in the AFC.
In the next 10 years, if the Texans are a great team every single year, they're still going to have years where they got to go up north in the playoffs.
Yes.
You're going to have to do it. They're going to have games in a downpour at Miami at some point.
Dude, you're absolutely right. This was the best season in franchise history. They would have had to go through 3 cold weather conditions just to get to the Super Bowl.
And I know there's people out there right now texting in or saying, well, Drake May didn't look so great, but he looked less worse than he was less worse than CJ was in the bad weather conditions.
You flip those two quarterbacks, and the score is flipped. That's 28-16 Texans in that game.
I also liked the point Ross made about not all interceptions are created equal.
Yeah.
Somebody might say every interception tells a story.
D'Amico said something along those lines yesterday, too. Yeah, I was thinking about Oprakaru yesterday.
Every interception does tell a story. And CJ's interceptions in the playoffs, including in the Pittsburgh game, they were worse interceptions than other interceptions.
I can't think of a worse interception than the pick six, given situation in the game, just where given what team you're on and just how much this team was a just don't screw it up team.
Well, and I think CJ said something yesterday, which I agree with, which is that some of the quote-unquote bad decisions aren't even decisions. It's just muscle memory and doing something you shouldn't do. That's where the training comes in, and that's where the muscle memory comes in, and that's where just reps, operating this actual offense, simulating real-world situations, the situational football side of it. That's where he has to keep hammering that.
Yeah.
It's not like CJ's not going to work in the offseason, but getting that muscle memory to the point where he never, ever, ever tries to attempt to throw the way he did on that pick six again that's of paramount of importance if you want to actually win playoff games in the Northeast in January.
No doubt. C.J. Stroud immediately becomes one of the most intriguing figures. That's not a good thing. I'd rather he be preparing for Denver this week than being on a list of most intriguing people. But he is. It's super intriguing because of what the highs have been, and now he's at the very lowest of lows. Boy, I thought Ross, why do I call him Russ at least once a show? Ross Tucker.
Because you didn't have a speech impediment growing up.
I thought about when you were telling that story. I'm like, and if the doctor or the speech therapist were a soothsayer to tell your mom, like, so what's my son going to do with this speech impediment one day? He'll be a radio host.
The best part of having a speech impediment when I was younger was having the older brother that I did.
Beat it out of you?
Dan. No, but I was reminded of it every single time I tried to pronounce the word truck, which sounded like truck. Dan would walk around going, "Hey, truck!"
Oh, wow.
Truck, what you doing?
Dude, that's so mean. Oh, my God.
It made me tough, Sean.
It did. Well, it brought you to where you are today. All right. So what I was going to say about Ross Tucker is he's right. Like, the Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud were drafted back-to-back. And if there was some way to graphically depict their trajectories throughout their career, you'd have Bryce Young just, like, dipping below the axis here, maybe getting up close to it last year and then dipping back down. And C.J. would have largely lived above the axis of good play, but then dipped below last year for a time, probably lived below it this year. Now they're both, like, meeting right at – they may as well both be sitting in the green room again.
Yeah.
Here's the question to you, I think, off the air yesterday. And I was going to Pender poll this, and I think I will, and I almost did yesterday. I'm like, too soon, still too many emotions. But the question I posed to you is, would you trade C.J. Stroud for Bryce Young right now?
I'll tell you
it's
what.
It's not a stupid question.
I think we've seen more of a high ceiling. We've seen a higher ceiling with C.J. Stroud.
Without question.
When I'm watching that, even as I'm impressed with some of the things that I've watched Bryce Young do this year, there were times in that playoff game where, man, when he's in the pocket, you can really see where the size was an issue.
Yeah.
There were some easy things available to him over the middle that he just wasn't going to get to when there was pressure up in his face and everything. And look, lots of guys, shorter quarterbacks have overcome that.
Yeah.
But Bryce Young hasn't overcome that yet, and I feel like that's a bigger hurdle than a lot of the things that C.J. Stroud has right now.
Yeah, C.J.'s issues are fixable. Bryce Young is not going to hit a growth spurt at age 25 or whatever.
Yeah, he's not all of a sudden going to be able to throw a rope with pressure in his face to a guy on a crossing route over the middle. He just can't do it.
Yeah, I'll give Bryce Young credit. He was being written off as a bust.
Yeah,
5 weeks into last season. Like, I think he's got as good a chance of getting an extension as C.J. Stroud does right now. Given where they're both
I think because of the newer head coach and because the expectations weren't as high, I think that's a situation where they feel more. I bet they would feel more comfortable doing it.
Dude, they're way more positive in Charlotte right now on Bryce than Houston is on CJ. I can promise you that.
Yeah, CJ's biggest mistake was having that rookie year that he did. If I were to go back and time and advice. You need to throw a few more interceptions.
His biggest mistake was having that rookie year and then acting and interviewing like he had a year that was twice as good as what he actually had that rookie year.
Power ranking himself in the top 5 of NFL quarterbacks. And that was back before he knew what he knows now.
Yeah.
He didn't really understand how difficult the NFL was.
That clip is making its rounds the last 24 hours.
Yeah, and it's also, and you know what, though, that's bogus about it? That's making its rounds, and I've seen at least 2 different people say this was CJ this past offseason. Where
that's just not.
I know it's par for the course, but that's especially unfair because CJ learned his lesson after last year.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that would paint a picture of a guy that was truly delusional if he was saying that last offseason.
No question. All right, the coaching carousel is spinning right now. Were we surprised by this firing that came down yesterday after Seth and I were off the air? And we've actually got the audio of it being reported on the NFL Network. This was actually kind of funny. We've got that. We'll do that. And we got the Pettycast coming up at the top of the hour. So we got a big Tuesday going here. We got so much stuff to get to. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
The Texans Offseason. Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Sean McDermott was fired it was right after Seth and I got off the air here. And we're back, by the way, to 4-hour shows wall to wall now that the Texans are knocked out of the playoffs. So back to 4 hours on Monday, Seth. So get your rest on Sunday night.
He was fired, and the Bills Bills had a typo in the first sentence of the press release.
Yes. Can I read it?
Yes.
Okay. The Bills put out a press release, and we'll hear the news getting reported on the NFL Network in just a second. But the Bills put out a press release, and it says in red font, big caps, the Buffalo Bills announced that Sean McDermott has been relieved of his duties as head coach. And then it goes into the quotes. And it starts with a quote from owner Terry Pegula, who I guarantee you did not say this.
No.
Sean has done an admirable job of leading our football team for the past 9 seasons.
Yeah. My immediate thought was, you know who likes admirals? Bill Belichick.
Oh, big Navy guy.
Big Navy guy. Yeah. Connect the dots there. Maybe Terry Pegula with a little bit of a voice to text.
A foreshadowing.
That was a Freudian text slip.
I like it.
I think that I don't think that would be the case. Yeah. Boy, Belichick would love that.
In the division?
Belichick
with the Patriots?
Yes. He would.
The NFL needs that.
It would be awesome. It would be so awesome. It would be so awesome. Honestly, though, this is, in the whole, what have you done for me, etc., not for long. I mean, if you look at the barren wasteland that Buffalo was before Sean McDermott got there, I mean, he's a victim of his own success. I'm not sitting here saying, I can't believe they fired Sean McDermott. I get it. It's the dual elevating of Brandon Beane, the general manager, to being the czar of everything. He's in charge of hiring the coach. He's got oversight over it. And Sean McDermott operating on an offense that really has not done a great job of surrounding Josh Allen with good receiving threats.
No.
And it's probably especially painful to watch Stephon Diggs be a huge part of winning a game the other day against, who was that? Oh, it was the Texans. That's right. Yeah, I remember now.
Now that you mention it. Yeah.
That I get it. It's maybe they're just thinking flat out, we got to get an offensive-minded head coach. And Brandon Beane feels like, all right, in my discussions on who to draft, which free agents to sign, I need to work with an offensive-minded head coach. Does Josh Allen get along with Sean McDermott? That used to be a story. It hasn't been the last couple years. But it's I get the move, but it's just kind of sad that the guy that made Buffalo relevant again is being kicked out because he made them too relevant.
Yeah. The list of coaches who have won double-digit games at least the last 3 seasons or more.
Yeah.
DeMeco Ryans, Nick Sirianni, I'm talking in the regular season, Nick Sirianni, Sean McVay, and Sean McDermott. And McDermott's streak is by far the longest. He had done it 7 years in a row.
Yeah.
The others are all 3 or 4. So he's been a good coach.
The funny thing about that is that 2 of those guys lost their job. One of those guys has, I don't know what percentage of Eagles fans want Sirianni out, but he won a freaking Super Bowl last year, and people are agitating to get him gone.
Yeah.
We talked about when Tomlin got fired. I can't remember if you asked the hypothetical or if somebody else did about, hey, this is DeMeco so far.
Yeah,
they had a lot of regular season success. He's done better than Tomlin over the last few years because he's actually won a playoff game every single year. But he hasn't won a Super Bowl. So if you're going to make a comp of, okay, what track is DeMeco on, he's more on, until he ascends further in the playoffs, he's on that Sean McDermott path more than a Mike Tomlin
100% is, which means you're going to be playing important games in January, but it also means it's a real question mark if you're going to win those important games in January. Here's what it sounded like on Good Morning Football yesterday. They were getting ready to bring Ian Rappaport on just to talk about football, and supposedly he gets a text right there while he's getting ready to get brought on. Here's what it sounded like.
We have the opportunity now to go to Ian. Ian, incredibly unbelievable, interesting development where the game ends and you're like, go Broncos, great job, great win. And then moments later, all the air goes out of the room, and we find the news about Bo Nix. Can you tell us the process about how you heard this and where do we stand?
I cannot, Kyle.
Go ahead,
you got breaking news?
I'll be with you 1 second.
Yeah. All right, let's hang.
I'll be with you guys in a second.
All right. So, Ian, we were scheduled to just do the standard Ian, what's up? And then Ian got a buzz.
All right, so Ian walks off the set. They talk for 2 minutes about, what could Ian be getting on his phone? I bet it's about a coaching thing. Could it be a big injury? Could it be? What could it be? And then he comes back on.
Oh, here we go. Ian, the floor is yours.
Sources tell the insiders that the Buffalo Bills have fired Sean McDermott, the Buffalo Bills head coach. It is not exciting news. It is unfortunate news.
Okay,
there's a meeting
there. I don't need the emotional part of it here.
I think
poor Sean McDermott.
I don't think that was staged because those guys can't afford to waste 30 or 40 seconds even on staging something.
Yeah, and
he's gonna get it out there ASAP.
It was exactly 2 minutes because I watched the clip. He walked off the set at 37 seconds.
Yeah.
They did he's back at like 2:37 thereabouts. Here's what was funny. Is that at the exact same time over on Get Up, Schefter was off to the side. They're like, I wonder what Schefter's doing over there. And then he comes back on and then reports it. And so it's just that's
the
why
Nugget Huskies. The Nugget Huskies have the game they play.
Yes.
Yeah. Man, you know what? I could see Schefter and Rappaport kind of like agreeing beforehand, like, hey, let's both, I don't know.
Back in the day, McLean and Berman used to report things within 3 seconds of each other back in the day.
Yeah.
You know,
there's
a level of Nugget Hussy.
That job immediately becomes one kind of like it is in Baltimore. In Baltimore, the question is, all right, what's the deal with Lamar Jackson? What about all of these reports and everything? I gotta figure out exactly if I'm going to have a good relationship with Lamar Jackson because the personnel department, the organization, everything along those lines, people feel really good about them. You know, they're known as a top-notch organization when it comes to a lot of the things they do and how they operate. With the Bills, I think you feel probably there's fewer reports about Josh Allen being any kind of a headache or having any kind of issues or anything. But I think you got to wonder, all right, exactly what am I getting with Brandon Beane and what's my relationship going to be like with him?
Yeah.
And is this guy going to be a guy? The guy that's hiring me, this GM, I'm not going to be able to maneuver him out of here as easily because he's going to be above me. I'm not going to get to choose my own GM. What's the deal with Brandon?
Yeah, he got control of everything yesterday.
Yeah.
They made him president of football ops too.
Yeah.
So he got control, Brandon Beane did, of everything. It's just wild. Like in the last week and change, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, and Buffalo have all opened up, which is the comparison I'm thinking of is like the college football season this year, Seth, where it feels like schools and NFL teams are getting shorter and shorter leashes here.
Yeah.
And you had LSU and Florida and Penn State and eventually Michigan for you throw Michigan in there.
Yeah.
But you had a bunch of big name jobs opening up. These are like blue blood NFL jobs we're talking about.
Remember when the NFL sent out that memo to its owners a few years ago saying, hey, guys, look, we're creating this environment where teams are having to spend a whole lot of guaranteed money to coaches who are no longer there.
Yes.
Maybe you want to tamp back on that so you don't get in trouble. And they spent about 2 years kind of trying to be a little bit more conservative about it. And then it's back to the same old this year.
Yep. And the Texans are not part of it, unlike that last time they put the memo out. When they were paying like 4 coaches.
You know, with everything that I've said about the Ravens organization probably being more respected than the Bills, at the same time, neither of those organizations have done a great job of surrounding their quarterback with really good wide receiving talent. The Bills did a better job of it than the Ravens.
Yeah.
The Stephon Diggs experience was marvelous for about 2.5 years.
Sure was.
So that's a big question an offensive-minded head coach would have, or any coach.
And, yep. All right, let's get to the Pettycast. Tuesday Pettycast. We've got a lot of petties to get to. I would imagine a lot of you have petties on the heels of Sunday that you want to send in, so feel free to do so. 713-572-4610. We'll do that coming up next.
Another year, another divisional round. West Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here we go. Pettycast. Send in your petties. 713-572-4610 is the number to get that job done.
What on earth could people be feeling petty about this morning?
Believe it or not, I tried to keep it as a Stroud-free Pettycast because I feel like the rest of the show is and has been a Stroud Pettycast.
Real quick, what was the text you had read earlier on? It was a petty text about Stroud. Maybe you'll remember it by the end of this.
Yeah.
Let your subconscious work on it, and we'll get into
Yeah.
it.
I'll try to think of it. Okay, but my first petty is about Texan fans, and it's about those of you who are at the watch party. Yeah,
it was as a leader, CJ feels like Michael. That's pretty petty. Yeah.
That is really petty. Michael Scott had his moments.
Extreme, man.
He's a good salesperson. I don't know how good a manager he was. So my first petty is that those of you who participated in the wave during the fourth quarter of the watch party at NRG Stadium on Sunday. I was disgusted at this video that surfaced on my timeline yesterday as the Texans are trailing 28-16. That several thousand of you thought it was a good idea to bust out the wave at the watch party.
So that extends to remote viewing parties as well as live events?
Yeah, when your team is trailing in the fourth quarter, yes. My rule of don't do the wave at crucial junctions. If they were trailing by 4 touchdowns or leading by 4 touchdowns, it doesn't make the wave any less stupid, but I understand it, and you're not distracting from the game. It's the fourth quarter. It's still a game at that point. What are you doing the wave? Stop it already.
I applaud your pettiness. I didn't even consider that this was going to be an entrant into the Pettycast.
It's the first entrant into the
Does the fact that people are getting into fights in the concourse offset it at all?
That was an issue, too.
I feel like that's a good sign, though. Yeah. That's all right. Maybe they were getting a fight over whether or not people should be doing the wave.
Dude,
and I think it was a Stroud jersey on a Stroud jersey,
Did you see some of the fights?
I saw one of them, and I think it was Stroud on Stroud violence.
Definitely.
I think I saw a Stroud jersey going after another Stroud jersey.
The dudes I saw were swinging, man. They were, and there were people scurrying for cover. It was wild.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of those fights were yelling something about Stroud and then somebody else sticking up for him.
I guarantee you. I won't guarantee you, but I think that's the betting favorite. Yeah, is for sure.
That's basically what social media has been the last 48 hours.
Without the fisticuffs. Yeah.
36 hours.
Yeah.
It feels like it was forever ago.
I know.
The day my life got turned upside down and made me question whether it was even worth living.
Yep. And yet this morning, it's still waking up, still the first thought, oh, crap, no football this week. No Texans football, at least. All right, now some audio. This is Danny Hurley, the head coach of UConn. After they beat Georgetown on Saturday this week, he goes to do the press conference after the game at Georgetown. The game was on the road at Georgetown.
Yeah.
So he's going into their press room, their media room, to do his – and Hurley's already a pretty salty dude to begin with, win or lose. This is Danny Hurley not really liking the chair that they had for him at the press conference.
Yeah, just, ultimately, I think we just coming in 6 games in 13 days, 6 Big East games. Is this like a kid's chair? I feel like I don't need to be in like a Phil Jackson chair, but like what the
This is almost like the bat signal, Seth.
Yeah.
That college basketball is revved up again, and we're going to get some good Pettycast audio.
Oh yeah. College basketball coaches, second only to college baseball coaches
Yes.
when it comes to petty press conferences, especially in the playoffs.
Yep. So the petty out the chair that they gave to him.
So they pulled the old Ross Perot on him, huh? Well, the opposite. Ross Perot. Remember the debate, kids? There was a three-candidate presidential race a long time ago.
1992.
Ross Perot, Texas businessman, he's a shorter fella, and during one of the debates, they had these really high chairs to the point where Ross Perot couldn't sit on it without looking like a child with his feet dangling down. It was master gamesmanship, by because he was the independent candidate.
Yeah.
So somebody did that to Bobby Hurley, huh? They said, you're a little guy.
Danny Hurley.
Or Danny Hurley, excuse me. Yeah, you're a little guy. We're going to give you a little chair.
I guess. Yeah. It was almost like, it was funny because it felt like he was about to break the chair. All right, this was Tony Romo. I mean, we get an opportunity to play Tony Romo audio that makes us petty. We're always going to do it. This is Tony Romo breaking down a play in the Bills. Oh, my God. The Bills. Who the hell did they play?
Broncos.
The Broncos. Yeah, thank you. The Bills-Broncos game on Saturday. Tony Romo messes up Josh Allen's. And, of course, I couldn't remember who was actually playing in the game. This is a bad lead-in for me.
God smote you before we
That's right. This is karma. This is karma on behalf of Romo. But Romo screwed up.
Look at him take off. There wasn't a big opening, but he found one. And finally, he barrels right into Talanoa Hufanga for a long gallop of 26.
Go ahead and watch. Mahomes right here. He's going to go ahead and get back and look. And he knows it's man.
He can take it down. He called him Mahomes.
What am I going to do?
I knew you had a different spin on this.
Yeah, I 100% would have done that. It's why I don't bother even trying to do. I don't like doing color commentary or anything because I know I would screw that up 8 times a game. And yet, it is Tony Romo who does do some things that I definitely wouldn't do, including being completely unaware of what the actual rule book says about various things and having to have it explained to him over and over again. This is what's going to break me with Tony Romo. It's the rules discussions. It's anytime Steratore tries to explain something to Romo, and Romo he'll do this thing where he vacillates between being confident and then questioning his own opinion and then flipping to another opinion that he's confident in and then vacillating again. Oh, yep, you can see it right there. But I don't know. What about the whistle?
And always,
Tony, as I've explained to you multiple times, it doesn't matter when the whistle was blown.
All he's doing is confusing the audience. It's really bad.
He just needs to shut up.
Yep.
He needs to shut up when they've got Steratore in the booth with those guys, because that's how bad the situation has gotten with Romo discussing the rules.
Yep.
He needs to just shut up and let Steratore talk.
We were talking to Ross Tucker earlier in the show for his weekly 7 a.m. hit with us, and he was on the call with Kevin Harlan on the radio for the Caleb Williams game-tying touchdown on Sunday. And I gave Ross a compliment that I was listening to it in my car, and Ross just let the moment breathe and let Harlan do his thing. Didn't talk until the extra point. Tony Romo, I was Seth. Romo undoubtedly would have jumped in on Harlan in the middle of that play.
Yeah.
What? It's just Caleb just running backwards and saying, "Hey, here you go, Cole Kmet. Here you go."
Let's see. As my former teammate, who shall remain nameless but hates Romo so much, his comment about that was, he's a cancer to naturally exciting moments. Just be quiet, and it's 100% more engaging.
Yeah, that's harsh. Well, it's funny. You bring up rules analysts. This is Brandon Walker of Barstool, who I think is I wonder if people agree with this sentiment, but he is petty as hell about the Steratores of the world.
Stop down. Gene Steratore and every rules official in the booth. I am sick of it. I'm done with it. I'm tired of it. They don't say anything. They don't get it right. They're never going to go against the call on the field. They're never going to actually say anything. Get rid of them. It's terrible. Whether it's Gene Steratore, Bill LeMonnier, all the guys they put in the booth are useless. You're wasting salaries if you're putting them in there.
I've seen a lot of this lately, Seth, that people are angry with the rules analysts that they always agree with the referees.
They don't though. I think that
Tony, that's the narrative right now.
Yeah, I think the perception. I think that's a little confirmation bias, where when they're not happy about the rule call, when they're not happy about the call and the guy in the booth confirms the call, that's when they notice it and they don't like it. I know Steratore at least a couple times has said he would have disagreed or he wouldn't have called that interference or what have you.
I do
like him. Yeah, I do like having it.
Yeah.
I think that they could streamline the process or make it a little bit better. Steratore was bad when asked to give a succinct explanation of the playoff rules or the overtime rules.
Yeah.
he botched it completely. I was surprised by that. But by and large, I like having those guys.
Yeah, he said it's like, well, we're basically just starting a new game. And I'm like, no, there's sudden death after the first 2 possessions. What are you talking about?
Can I give you one more Romo critique from my friend?
Of course.
If you watched the game the other night, Romo multiple times was bringing up playoff nerves.
Oh, yeah.
And kids, you might not realize Romo had a really bad reputation for really having some bad screw-ups in the playoffs. My friend says, Romo's projection about nerves kills me. Dude, not everyone is a self-immolation waiting to happen every play. Like every quarterback is a relentless, nervous wreck, one play away from blowing it all.
Is this a friend who I think it is? You don't have to say his name.
Yeah.
Okay, this makes me laugh even harder. I really like him a lot. Oh, that's funny. My thought, too, with Brandon Walker's thing about getting rid of the rules analyst, like, can you imagine Tony Romo without Gene Steratore there? I said it would be like chopping off all your rearview mirrors and ripping out the steering wheel of the car for Romo. What do I do?
It is. If I were a Cowboys fan, God help me, I would be so furious every time Romo shows that there's certain things about the game that he just doesn't understand. That even most viewers understand a lot of the things that Tony doesn't understand. Like the quarterback being ruled when forward motion is stopped and the quarterback is going backwards and the ball is knocked out. Okay, a lot of people might not realize that, okay, it doesn't matter if there's not a whistle or not. That's not going to be a fumble because forward motion has been stopped. But a lot of football fans do know that, and Romo is hearing it for the first time from Gene Steratore. And having to have it explained to him over again. And I've heard that happen at least twice before, where Romo's had to have explained to him when the whistle actually doesn't matter. And he'll still come back with, well, I don't know, can we play that? I didn't hear a whistle. I'm like, God, Romo.
It's bad.
My God, some of these things have been in place for decades.
Okay, we got to make sure we get these other ones in. I'm just going to read this text. Romo is the C.J. Stroud of the booth. If he did absolutely nothing, the outcome will be better than him actually trying.
Yes, there's CJ, a lot to be said for that. If he would just kneel on some of these calls, it would be much better.
Poor C.J.
And I know a lot of people will say, gosh, I don't notice all this stuff. Right, but once you notice it, you can't stop noticing it.
That's right.
Once God bless you for not having noticed it. Try hard not to, because it will ruin the viewing experience for you.
Let me set the scene for this next one. This next one has to do with the Dodgers signing Kyle Tucker. So get comfy here. I want you to picture a camera that's shooting the front door of what looks to be a restaurant in New York City. Okay? So this is obviously a planned video. This wasn't just somebody with a phone like, oh, my God. I want you to picture Nick Turturro, noted actor Kyle Tucker, signs with the Los Angeles Dodgers for 4 years and $240 million. I want you to picture the door swinging open and Nick Turturro storming out and getting right in the face of the camera saying this.
You gotta be f***ing kidding me. Kyle Tucker to the Dodgers? I thought he was gonna be a f***ing Met. Of all things. What are we looking at, a three-peat now? You f***ing p***y. What's going on? MLB, do something. Enough is enough.
Okay.
Boom!
Go die. Go die, Yankees fans.
Yankee fans begging for guardrails on Major League Baseball.
We're the only ones allowed to purchase championships.
Oh my God.
Wait a second. Somebody else says this feels like when one political, and this is genuinely, this happens with both political parties.
Right.
This is when I can't believe that they're giving these guys tax breaks on the other side of the ball. Yeah, that is just, I can't believe that these guys are also getting tax breaks the way our rich guys get tax breaks.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's...
No, you're not allowed to complain about that, Nick Turturro.
No.
It's not MLB's fault. It's that your poverty franchise doesn't have as much money as the Dodgers.
Where is the line where you are allowed to complain about it? Because I've been complaining about it, but the Astros have like the 6th highest payroll in baseball.
I think but they still haven't gone out and wantonly and brazenly overspent the rest of. I would agree that the Astros. I don't want the Astros to be out there complaining about it as vociferously. I think the Astros are in a position where they could say, "Hey, man, we got to do something about this. Like it is a battle of the haves and have-nots."
Yeah,
and we're not even putting ourselves into this discussion.
No.
We're worried about the potties as much anymore.
We're worried about the good, the greater good, the good of baseball. All right, so that was really funny. The last two are not audio; they're just things. Ben Skoranek, former Texan, now Pittsburgh Steeler, if you watch the game and you were on social media after the game, you saw that Ben Skoranek, all-pro special teamer for the Steelers, on a punt return by Jalen Knoll, in a pile, grabbed Jalen Knoll's junk and squeezed to the point where Jalen Knoll commented about it after the game, and not complimentary, not like, oh, that felt, not too bad. Like he was angry about it.
He's been keeping Vaseline in his gloves.
He was angry about it. Ben Skoranek fined only $9,500 for that. I think he should have been fined $95,000 for that. Grabbing another dude's junk in the pile?
It's not unheard of.
You tell me, how prevalent is that?
Grabbed somebody's junk in the pile.
That was not inadvertent from Skoranek.
It was inadvertent. I was reaching for the ball. I grabbed a large object. And I thought,
yours was inadvertent.
What is this? A baby's arm? What the hell? This is
name names.
Oh my God!
Name names. Whose crotch was it?
This guy doesn't need any more positive advertising. I'm sure he's just fine. He's doing just fine. He doesn't need to let anybody know. Of the now two appendages of this sort that I've ever grabbed in my life, this one is markedly different. This was, yeah.
So glad I put this in the Pettycast. All right, you know what? This one, the actual last one, maybe deserves a little bit more time, so I'm going to push it down here and as an actual topic, a little later in the hour, because it was weird. It has to do with the Texans, and so we'll do it a little bit later on this hour. All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to text in. All right, the Texans, D'Amico Ryan's meeting with the media yesterday. One injury we got no clarity on, literally, from the coach. The other we got good news on, I think, and we'll get D'Amico and C.J. Stroud's thoughts on that, and we'll do that coming up next. But first, Prize Picks here, right, Ben? We got Prize Picks. America's #1 daily fantasy app is Prize Picks. Now, hopefully you got in.
and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, we're back. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Man, great to be with you guys. Rolling along on a Tuesday. Hopefully you enjoyed the petty cast. A lot of you petty. There's almost too many petty CJs to read here on the text page. So I'm going to keep it moving. We'll read some of them as we roll on here. D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. I'd have to go back and think about this, Seth. You know I like to power rank things. I'd have to go back and think about this. I'm having a hard time off the top of my head thinking of something from the time D'Amico Ryans got here, because there was plenty of strangeness going on over there before D'Amico Ryans got in the building for the previous couple of years. Once D'Amico, like a lot of that shut down.
Well, I would say, you know what? I think the point at which, or at least the last point at which, I think what you were going to say is like was there a time when there's this much national scrutiny or criticism of either a player or the Texans?
No. Do you mean like right now? Like, is that what I was going to say?
You said you can't think of a time. What kind of time?
Oh, yeah. I can't think. I can't think of I guess I should say a topic or something. D'Amico Ryans, the strangeness has kind of amped down since he got in the building there. This Joe Mixon saga, to me, I can't think of anything stranger. That's where I was going with it.
Gotcha,
I can't think of anything stranger than this Joe Mixon saga since D'Amico Ryans got in the building.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head. It's just strange. The fact that the mystery surrounding his injury, the fact that he missed the whole year, the fact that the team...
The Christian Harris was...
That's a strange one, too.
It's the same. It's exactly almost the same dynamic, except that it's not as high-profile a player.
That's the difference. Not as high-profile a player. Plus, at least with Christian Harris, I think we kind of knew what body part it was. Like, we knew it was a calf, I thought.
Yeah.
I can't, if I remember correctly.
We know with Joe Mixon that it's lower leg.
We know which hemisphere it's in.
Yeah.
So D'Amico Ryans was asked about Joe Mixon yesterday, and now that the season's over, you think maybe we'll get some clarity on this thing. First, how did not having Joe Mixon on this team affect things this year?
Look, when you have your best players, you're gonna be a better team. Like Joe was he's a really great running back for us, and not having him, affected the running game. And Joe was one of the top running backs in this league, so that affected us.
Okay, so the next two logical questions were then asked. A couple of questions later, do you see a future with Joe Mixon in the Houston Texans?
Do you expect a future with Joe here?
As of right now, I don't know the answer right now.
Okay, and then the next question from Aaron Wilson was, is there any clarity on exactly what the injury is?
Joe Mixon topic. Do you have any clarity on what is wrong with him and what it would take this offseason?
No clarity.
So they're still handling this like it's week 8.
Yeah. No, and it's not, and I'm not, I think they genuinely don't know.
Yeah.
And it's one of those weird conditions physically where whatever conspiracy theories people have about Joe Mixon, trying to do this or trying to do that, I think it's just sometimes there are medical situations that you can't figure out or that don't resolve. And that's the sum total of it. I mean, he's going to be 30 years old next year, and he's a running back. That makes it even more daunting to consider the possibility of him returning. I don't, in my mind, they're going to have to move forward without Joe Mixon, whether they want to or not. If he comes back and if he's actually anywhere close to what he used to be, then that's a huge bonus. But I can't go into this offseason thinking that we're going to see Joe Mixon next year.
I think running back is a priority in the draft for this team.
Yeah.
I think drafting a running back, and I think some of it goes back to a point you made earlier in the show and that you've made repeatedly, which is that Woody Marks has been really good for the Texans this year. Mark be touching the ball 20 times a game and be your bell cow back. It's not what you brought him in for.
If you think of what you'd really love to get out of Woody Marks is his ability as a receiver.
Yes.
But it felt like once they realized that he was going to have to be their main running back, I think his development as a running back was what they were probably focused on, and they needed to be sure he was good in pass protection and all of this other stuff to where they didn't really look to him as a receiving option all that much. I would love to have a prototype all-purpose back for first, second, and third down, but also then Woody Marks in there as a guy that can be a receiving threat, a threat out of the backfield, all of those things. That would be awesome. I don't want to go into next year thinking Woody Marks, deluding ourselves into thinking that Woody Marks is a feature back. He needs to be used alongside somebody that's also more of a old school all-purpose back.
Texans have 3 picks in the top 60 or so.
And they're totally in that category of team where, yeah, if you guys want to spend a late first-round pick on a running back, go for it. That's where you are in your life cycle.
That was my question.
Yeah.
If it was 3 years ago, that would have been a silly thing to do because, in theory, I mean, nobody knew the Texans were going to get good as quick as they did under D'Amico. But in theory, you were a team that's going to be burning mileage on a running back while you're building to something.
Yeah. No, we're
here now.
Totally in that category of, take a running back in the first round because you're in a position to get the most out of that guy in what's potentially his prime years.
Would you trade up for Jeremiah Love if he fell to like 15 or something like that?
I'd be cool with it, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's draft. And that's why you go trade Laramie Tunsil, get a little extra capital to do something like that.
Look, the Texans are in a really good place in terms of retaining their impact players on defense. The only guy makes a good chunk of money who's a free agent is Denico Autry, and he's 35 years old.
Yep.
So, and you got limited usage out of the contract you gave him. Beyond that, it's a lot of guys that they themselves were acquired by the Texans for 1-year deals, 2-year deals.
Yeah.
So I'm not nervous about maintaining the same talent level on defense. You're in a position to spend aggressively in the draft and in free agency on offense this year.
You are. We'll go through the list of free agents at the top of the hour. There's some interesting ones on there. A couple texts real quick before we get to Tank Dell. Back-to-back texts from different people. Trade for Breece Hall. Next tech. Would you guys look into Breece Hall? You don't have to trade for Breece Hall. He's a free agent now. He's a free agent. He was drafted like 2 picks before Jalen Petrie back in 2022.
And look, it's a 2-part deal. Just you don't have to just trade or just draft a running back. Trade for Breece. Now with Breece Hall though too, he doesn't fit that category of a big workhorse back.
No.
That I like Woody Marks is a complement to a workhorse back like Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
I think Breece Hall would ideally be a complement to a workhorse back like Joe Mixon. I want a 225-pound head smasher out there at some point who also, if he runs a 4.340, that's cool too.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Can you just get all I ask?
Yeah, that's all I ask. He's doing a podcast now. He's available. You don't mean like literally Fred Taylor.
Oh, Fred. Yeah, Fred does a podcast.
Yeah.
I forget that's. I don't think of it as a. It's funny. I guess yeah.
You see it on video. Yeah. So
you know what? Somebody, Brandy got offended at me this weekend because we were watching a running back. Who was it? And he has a really nice jump cut. I can't believe I'm blanking on who it was. And do you remember what game? Do you remember what game it was? No. I'd be able to tell you then.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was like, man, he's got a jump cut like Fred Taylor's. And she's like, Fred Taylor was dancing. That's nowhere close to Fred Taylor's jump cut.
Kenneth Walker. Was it Kenneth Walker?
It wasn't Kenneth Walker. Don't worry about it.
All right.
I'll figure it out later.
All right. Was it James Cook? No.
It was James Cook. Yeah.
I'm glad I guessed. Tank Dell. Is Tank coming back? Sure sounds like he is. Here was D'Amico Ryans talking about Tank Dell, who almost came back at the end of this year, reportedly.
Yeah, Tank has done a really good job with his recovery throughout the entire offseason. It's very tough when Tank has such a significant injury, right? And he was battling, trying to get back. He was working really hard to try to get back, at the end of this past season. But it just didn't work out that way. But he's showed up every day with a smile, with a great attitude, and I'm excited to see him back on the field next year.
That's more info on Tank Dell in 15 seconds than we've gotten the entire season.
Right. Well, and it was a catastrophic knee injury.
Yes.
It was the kind of knee injury that takes 2 years to fully recover from. We saw Nick Chubb about 2 years out from when he tore multiple things in his knee. It was in that Steelers game, really, where I think that's the first time I've seen him look anything close to the older version or the previous version of Nick Chubb.
Agreed.
That's how long it takes.
Yeah.
And then with Tank Dell, who doesn't have that same power element to his game or strength element to his game. It's all about speed. It's going to take at least 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that now what's he look like at 1.5 years, and is that enough to still be, threatening and effective, and he can get better as the season goes along? Maybe. So I'm optimistic we're going to see Tank Dell in training camp at least.
Oh, yeah.
For a look-see and figure out what he can and can't do.
Yeah, if he almost came back this season, man, I would hope we'd see him at OTAs or minicamp in some fashion. We'll see.
The thing about stuff like it's almost like your knee has to completely relearn how to be a knee again when it comes to the way the nervous system is treating, like the way the nerves are firing and everything else, even if there's not nerve damage specifically. Everything it takes a long time for everything to get back to the point where it can fire the same way. And there's nothing you can do necessarily in rehab to accelerate it all that much. It just takes time.
This is C.J. Stroud, who's got to be ecstatic that his good friend Tank Dell is on the road to coming back next season for the Texans.
Yeah, Tank is, a brother of mine, somebody, who was like blood to me. And to see, what he's gone through the last 2 years has been heartbreaking. And, he's been through a lot, but I know he's grown a lot as a person and as a young man, especially as a man of God. So I'm proud of him. How he's having his face is contagious. And I just think, for him to, being here every day, put in the work, and put his best foot forward, in some situations that were out of his control, I think is amazing, to see him do that. So I'm super proud of him, and I can't wait to get him on the field. Like, y'all know the connection we have, and, I know he's getting his number 1 back, so he's happy about that. And I'm happy for him to get Uno back. So, we're going to be coming back trim, and I can't wait to get my brother back on the field. And I think, our connection, hopefully our chemistry pick right back up where we left off.
He is getting his jersey number 1 back, Seth.
Yeah,
that's what I read into that.
Am I overly cynical and calloused and cruel that none of that sentimentality right there moves the needle for me one bit? I'm kind of like, all right, come on. I know you guys love each other, but listen, if Tank Dell isn't the same guy, he's gone. That's awesome. That's great. It would be a great story. I don't care about how much they love each other.
Yeah.
I just you know what I want? Receptions and yardage and in chunks and droves. That's all.
Touchdowns.
Yes.
Well,
I love that. You know what? D'Amico loves C.J. Stroud. I love my mom.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean my mom should be either the quarterback or a wide receiver on this football team.
That's fair.
She just had knee replacement surgery.
That's fair.
Yeah, she's a shell of what she used to be as a football player.
How's she doing?
Oh, she's fine.
Okay,
she's
good,
fine.
good.
I'm not interested in her whining either. Yeah.
Well, here, it's
bake me my casserole.
CJ's Ma meatloaf. So CJ touched on it there, and he's right. Like Tank's lower extremities have been through a lot since he became an NFL player. Broke a leg his rookie year. I tell you this: when you have that knee injury, when getting shot in the leg is only the second most traumatic injury that you have.
Yeah,
that's a big 2 years you've had for that leg right there.
Yeah.
So Tank, that'll be good to have Tank back next year. Payne and Pendergast with you.
Don't get shot.
Don't
get shot, and
don't block down into a crowd full of people twice your size.
Okay, so in terms of what you're hoping for or what you're allowing yourself to be optimistic about, I think you and I are both pessimistic about Joe Mixon right now. How optimistic are you about Tank Dell actually coming back and being what he was before?
I'm slightly more optimistic than pessimistic, but I'm not over the moon optimistic about it.
I think because he is so freakishly athletic, and that's how he makes up for his size issues, or like his size. I'm at about 40% right now.
And to be clear, my bar is enough to be an effective receiver. Like I don't know you suffered that injury, and the Tank of 2023 is coming back. But I think you said it before. You get 90% of that guy. That's a hell of a receiver in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Noel's another big question mark. Obviously, Jaden Higgins had earned the trust of C.J. Stroud and the coaches a lot more this year. Jalen Noel, though, he's a classic guy. He's a third-round pick. You can't expect him every third-round pick to be Rookie of the Year or anything. So there's still a lot of unknown upside to him.
No doubt. All right, this was the most odd flex that I've seen on the Houston Texans by a media member. And it was from it shouldn't be flexing on anybody right now. We will have that for you coming up next.
Oh, flex your retirement plan. There's
2022. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, top of the hour, we're going to go through the Texans list of free agents and put them in some buckets here. High priority, medium priority, dime store re-signs.
Get in your bucket.
Yeah. Get in there, Ed Ingram.
It just sounds like an awful way to talk about a human being.
Old heads you can bring back at the right price bucket. And then we'll talk about the guys who may be gone. So we'll do that at the top of the hour. Okay, I thought this was an odd flex yesterday by Mary Kay Cabot, who I only know Mary Kay Cabot through following her work that she does covering the Browns. Like, I don't follow her on Twitter to know if she's to her or a vindictive side to her. A petty side to her.
I think she's more of an old school journalist.
I think
more
she
so
is
than
too.
An opinion person.
Yeah, I think she's like a McLean. I think she's in that McLean inner circle. I think John, if I'm not mistaken.
What I'm saying is, like, usually she's reporting and stuff. I don't necessarily. I can't remember seeing a whole lot of opinions about her. And what she's saying right here, what you're about to read, isn't necessarily an opinion. It's it feels like it feels like a fact, but delivered with a little bit of a snarl.
Without question, that's what it is. And look, if you had to cover the Browns on a day-to-day basis, I think you would approach every day with a snarl and looking to drag down anybody else you could as well. At least that's what I would do if I were covering the Browns every day.
You'd have a bleak outlook on life.
I definitely would. But I did cover the 2021 and 22 Houston Texans, and we made it through. So
it does, even when you're trying to be impartial, and you and I have no obligation to be impartial. We're not journalists. And there's times where you're trying to be objective as possible. Yeah. It's hard when you're covering a bad team.
Yes,
it does. It does seep into your soul.
You get angry.
Like, you just start getting. You're just mired in negativity all day long.
Yeah. Yep. She said this, Mary Kay Cabot. Texans haven't been able to parlay their bounty from the Deshaun Watson trade with the Browns into more than 3 wild card victories.
Yeah.
So you made the big trade for
That's
Deshaun.
You're stating something that's true, but why are you saying it? Yeah, what the hell do you mean by that? They've certainly done a lot. If we're gonna pit, okay, who made out better from that trade, the Browns or the Texans? At the point of that, she's saying they haven't been able to parlay that into anything. Okay, they haven't parlayed it into playoff success, like extreme playoff success. But where were they before that trade?
Yeah.
Where were the Texans before that trade? And they're in a markedly better spot than they were before that trade.
Yeah. Yeah.
Markedly better.
Markedly better. Well, and if you go back and look at the lineage of all the picks, if she wants to get into that game, if she wants to get down in the muck and go, okay, what exactly did the Texans do with all these picks? It's hard to trace the direct lineage because Nick is more inclined to move picks for more picks or less picks or move up or whatever. So if you go back and find any sort of tweet that's got, here are all the players that were somehow tied to the Deshaun Watson trade, and there was a time where it looked like, oh my God, they got over. Like Dameon Pierce's name is in there, and Christian Harris's name is in there. John Mechie's name. This is before all these guys eventually became failed picks or just ordinary players, or in the case of some of them, they're just they're on a downward trajectory. Undeniably, they would not have Will Anderson on this team had they not made the Deshaun Watson trade. The pick that they moved up from to go get Will Anderson was the 12th overall pick. That was the Cleveland Browns trade. The biggest pick they used to move up from 12 to 3 to get him, the biggest pick, was one of their 2 first-round picks. Now, it wasn't Cleveland's pick, but having Cleveland's pick allowed you to move your pick and still have a first-round pick in the subsequent year. So there is no way Wilson Jr. would be on this roster if you didn't make the Deshaun Watson trade, which that's how I look at it. Like, the fact that the team's success hasn't resulted in you going to a Super Bowl yet doesn't change the fact that you shipped Deshaun Watson out there, which put them in a position where they had to give him the worst contract in pro sports, and you did it for a guy who may end up being the best defensive player in football and is already in that conversation for the next 10 years.
Yeah, so that was the Browns basically traded for the right to be the 2022 Houston Texans. That's the sum total of it is that they they traded for the same quarterback the Texans had in 2021 and 2022 on their roster, at least, without any victories or anything else like that. And they've traded themselves into a situation where they're a moribund franchise right now.
Yep.
The Texans, meanwhile, have been able to lift themselves up out of that morass, largely, or at least partly, because of that Deshaun Watson trade.
Yeah.
So, yes, to say it's only 3 wild card victories or to act like the trade wasn't successful because they haven't gone to a conference championship, it's completely ignoring how devastatingly bad the Texans were before that trade.
Yeah, I just feel like if the only way to judge a trade is if you win a Super Bowl, then 98% of trades don't make any sense. Like that's just and she does good work. That was what's disturbing to me. I'm like, I really like reading her stuff. I think she asks great questions at the press conferences that I watch up there. I mean, I've probably followed Cleveland closer than most teams the last few years. Texans have had the Browns first-round pick for 90% of the last 4 years here. The Texans have had a fiduciary tie to the Cleveland Browns. So I've followed her work more than most out-of-market journalists. I was just surprised. It's just a bad take. This is such a bad take. It had me wishing that she said it on the radio so that we could use it for Take-A-Mania on Friday.
Yeah.
It's that bad to me.
I might have to go digging for her saying something similar or the same thing.
Or just call her. We'll call her. Like, hey, Mary Kay, can you read your tweet? Or AI.
Hey, I think, I really like the way that you used that that preposition or something in a sentence the other day.
Can you read it to me?
You mind saying it out loud? Yeah.
Can you read it to me?
Yeah. No, that's the thing. The Texans certainly have not gotten to where they ultimately want to be, but they made that trade in a year after a season in which they were a horrible, horrible team. And since then, elements of that trade have taken them to a much higher level than they were before.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the Browns they remain miserable.
Yep.
And Davis Mills has outperformed Deshaun Watson in that period.
Yes. Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Especially with these 3 games from this season. No question. 713-572-4610. Tank Dell will not be coming back. This is a text. This isn't me saying this. Tank Dell will not be coming back. Academy has lowered the price on his jersey from $129.99 to $89.99. That's not a drastic. I don't know if that's a clearance level drop in price.
Still a respect.
It is. I was in the team store not all that long ago, and probably within the last week or two, and they had Tank Dell and Joe Mixon's jerseys.
Yeah.
Like, the wall of jerseys they've got in there. It's a huge wall with all the different jerseys, and they've got all the players. And it's a lot of CJ. It's a lot of Will. Jalen Petrie's a popular one. Daniil Hunter. There's 6 or 7 that are obviously up there. And then they've got, like, almost Joe Mixon and Tank Dell's jerseys in timeout. Like, in the bottom lower left rack, with lower prices on them and whatnot. That's not a bad observation by the texter. I've often said that you can go to the team store and see how people's jerseys are getting treated to get a hint as to how the team feels about them. I don't think it's an awful take. It's way better than Mary Kay Cabot's take that we read earlier in this segment. I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you one thing that I'm stingy about is in buying team gear, because I was, I got the really good stuff for absolutely free for a decade, and now I've got a Houston Texans gift card for $200 that I've had for 18 months. That I said every time I walk into the team store, I'm like,
better make sure it doesn't expire.
I used to get that for free. It doesn't. I checked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I used to get that stuff for free.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really like that hoodie, but
Yeah. What do you think? What are you gonna get? What's when you?
I don't know if I'm ever gonna give. I might just re-gift the gift card.
Oh, okay.
I don't. Even when I'm buying gifts for people, I'm kind of. I don't know. I'm so stingy.
Yeah.
Because I used to get it for free.
Yeah. No, I get it.
I might have to get a job with the Texans.
I get it. Oh, you get an employee discount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you got anything? I'll work for gift cards.
Exactly.
No, except that I wouldn't use the gift card then. No, I will work for free gear. Just give me some of the good. Give me the new gear, and I'll work for free.
Season ticket holders get 50% off on an item on their birthdays. That's why we were there. Yeah, it was Amy's birthday last week.
Just one item.
Just one item. Yeah. She made it count. She got a pretty expensive hoodie. She almost got one of those $400 sweaters, like really nice knit sweaters.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, man, even 50% off, that's pretty damn expensive.
I do like, what I like is this Rockets 3/4, whatever.
Yeah, the
this thing
quarter
is.
zip. Yeah.
It's a very understated logo.
Yep.
For
Yep.
those of you who can't see on
Comfy
the YouTube
as hell,
stream,
too.
It's black, but then the logo is embroidered in black too.
Yeah.
I like that. I like it a little bit more understated.
A little low key.
I don't want a big ass logo on a otherwise awesome piece of.
I got my
apparel.
Texans quarter zip with a giant bull's head on it today, man.
Yeah.
I'm still out there proud. I don't, the loss is the loss. I'm still out there proud. Those rocket ones that they gave us are nice.
Mm-hmm.
They're like Lululemon kind of material.
Lululemon is the first time in my life I've ever worn anything Lululemon.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh. Huh.
And now you can't rip it off of the
now.
guy. Yeah.
I kind of get it.
Yeah.
This is actually all right.
Yeah, not bad.
I can't be a Lululemon guy. That's why I'm wearing my Carhartt jacket over it.
There's a new there's a new store. I think it's a Lululemon store on Westheimer. There's been a line out the door since they opened like 3 weeks ago. It's crazy.
I paid somebody to hold my spot.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Texans free agents, will they be back? Who are the Texans prioritizing to prioritize? We will discuss that coming up next. I say, you know what you should really be prioritizing? Not Sheldon Rankins or Derek Barnett. Not that they're not nice people.
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, hey, real quick, people pointing out, I mean, we had just played that audio from CJ revealing that Tank Dell was jersey number 1 right now. A couple texts are saying maybe the reason the Dell jersey is discounted is because it's number 3. And they are. They were all number 3 jerseys. They weren't number 1s.
You know what? He did CJ did the fans a solid. I know people couldn't get any more positive about CJ than they are right now.
He saved you. He saved you a bad purchase if you were going to get a Tank Dell jersey.
Let's do Extreme Homer Radio
tomorrow,
where we laud all the ways in which CJ has reached out and helped save money for Texans fans.
All the positives. Yeah.
That's it's almost as good as when Cal sold the Deshaun Watson jersey at a discount.
That's right. You could do a trade-in.
They were giving credit, right? Yeah,
they were doing like trade-ins. Yeah, like upgrading your iPhone. All right, free agents for the Texans. Will they be back? Look, it's the NFL, so the list is long of guys that are free agents for the Texans. Got at least 20 names here. We're not going to deep dive on all of them.
Yeah,
I put them into buckets here, Seth, as I am wont to do. High priority, medium priority, and then just some that I don't think are going to be back, or they're, fringe guys that were on the team at the end of the year. Like Lecky Fotu is an example. I'd probably love to have him as a camp body. He did some nice things for them. The ones that people really want to talk about, I think, are the high priority ones that I think I've got 7 names that I think the Texans, doesn't mean they're going to pay through the roof for these guys. I think these are just guys they want to be part of this team still moving forward. I'll read the names, and then you react to the ones you think deserve the most attention. The high-priority free agents that I have: Sheldon Rankins, Derek Barnett, E.J. Speed, Tommy Townsend, Tim Settle Jr., Danico Autry, Daria Gumbawale.
I will say, first and foremost, between Sheldon Rankins and Tim Settle, that's the one I'm having a hard time with. Because they're different types of players. I think that Tim Settle has ability as a pass rusher, but also as a bigger body guy, and I think might be more of a. If you had to choose between those two guys, Sheldon Rankins is a tough one.
Let me drop something in there before you. Sheldon Rankins feels like a locker room fabric guy for them.
Yeah. I would say, and for consistency through his career and everything, I would go with Sheldon Rankins on that one. I think Sheldon Rankins, because of the multiple different ways that he can help you, and that there's those in the high priority guys. We've got 2 defensive tackles, both of whom were brought here on short contracts. And I don't want to say, hey, you can go out and find those guys anywhere. But the Texans have shown a real ability to go out and get the absolute most out of guys that you signed a defensive tackle on 1- and 2-year deals.
Yes.
So I like both of those guys a lot, but I hesitate to put them into high priority because I think the Texans are going to be able to find similar guys to that. Sheldon Rankins, from a veteran leadership standpoint, and just the way Will Anderson gushes about him and everything, I would put him in the high priority bucket.
Yeah, I don't think Rankins is not some faceless journeyman defensive lineman, and I'm not saying that sounds bad. But I think there are the whole ball of wax in the locker room, on the field. I think you can probably find another Tim Settle. I think there are some things Sheldon Rankins brings to the table that maybe fans don't see on an everyday basis.
And I think, honestly, and this is in line with how Nick has operated, and this is one thing that he's been doing that's consistent with the way things were done in New England. Nick has been his own man as a GM. He does some things that are completely opposite of the way they operated in New England. But when it comes to just finding veteran players, just churning them through and getting the most out of them, that's a very Belichick, New England Patriots thing, and it's worked out well for the Texans. So all of your high priority guys, look at who they are. They're guys who are affordable free agent signings. They're not, Sheldon Rankins, Derek Barnett, E.J. Speed, Tommy Townsend, Tim Settle Jr., Danico Autry, and Daria Gumbawale.
Yeah.
The only guy that got real notable money there was Danico Autry.
Danico got $10 million a year.
And you might argue that, for bang for the buck, they got a lot more out of those other guys.
Yes.
So that's where On defense especially, they're in a pretty good position right now headed into free agency. They've already got the guys that they want in the starting roles and positions, and some of the guys that they might lose, they can make up for with reasonable signings, or maybe they go out and get a little bit more aggressive in free agency for one or two of those spots.
Well, and especially on the defensive side of the ball, I got to imagine, whether it's these guys or guys in other buildings, but especially these guys because they know these guys, that playing on this defense there's probably a value to playing on this defense.
Oh, I said that. I had tweeted that out a couple of weeks ago. If I were a free agent defensive tackle that wasn't happy with the offers I was getting, I would book a flight to Houston and walk into the office and wait outside of D'Amico's office until he either signed me or kicked me out. You want a prove-it deal as a defensive tackle? Come to Houston.
Yep. Okay, so those are the high-priority ones. I'd take all those guys back at the right price, and I think the Texans would too. And I think Tommy Townsend is sort of a low-key, I think, really big priority because he's largely punted very well for them the last couple. He's a good.
Plus, he's got a potty mouth, which I like.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, got a good person.
FCC violation in a playoff game.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
And remember, he'll go down and he'll mix it up with people sometimes.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that attitude out of my
Called him a
punter.
bee.
Always looks. His hair's always wet, but it makes it look like he's got greasy hair.
Yeah,
like an old school greaser from the 50s
or like
something.
like one of those wrestlers that come to the ring and their hair is mysteriously all wet. Bret Hart used to be like that. Okay, there's a name on the text page that multiple people have said this guy needs to be a high priority, and I didn't name him. I have Ed Ingram as a medium priority for the Texans.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do. I think that Ed Ingram did a really good job this year, and I know PFF scores and all that. But I don't think he's irreplaceable, and I think that there's, Ed Ingram, and he's the best of that group. But there were a lot of guys on the offensive line this year that I thought, man, this is the ideal guy you want. As he can start for you, but he'd also be great as a swing interior lineman or something.
Yeah.
I think they can go out and find another Ed Ingram. I think they probably really like him though, and end up, maybe coming to some sort of a reasonable deal, maybe before free agency.
Yeah.
But I also want them to be aggressive the way that Chicago or some of these other teams were in the offseason and get some bona fide free agent interior offensive linemen.
You might be buying high on Ed Ingram if you bring him back at the wrong price.
Yeah, like Ed Ingram was a guy that was benched by Minnesota last year, and he did some good things this year. I mean, he had some – because I honestly was really impressed, but I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment and also, give him more credit or, put him in all-pro. The way some people were talking about this offensive line this year, like they were somehow a revelation or awesome or something.
Yeah.
No, they were better than they were last year.
Yeah. I've got a few I call dime store re-signs. If they want to bring Naquan Jones and Lecky Fotes, if they want to bring back some of these practice squad guys who contributed down the stretch, I'm cool with that at minimum deals. Okay, three more interesting names when it comes to bringing guys back. And I have these guys in the category of old heads at the right price. Where are you on Christian Kirk, Nick Chubb, and Trent Brown?
Oh, boy. Nick Chubb is the one that's really interesting. Trent Brown, too, just because you said the right price.
Yeah.
I don't think either of those guys are probably going to get anything offered much above and beyond what the Texans gave him this year.
Trent Brown was a minimum guy.
Yeah, and Nick Chubb was damn near a minimum.
Yeah.
And I don't think that teams are going to look at him and say, wow, boy, you had some nice runs here and there, and in very limited usage, you still did some good things. I think that those guys are potentially back as long as it's for not much more than you already paid him this year.
Yeah.
I would like having him back. I think they serve a purpose. Trent Brown, again, he's a guy that ideally would be a swing guy. A guy that you can play that I think Titus Howard is better at right tackle ultimately. And I know that there's certain things that Trent Brown, like Howard isn't awesome right tackle or anything, but I think that's where he's best suited. And he's a very solid and capable starter in the NFL. He'd be a starter on a lot of NFL teams. Trent Brown is ideally a swing tackle at this point.
Christian Kirk's an interesting one because he ain't making $16 million again. I promise you that from anybody. But that playoff game that he had, a lot of people watched that.
Yeah.
That 8 catches for $144. I could see some teams talking themselves into giving him a few $1 million. Not $16 million, but hey, he's a veteran guy, bring him in a couple years, 2 years, $10 million, something like that.
At this point, it's been 3 straight years of injury issues. And
True.
that was a big problem this year with his consistency, even getting integrated into the offense.
Yep.
So, yeah, I would say at the right price, sure.
Okay.
I don't want to trade for a guy like Christian Kirk again.
Yep.
And pay him the last year of his contract. But I think Nick had some really good signings this year in free agency. I thought the more disappointing ones were Christian Kirk. Well, Christian Kirk was a trade, but still an offseason move. And then Cam Robinson, obviously.
Yep. All right, are these guys gone, Seth? Because I've got them as gone. Jimmy Ward.
Yes.
Gone. Foley Fatukasi.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Dealt with some injuries this year. Had his number taken away from him. They gave his number to Naquan Jones. It's your number. They gave your number, Seth.
Well, they talked to him about it before he did it. It's not like they said, hey, Foley, we're taking this number. I'm sure they asked him.
MJ Stewart.
I don't think so. I don't think he's going to get a huge contract. They like his dependability and all.
They
those
like him
other
on
things.
special teams.
Yeah. I think MJ Stewart's MJ Stewart has sneakily been on this roster for how long now? It's
4 seasons, I think.
4 seasons. Yeah.
He predates D'Amico Ryans. Braxton Berrios.
Gone.
Kurt Heinisch.
Likely gone.
Okay, here's a big one. Christian Harris.
Gone.
Okay, that was quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
They weren't playing him at all this year.
No, but I'm saying at the right price with the is he?
No, they got young guys that they want to. What's his name? The kid Jamal Hill and some of those guys. I think that they want to see what they have in them, and they'll draft and everything. But like Christian Harris was playing on special teams and not on defense at times this year.
Yep.
And he's not the same guy he used to be.
Yeah.
And I'm not mad at him or anything. He hasn't been the same guy since he had a mysterious calf injury.
Yep. A lot of people weighing in on this on the text page. Keep the depth and rotation in the defensive tackle. Togiai has stepped up. Next text, Tommy Togiai, period. Togiai's not a free agent.
He's under contract. Yeah.
He's under contract. He was inactive week 1. They signed him to a $3 million extension the week after that, and then he was inactive again in week 2, if I have my timeline correct.
Yeah.
And then he proceeded to play 15 weeks of football where you're like, why the hell was this guy ever inactive at all this year?
Well, why was he on 2 different teams before he got here, too? That's where credit to the Texans for seeing what they had in him and what they could get out of him, because he ended up being one of the best run defenders in the NFL.
Yep.
And also does provide a rusher. He's never going to be a 10-sack guy or anything, but it's almost even more valuable that he can get that pressure and push and compress the pocket.
Yeah.
And stay in the quarterback running lanes. I care more about quarterback running lanes than passing lanes these days because every quarterback can run. And his ability to kind of press the pocket but still disengage and make a tackle, and that's how he'll get a lot of his sacks, is just by flushed quarterbacks.
Well,
it's really, really good. He is a good player.
Yeah, playing the running lanes, especially with those 2 guys out on the edge for you, because they can get the quarterback.
Yeah.
There's not a ton of pressure on you as an interior guy to I got to get after the passer. You stay in your lanes.
I like that so few people realize that Tommy Togiai has actually got a contract extension, because it kind of tells the whole story about Tommy Togiai.
Yeah.
He flashed at the end of last year, some remember, and then this year he's inactive. Nobody was really thinking about him. Sounds like a nice story. And largely his contract extension went under the radar, and nobody really noticed it because he wasn't a relevant guy at that point, and now he is.
He was our guest on the postgame show for the Christmas Day game, the Christmas Day massacre against the Ravens. That's how it's like Tommy Togiai was our postgame. That's how that is going to sound like an insult to Tommy Togiai. He was 3 weeks into being a Texan back then.
Yeah.
Nobody played well that game except for Tommy Togiai.
This is what you have to remember. This is because we go through this every year, every single year, and it's hilarious. Is every year people will say something like, oh, they got defensive line help, and then somebody will say, look at Malik Collins, they let him go, and look at him balling out now. This year it could have been, look at T.R. Tart, he's balling out, and they let him go. Look at Sheldon Rankins. I can't believe they let Sheldon Rankins go. This was 2 years ago.
Right.
Oh, all of a sudden, Sheldon Rankins has a really rough year physically up in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
He's back in the fold.
Yeah.
They figure out ways to bring these guys in and then get the most out of them. And then those guys leave and they find somebody else and they find somebody new. So I 100% agree with what that people are saying about you got to have that defensive tackle depth. Yeah, they got that by a strategy of signing guys on discount 1 and 2 year contracts. So I don't worry about replacing Tim Settle or replacing Sheldon Rankins or replacing Naquan Jones or anybody like that, because they just keep getting these guys and then they get the best version of them in this defense.
They probably got somebody in their scouting department that's specifically assigned to finding the next, to scouting through the course of the season, getting a list together of who the next Tim Settles are going to be.
Right.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So that's a little run through the free agents for the Texans. Not a ton of big names on there, and that's good news. You're bringing a lot of your big names back for next season. Up next, what are they saying nationally about C.J. Stroud? Is this clip that we're going to play in the next segment the one that really, really irks and ruins C.J. Stroud's offseason? And why would that be? We'll have that for you coming up next. West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. This is the newer of the West Point, Lincoln locations.
22. Payne and Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Getting a lot of texts now. People like, this is what the shopping list needs to be. This is what they need to do. It's talk that I love. I just wish we were doing it a month from now, not Tuesday after the divisional round again, unfortunately. So nationally, what are they saying about C.J. Stroud? And how much of it is C.J. listening to? We heard D'Amico say yesterday what his advice to C.J. was put your phone away. And that's probably true, because if the Odyssey app is on his phone especially, because we're about to play some audio here that probably will not please C.J. Stroud.
Does C.J. even have a Twitter account or a public Twitter account?
He does, yeah. He does. Yep, he sure does. I don't know how much he uses
on it. Much?
No.
I don't think yeah.
No.
Of all the apps to stay off of for a young athlete these days, that's the one.
Especially the Tuesday after you threw 4 interceptions. That's my rule of thumb.
You got to stay off of all of them, I suppose. The problem with TikTok is that they have all these just really, really bad, just wrong videos. Like, look, there's misinformation everywhere, but TikTok seems to do the best at just putting things out there that are completely false and then doing a 3-minute video on it. Like, they might have there's probably a TikTok out there about how, CJ has murdered 3 people since he got to Houston or something.
Yes.
And with video evidence to prove
TikTok and Facebook's become bad too with the false stories.
Those fake articles.
The fake articles, it's become really, really bad. The Speakeasy, that's Emmanuel Acho's show that he sort of owns with Shady McCoy. There, I don't know who the other 2 guys are, but one of them was reading texts or emails or something to the show, and they arrived at the point, this might be what ultimately CJ views as the biggest amount of shade if his name winds up in rap lyrics.
There's one super chat I wanted to read. Rob Maher Jr. said, "Damn, baby, throw that playoff Stroud back. I can handle it."
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Any rap video, right? Yeah. They're going to have a whole bunch of Strouds on there.
That's it. Just Stroud.
There's
nothing but Stroud everywhere.
Round of applause.
Baby, make that Stroud clap. All right, look, we got to keep it pushing.
I'm not.
I don't know if we should have played that last one. I don't know. He hasn't reached that level yet.
Yeah.
It's just this is the heat of the moment. 48 hours afterwards, and it was a really bad playoff performance. And I'm talking about both games, not just the most recent game against the Patriots. It's both the Steelers and the Patriots performance. I think though that it's like over time, there's going to be a lot of questions and a lot of debate about C.J. Stroud in the offseason. It's not at the point, though, where I don't think the white-hot thoughts nationally from the last 48 hours are going to be what people are saying 2 months from now.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a whole lot of discussion about, man, all right, some people are going to be blaming Nick Caley. Some people will be blaming the organization. Some people will be blaming C.J. Stroud, but still also understanding that, man, if you look at the actual season, kind of conveniently just acting like he had a horrendous, awful season or something, and that every game he played was as bad as the playoffs. That wasn't the case. So that's going to change a little bit. He's not at rap lyric level yet.
Okay.
Except from maybe a few specific, all those big-time Indianapolis rappers or something.
Yeah.
There are all those rappers that come out of Nashville. Maybe we'll hear something out of there. Maybe Limp Bizkit does something out of Jacksonville. But other than that, I don't think, from the hardcore, heavy-hitting rappers, I don't think you have to worry about it.
Does the Houston rap community have C.J. Stroud's back?
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, you won't hear a Houston rapper do it.
We won't hear Bun B putting a song out.
Not until if he ended up getting, cast out of here after next season or something, then you might hear.
Oh, yeah. This was an interesting take. The Texans are going to have I don't think a hard decision to make, but they're going to have a decision to make, as every team that drafted somebody 3 years ago does. Do we exercise their 5th-year option? That would be the 2027 season. I think it's a given. That's barring something bad off the field, really bad. They're going to exercise his 5th-year option over the next few months. I think early May is the deadline to do that. Shady McCoy on the speakeasy says, I wouldn't do that, not after that game on Sunday.
Texans have tough decisions to make because C.J. Stroud 2.5 is fifth-year option. You got to pick it up this offseason.
Man, and how much is that?
Probably 25, 26 million.
I'm not paying him $26 million. Yo, it was bad picks, high balls, getting tipped. Yo, I remember I think the second, I'm thinking, all right, there's nobody open. There's the defender come, dirt the ball. Simple stuff you taught in high school.
Mm-hmm.
And you trying to make plays throwing picks? Yo, and then, but the same thing is, he looked the same way against the Steelers. Just that the Steelers defense is not as good as the Patriots, in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, if he'd have took care of the ball today, and let's say he didn't have a great day, they still might have a chance to win this game. He took this team totally out of the game.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Like, if my offense is playing bad, cool. It's going to be a nail biter. But C.J. Stroud played so bad, he didn't give his team a chance to even come close to competing. Yeah. You can't win like that.
Shady McCoy's evaluation of C.J. Stroud was accurate. His take that they won't, or that he would, I guess it's his opinion, he wouldn't pick up the fifth-year option. If you're somebody who's not really into the whole contractual side of the NFL, no big deal. But I would tell you, you're going to sound silly at the water cooler saying don't exercise the fifth-year option.
Yeah, exercising the fifth-year option, it adds a year to his contract for $25 million or so that's guaranteed.
Yeah.
And that's such an easy hedge for the team to make. The problem with Shady McCoy right there is that he's using that one game in painting a picture of how the Texans should be looking at C.J. Stroud as the sum total. And that's just everything that LaShawn McCoy said there, which is true. Man, why don't you dirt the ball? Why don't you do all those things? They're things, that's what's so frustrating about this, is those are things that he had gotten a lot better at this year. The decision-making, the judgment, the game management, all of those veterans understanding how good the defense that you have supporting you is. He got really good at all that stuff, and then all of a sudden in the playoffs it vanished.
Yeah.
That's a really concerning thing, and it has to be addressed, and it has to not happen again, but it's not the thing that keeps you from exercising that fifth-year option.
No.
It just – because it isn't. That's chicken scratch when it comes to quarterback salaries. The third-year extension, or the extension that quarterbacks get after their third year, that's what's going to become a debate point. And I don't think they should give him that extension. That's where you start hedging on behalf of, like, all right, listen, if he goes out and proves it this year, then sure, we're going to have to pay more money than we would if we extend him right now. But we got to be consistent as an organization and say that we've given guys extensions after their third year when they have shown and proven without a shadow of a doubt that, yeah, these are the kinds of guys that we need here long term. CJ hasn't done that yet as a quarterback, and I think he can. If this is sounding like I'm a jerk or anything, I'm just trying to put it as straightforward as possible. I think he's very capable of showing it and proving it. He just hasn't done it yet. And I think he's capable of doing it, but I want to see him do it in this fourth season.
Here was Dan Orlovsky on ESPN yesterday saying that 31 other quarterbacks would have won that game on Sunday.
If you're Houston, you win that game with 31 other quarterbacks. And it's unfortunate.
With Jarrett Stidham?
And any other. It's unfortunate that we don't get this defense not only in the AFC title game, but then more than likely in the Super Bowl if they win that game yesterday. Bad quarterback play wins that game. Bad quarterback play. The pick six and the fumble, that's 10 points right there. Now, credit New England. New England made some crucial plays in crucial moments. Drake May's touchdown to the fourth down to Douglas, the touchdown to Steph with the ball placement, the booty play, no question. But if you're Houston, I think Houston and Buffalo walk away from this weekend sick to their stomach because they look at all the self-inflicted wounds. And Houston is just going to sit there and go, 10 turnovers by CJ, or 5 picks, 5 fumbles in 2 games in the playoffs.
Yes.
And I think now if you're Houston, you're going to sit there and go, what do we do at the quarterback position in the future?
Yeah, Dan kind of caught himself. There wasn't 10 turnovers. It was 7 turnovers, 3 of the fumbles they recovered. But his point, I mean, I feel almost silly nitpicking that, but I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. CJ's game against the Steelers, which people thought was abysmal, would have won that game on Sunday.
Yeah.
Would have won that game. The 4 turnovers, and the fact that one of the interceptions was a pick six is just it's inexcusable.
I think that's where I'm settling in. It's that like CJ is capable of much more and much better than what he showed. And right now, I feel like he's shown enough in his career that, yeah, he's got to go out and he'll be their quarterback next year.
Yes.
That doesn't prevent them from, like lots of good teams do anyway, even when you have a Tom Brady or an Aaron Rodgers or a Brett Favre or anybody else like that. I don't think it's going to be in the first. It's not going to be in the first round.
Yeah.
But I think he's very much still in prove-it mode, though, in terms of him being the bona fide, this is the guy that the franchise needs because of not just that playoff performance, but the sum total of what we've seen from the last couple of years. Yes, there's reasons that he hasn't been able to play. Would he have played better with a better supporting cast? Certainly.
Yep.
But it's a results business, and I got to see that this quarterback can actually do all of that before I feel comfortable giving him a long-term extension. And I think he is capable of it. My confidence has been shaken to an extreme degree over the last couple of weeks, but I think he's capable of it. Now, there are people, and I understand this side of it, that just flat out think, man, he's just not made of the right stuff. There's people that just think, oh, you know what? I don't know if this version of this guy that I've seen wilt like this is just constitutionally the correct guy. What holds me back from going there is just I remind myself that he's 24 years old and that even though sometimes in press conferences he tries to sound like a sage old man, that he's 24 years old and there's still a lot as it is for any 24-year-old,
yep.
There's still some maturing that can happen.
Yep.
There's still some things on the leadership side and the mental toughness side of things that can improve. It's not just that's not something you're born with and you either have it or you don't. You can improve it.
One more, who's actually on First Take right now as we speak. He's from ESPN Radio as well. Former offensive lineman. Here's his C.J. Stroud take.
Houston, we have a problem at quarterback.
Your opinion is invalidated, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry. If you use
we
Houston,
can't go with the Houston, we have a problem.
Houston, we have a problem. Your opinion is invalidated. You could have had honey dripping from your lips after that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You know the problem with Houston, we have a problem? The thing that bothers me the most is that the historically accurate was Houston, we've had a problem.
It's misquoted. Yeah.
No, it's misquoted, but I mean, they're quoting the movie properly if they're quoting Apollo 13.
Yeah.
But the whole thing about Houston, we've had a problem, is that it's that way in which astronauts and pilots are so good at taking a life-threatening situation or something that's just a very dire and drastic situation and basically just keeping your heart rate at 60 beats per minute.
Yep.
And just, hey, we're in a small capsule orbiting the Earth, and or at least, trying to get back to Earth. And we're real close to probably all dying a really miserable death right here, maybe freezing to death or something. But, cool, let's address it.
Yeah. Yep.
So I find it especially ironic that it's usually people, Houston, we have a problem.
No, it's a 5-alarm fire.
No, look, we got a problem. We'll take care of it.
Yeah, that's it, man. Just letting you know, we got a little problem here. It's all good. All right, we've had a coaching hire in the division now. There was one job opening in the division. It's been filled. How do we as Texans fans feel the Titans did filling their job? 6 openings left. Who are the favorites in the clubhouse? How would these hires be? We'll get to that. Talk to the guys on In the Loop, find out the question of the day. We'll do all that coming up next. Speaking of how you feel, how would you feel if you could save money on your
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, real quick before we get to the coaching carousel, guys on In the Loop will be here in a few minutes as well. We'll find out what their question of the day is. Seth, you on the heels of Chris Canty, ESPN analyst, giving us a Houston we have a problem to help analyze C.J. Stroud. You proceeded to give a lesson on death in space travel.
Well, I didn't give a lesson. No, I just talked. No, I gave a lesson on the ordeal and just said that it was Houston. We've had a problem.
Right.
But I mentioned that, it was a dire situation and they would have either, suffocated or frozen to death if things hadn't worked out.
Okay. Well, here comes the lesson from the texter.
Okay.
So death in a space vacuum goes two ways. Breath, your lungs explode and you go pretty quick.
Yeah, no, yeah, okay.
If you exhale, I love how dismissive you are of this.
Yeah.
If you exhale, your veins flash freeze over 30 seconds and expand, shattering every vein and artery in your body, slightly slower and a more painful death.
Yeah, okay, listen well, actually, guy. They weren't being expelled from the freaking capsule, okay? They were going to die from a lack of oxygen or too much carbon dioxide, or they were going to have a disastrous reentry or something.
Okay.
All right? Read a damn book.
I think he's just trying to help.
This is somebody who spent 1.5 weeks as an engineering major in college, all right? I know what I'm talking about here.
So this guy, if I'm reading you correctly, Seth, this guy is describing if you're just floating out there in space, you were describing obviously being inside some
Well, you got a whole other host of issues, too,
vestibule.
if you're out floating in a space vacuum or something.
That's true.
They were in the capsule.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. I
might very well be wrong on all of this.
Texter, if the texter's right, I think it's a pretty good.
They weren't.
That's
The
a pretty good
problem was
lesson.
the problem wasn't the pressurization. They didn't have the scrubber that was giving them enough oxygen.
Yeah,
that was so they would have long before the capsule would have succumbed to the pressures or lack of pressure of space. They would have either suffocated or if they had tried to re-entry before it was ready, that way they could have burned up or skipped off into space. But it was a lack of oxygen that was going to be the issue.
And wasn't there a carbon monoxide issue too?
That's part of the whole balance of scrubbing the CO2 to turn it into oxygen. So either if it's because of a buildup of too much carbon dioxide and the addition of not enough oxygen, that was the issue.
Okay, good. I'm glad we had this talk. The lesson here is if you're ever in a space vacuum, hold your breath. You'll go much quicker. That's the lesson. How do you feel about Robert Saleh in the division now?
I don't like it. I think he got a raw deal in New York, as coaches of the New York Jets tend to get. And I thought he did. I mean,
they know what they're signing up for.
I'm not asking you to cry him a river for his guaranteed money or anything. Yeah. But he took that Jets team and coached them to almost a 500 record with 4 different non-NFL quarterbacks.
7-10. Yep.
He went 7-10. Got the best game ever out of Zach Wilson versus a respectable Houston Texans
who was that
defense.
Against? Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Saleh did some good things with that team, despite having just a train wreck of a situation with the quarterback. And I think a lot of the criticism of Saleh came from people who weirdly thought that somehow him handling press conference questions about Aaron Rodgers and the decrepit offensive coordinator that he came in with was somehow a Robert Saleh problem. Instead of, as this happens with the Jets, it's everything except the actual reason for the problem that people want to talk about, because you can't do anything about the owner.
Yeah. I'd rather they'd have hired Matt Nagy, even though that's an offensive coach and they've got a young quarterback they're trying to.
Yeah.
This is my concern with Robert Saleh. My concern with Robert Saleh is that he finds somebody to come in and be his OC, and they get the best out of Cam Ward. I think that's a justifiable concern.
Bobby Slowick, for instance.
And who knows? Maybe Slowick.
Mike McDaniel is the actual one.
That would be the scary one. Yeah. But look, Slowick. Sometimes guys do better the second time around. Maybe and
we don't even know Mike McDaniel is a genuine offensive coordinator.
Right.
That's the thing. Look at Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels, the thing that pisses me off so much about the Patriots right now is that Josh McDaniels probably isn't going to get another chance to be a head coach.
Yep.
So Vrabel is in the sweet spot. He's a defensive-minded head coach who has an offensive coordinator who probably is going to be there for a while.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel might not get another chance as a head coach, but he might, in his role as an offensive coordinator, that might be exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah.
And if the Titans have Mike McDaniel as the offensive coordinator and Robert Saleh who's got like Mike Vrabel and DeMeco Ryans tendencies to himself.
Yeah.
He's that kind of just haver of it, leader of men type of guy. I much would have preferred Matt Nagy.
Yeah.
As somebody that wants the Titans to fail. I think that Saleh's going to do good things for that defense over there, and I think that he'll probably hire a pretty good offensive coordinator that can get the most out of Cam Ward.
I think he will too. Now, the downside with Saleh, we had that season where the Jets were on Hard Knocks. And, I use Hard Knocks as a lot of my evaluation because I'm not in the building. I don't know. But Hard Knocks gives us a 1-hour view into – Hard Knocks gives us a sliver this big of what actually goes on in the building.
Yeah.
That sliver, Seth, if you recall, Saleh created a lot of internal conflict between the offense and the defense.
Film with the offense and basically say, look at the defense. They're doing everything you're supposed to do.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I always worry about with coaches kind of almost creating pitting one unit against the other, especially when you're the head coach but you're also in charge of the defense. It almost feels like, the head coach doesn't like us.
I hope he does it. I hope he does it in Tennessee.
Yeah.
That would be nice. Yeah.
No, it can go one of both ways. Every different coach has his own style, and sometimes that dynamic works, and you do create an environment like that, and it can actually be really effective. The way I saw it on Hard Knocks, and it's just one little sliver, it looked in that instance at least like he was going a little overboard. That, man, you gotta be sure those guys on the offense know that you've got their back. And if anything, be talking smack about the defense, and get to the point where, they want to compete against the defense and show that they can keep up with them.
Yeah, well, and when Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback on that other side, you got to be real cognizant of pissing him off, obviously. I still believe to this day Rodgers is the one who got him fired.
Yeah, and that's an Aaron Rodgers problem more than a Robert Saleh problem, I think.
I agree. And everything you hear about Cam Ward is I feel like Cam Ward is wired to take that kind of coaching, or if that's a tactic that Saleh's using, internalize it the right way as opposed to taking it personally like some do.
So we'll probably hear about who his coordinator is pretty quickly here.
I would think so.
I would see Mike Daniel.
Yes.
I'm not. I wonder exactly. This is the thing I don't like about Mike McDaniel that makes me nervous is that when he was a young coach, he realized, okay, I got to figure out a way as I'm competing with the Sean McVays and Kyle Shanahans who are also on this staff and try to figure out how to set myself apart. He really anchored in on the run game and learning blocking and all of these things that you worry about sometimes with these wannabe whiteboard geniuses. Those guys don't like thinking about the run game. I think Mike McDaniel very much does. He respects and understands how important the choice of offensive line coach is. And, that's one thing the Texans whiffed on their first couple years. They hired the wrong offensive line coach. I think there's a real good chance that they get that right if Mike McDaniel's their offensive coordinator.
Through a Texans lens, tell me which of these 6 favorites for the other 6 openings scares you the most.
Okay.
Arizona, none of the NFC ones probably should, but Arizona, Vance Joseph is the favorite there. Baltimore, Jesse Minter is the favorite there, the DC for Jim Harbaugh in Los Angeles. Vance Joseph, of course, is the DC in Denver for Sean Payton. Klint Kubiak is the favorite for both the Vegas job and the Buffalo job. And last I checked, he can't take both of those, but he is the favorite for both of them. Grant Udinski is all of a sudden the favorite, the wonderkind who is with O'Connell in Minnesota. He's in Jacksonville. That's right. He was in Minnesota. He was with Gladstone down there in Liam Cohen and G down there. He's the favorite in Cleveland right now. And then Pittsburgh, Chris Shula, the grandson of the legendary Don Shula, is the favorite.
Okay, so Udinski is the one who has the most potential to be a Sean McVay type of dude, where he's
30.
Yeah, he's 30. He's a whiz kid. He comes out of Minnesota, and it's really interesting because Minnesota is where they started this this legal sign stealing scheme that Robert Saleh talked about, where they get really good at figuring out what the defensive calls are and the hand signals and the verbal calls by the defensive backs to dial up the right play and make the adjustment pre-snap.
Yeah.
And I think it greatly so then that ends up being, Sam Darnold's in Minnesota, he ends up in Seattle using a lot of, and you can watch it on film, you can watch it on TV. You can see these guys using motion, figuring it out, changing the play call. Trevor Lawrence figured it out midway through the season and started using that really effectively. And if Grant Udinski is one of the young whiz kids that started the whole shebang off in Minnesota, that makes me nervous. That makes me nervous that they might have a Sean McVay type of dude up there.
Okay, this is a great text. Saleh and Cohen get to make death threats to each other twice a year now.
Oh,
Remember that? Because Saleh, what you were just talking about, Seth, Saleh paid a compliment to Cohen when Jacksonville was getting ready to play San Francisco this year and said they've gotten really good at the legal sign stealing. And after Jacksonville beats San Francisco, Cohen goes out to midfield and is like, get my name out of your mouth, man.
Yeah.
Stop sirs.
Yeah.
Saleh's like, I didn't say you were a cheater. I said it was legal sign stealing. What the hell?
Saleh didn't even talk any crap. That was all out of Liam Cohen.
Yeah, man.
Got a chip on his little
Mr.
shoulder
Chip
there.
on the shoulder,
Got a chip
Cohen.
on his narrow shoulders.
Yep.
Robert Saleh's got broad shoulders. Doesn't need a chip on him.
Nope.
He could have just smacked him into oblivion
Could've
right
had
there
a
and
bag
taken
of
care of a
chips.
disease.
Yeah.
Just get Liam Cohen out of this division, damn it.
That's fun. Saleh and Cohen hating each other. That's good. I like that.
A chip on his little shoulder.
Do we get
do
we get an AFC South Ben Johnson, Matt LaFleur out of that? Like, because that I feel like that is feeding families.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Like, I love seeing the rivalry really stoked amongst the coaches. It feels like players don't stay in a place long enough to develop rivalries in the way we used to.
Yeah.
So the coaches not have to take on the identity of the team that way.
I like that. Ben Johnson with the dismissive handshake of Matt LaFleur. Yeah.
I saw somebody say something a couple weeks ago about D'Amico and Liam Cohen not liking each other. And I almost think that it was somebody that messed up in their mind and they were thinking of Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans as the same guy.
Conflating them?
No, just, kind of former San Francisco 49ers offensive coordinators or defensive coordinators or something along those. Because I don't remember there being any kind of anything between D'Amico and Liam Cohen. Do you?
No.
Yeah, no cross comments.
Dude,
or anything.
I don't know anything D'Amico and anybody.
He's too cordial. He's far too cordial.
Yeah,
for
does
that.
D'Amico?
Wasn't there a rumor about him and Tomlin? D'Amico and Tomlin?
If there were, did you see the mic'd up of D'Amico?
Oh, yeah.
hugging on Tomlin?
Yeah. I'm talking about before.
Yeah, not that I know
I
of.
don't think so.
Yeah.
Not that I ever saw.
I think D'Amico had
It's a way of having a thing called a kill zone, and nobody even brings it up outside of Houston. I love it.
Right.
The NFL's not going to try to popularize that or anything.
No.
Now in the old days, they would have had John Facenda talking about it. on a documentary.
There would have been a VHS tape named Killzone with all the big hits in the Killzone. Saleh going to the Titans just turned us into the NFC West. This division is going to be insanely difficult now. This was probably our only chance at a Super Bowl. Sir or ma'am, do you watch the NFL? Like, things change every year. Yeah, it's over. That's it. That's it. Forever.
It does introduce a certain level of, if Robert Saleh gets the right kind of guys in there, it turns into a brutally physical football team, at least defensively, that you got to face twice a year.
Yeah.
So that part will be fun.
Yep. This we know, the AFC South, not the sad sack division anymore.
No.
13-win team, 12-win team. So we're out of the cellar as a division. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, you guys have heard their voices in the last couple of minutes here. They are in the loop. How we doing, fellas?
Good. Starting to get over it. It lingered a little bit.
That's how I felt this morning.
Lingered a little bit more than I wanted.
Driving in, right as I was turning on Cummins to get into the garage, I said, you know what? It's starting to sting a little bit less today.
Yeah. Not altogether gone.
Then I started playing all this audio, and it starts stinging all over again,
Yes,
like my
exactly.
right eye right now.
Yeah.
It stings.
It stings. I would have thought that was no. I guess that makes
It
sense.
hurts. Yeah, it hurts.
Well, it doesn't look the best.
It's a sty. I got a sty over my
hate
right
those.
eye.
How does that? How do those come about? Because I'm gonna write.
You look at a dog poop.
It's a bacteria.
That's an old wives' tale.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Yeah. If you
Okay, well, I don't own a dog, and I haven't watched any dogs poop lately. So there's other ways to
Well,
get
I
it,
guess,
apparently.
I mean, there might be some truth, like how close up are we talking?
Yeah, you get right up in there.
Here it comes.
Oh, wow, my eye.
I can see up there. Ah, my eye.
No, have y'all heard that's an old wives' tale?
I've never heard that before. That was not on the piece of paper I got from the urgent care
Well, it should have been.
yesterday.
It should
They
have
give you
been.
a summary. You go to the urgent care, they give you a summary of what you have and how long it takes.
We're a full-service show. Don't look at a dog poop.
No, I've got it's a bacterial infection. I've got antibiotic ointment that I'm putting on there. And
John, isn't there something about a dog watching you when it poops, though? That
Maybe that's it.
There's some meaning to that, like actual, like scientific.
feels like a job for AI. So.
Yeah, I think it's like the dog trusts you if it watches you.
Oh, that part. Yeah.
Oh, you probably say that about humans as well, I would imagine. You know,
I do it all the time.
You sit there and watch somebody while you're pooping. I really trust you right now.
Dogs look at you while pooping because they feel vulnerable and are seeking protection.
Okay,
trusting you as their pack member to watch for danger.
Oftentimes, when I see pooping dogs, I walk up like a security guard at a concert, and I hold my arms out like this. Stay away from the pooper.
And you've earned a friend for life.
I have. The dogs in the neighborhood love me. You're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. What's the question of the day, fellas?
So you thought it stopped stinging, huh?
Yeah.
Here he goes.
Here we go. Here we go. Okay. You played the Dan Orlovsky audio just a little while ago.
We did. We played it in the last segment.
You could have with 31 other quarterbacks.
Yeah.
We're going to play it at 10:40. The question of the day is, who could have played quarterback and won Saturday?
You know,
Sunday?
when I hear that question, I immediately go to what are the worst performances either for the Texans or against the Texans that I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And I would say that Rusty Smith in 2010 was the quarterback for the Titans in the Andre Johnson-Cortland Finnegan game. And the Texans, with a horrific defense, won that game 20-0. They had a shut. That was their last shutout.
Yeah.
Before whatever shutout they got recently here. So I would say Rusty, he threw 3 interceptions to Glover Quinn on that day.
Yikes.
Rusty Smith would have won that game.
Ugh.
Kevin Hogan, who might be the worst quarterback I've ever seen come to NRG Stadium.
Stanford alum, right?
Would have won that
Stanford
game.
alum would have won that game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why he would have won it, because he's a Stanford.
You know,
alum.
I actually
smart, I've heard.
I actually put some thought into this
Yeah.
because, hey, just take a sack.
Yeah.
Well, the right answer then is David Carr.
David Carr would have won that game. David Carr would have. He's really good at taking
David
sacks.
Carr is excellent at taking sacks.
Yeah.
He would have won that game.
He would have won that game.
I'll tell you what, the more I think about this, the less crazy a thought it is that if they would have just done the Cade Stover tush push every play once they were up 10-7, I think they might have had a better chance of winning that game.
That's not a joke. If they had just punted the ball back. Now, what's weird
well, no,
is
because they would have scored it. Like Drake May had 3 really nice drives.
He
in
did.
that game.
He had 3 nice drives in that game, and none of them were after a turnover. So yeah, that is the one thing where you're like, well, so and so, this and that did have 3 touchdowns. 3 touchdown drives in that game.
Yeah,
that were nice. So and yet I love this question. So okay.
The big thing about that would be once you had the lead there, and if you push your way all the way down the field once or twice, I think they have a better chance of scoring more touchdowns in that game with the Cade Stover tush push.
Okay, here's the heat check on your question.
He also wouldn't have torn his ACL.
Right. Yeah. Oh, do we know that that's what happened?
No, sorry.
I think it's a calf injury.
No, that's good.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
There's. It's hard to keep all the tight end injuries.
All the tight end injuries. Yeah, Brevin Jordan's your most healthy tight end right now. And he's on IR. This is the heat check. Brian Hoyer from the 2015 wild card round game against the Chiefs.
I've got a bet.
Maybe
he had 5 turnovers in that game.
Maybe
they got shut out.
Take a sack.
Nobody's going to bring up Davis Mills.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
that's actually a serious one.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Phillip Rivers is already on the text board, and I firmly believe
Phillip
that.
Rivers would have absolutely won that playoff game. He would have only thrown 1 pick. He would have definitely thrown 1 pick.
Yeah, but he would have gotten the ball in the right spots and not taken out people's
Phillip Rivers would have won that game by 10.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
True story.
God, that's sad. That is sad.
It's sad and infuriating is what it is. Okay, I was over it driving in this morning, and now I'm not anymore. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Told you that was going to happen.
Yep. All right, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you.
Oh, antibodies and proper distance from pooping dogs.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that hay is in the barn already. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Reggie Datatula, G-Fit, they are in the loop, and they start now.
I want to say, I saw it in Sean's good eye that he was like, you can't stop me from doing what I love. Anyways, let's get going here on a Tuesday.
Eye works. It's just a little swollen.
Nah, I was just making a
You should
joke
wear a
to
patch.
start.
It's all good.
Put a patch on.
That's too
I
much.
That'd be
should.
sweet if you wore a patch.
Man, do you think Amazon can get one to me?
without
Like
question.
Amazon
Today.
Prime?
Without
Yeah.
question.
Today.
Yeah.
I think you'll have it by the end of our show. Speaking of, let's get going here on a Tuesday. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard Sean. He told you all the people involved. That's the OG John Lopez. I am Reginald Datatula. We got Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you rolling with us on the text line. Trying to jump forward to 1040 already, the 832. Good morning, guys. Clint Stoerner would have won that game. Thank you.
For sure. For sure. Right now.
He's thrown 4 picks in a game before, though.
He would have won it as is.
Fundamentals and techniques has
That's
to get
right.
better.
Yeah, that's right.
Doing
Old
the
Dirty
simple
Red.
things savagely well, baby.
Yes, exactly.
We got guys that don't want to be in their gap.
Oh man, let's try and have a little fun as we want to do during this show, but also let's keep doing what we do, breaking down the sports and so on, especially as we come off of the weekend that was. You know what happened, but get involved with the program. Happy, sad, indifferent. We want you here. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. But also, we appreciate the Mo Kierman Jewelers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. How are we feeling now that we're more than 24 hours, or actually, almost 4?
You have a head cold or that congestion. More like you have that congestion. You're coughing.
I wouldn't know. I'm not immortal.
And then you come out of it, and you just have that phlegm. You just have a little phlegm.
That's me right now.
Yeah, you're getting over it, but you're still not 100%.
I'm good to go, but I've still got the
yeah.
once in a while.
That's where I am with the text.
Or like when you get some drainage when you didn't
got to blow your nose a couple times. That's it.
I'm good to go, but I still every once in a while.
We called this chapter of the book drainage.
Yeah,
is what we're doing right now.
I'm good to go, but I'm not 100%.
Yes.
Did not realize that's how this is going to happen.
It's one of the 5 stages of grief.
That's right.
Yes.
It's drainage.
Drainage.
Slash
John's
phlegm.
on drainage.
Yes.
That's right.
Anger. What is it?
Bargaining. Depression.
Phlegm.
And
then acceptance.
Drainage.
Yeah. This is how that.
Hey, by the way, real quick.
Yeah.
It's worth noting tomorrow, right now, we're going to be hearing from Nick Casario.
Yeah. Which,
right now.
I'm going to be honest. The people that I've seen respond to it,
Ooh, boy.
whether that's a vocal minority or what have you, not seeming all too excited
No, they're not.
about that sit down with the assembled media from Nick Casario.
Yeah.
But questions are going to be asked and answers hopefully given. I don't know to what degree of confidence or happiness, but we will get those tomorrow. Appreciate the programming note. But yeah, the reason why I said this title of this chapter, that's one of the things that CJ Stroud was asked yesterday. And CJ Stroud, I think now that we're a little bit further off of the acting the game, I think that
Off the slide?
No, we definitely
We're
on the
still
slide
on the
here.
slide.
The slide, we are very much on the slide here. But no, we're a little bit further away. I imagine we have done away with a little bit of the emotion of this, so we can maybe try to be a little bit more reasonable. Let's talk about C.J. Stroud now in this context with a little bit more clarity, even though there is still a little emotional drainage happening here. The simple thing is, we talked about it. C.J. Stroud's going to be here next year, but where do we move forward with C.J., I think is the conversation. We know he played bad. He seems to know, at least to some degree, that he let down his team and he played some level of bad. Reasonable minds apparently can disagree. But where do we move on from here? And we start with, obviously, the big question that people have been kind of tossing a little bit even before this season, which is, do you extend C.J. Stroud? So I'll throw that to you, John Lopez. Year 3 or after year 3 is typically when, especially for quarterbacks, but rookies, you start looking at, do you give them the extension?
And just for clarity purposes, you can either right now this year, going into the offseason, you can either pick up the option, the 5th-year option.
Well, I mean, I think the 5th-year option is one of those things. Do you like the quarterback just generally, or are you ready to get out of it? Because if you don't pick up the 5th-year option, you're saying we're just trying to get out of this as soon as we possibly can.
Right, but you can pick up the 5th-year option or extend him. And quarterbacks who are known, considered to be
if you are a starter, not even if you are a starter,
your
5th-year option is picked up.
Is picked up, but they're also extended. They're off extended. My answer to that, Reggie, this is the easiest question we'll have all day. Absolutely not do you extend him. No chance. 0% chance you extend him. You can't do it. You just can't. I mean, we know what the story is. We know, the quote-unquote decline that some people are calling him. He's not going to like it. There are repercussions.
I'm not sure. I think that this is also easy because from a David Mulligetta standpoint, that is C.J. Stroud's agent, I don't know that they want to do the extension at this given point. Well, I don't know that it behooves them to do it.
Yeah, they don't want to do it right now because they probably leaving a lot of money, possible money on the table. But it's hard for them not to look at that offense like, man, what are y'all doing to our quarterback right now?
So what you're saying, because I think my counterpoint to what you guys are saying is, while that may be true, there's also the possibility that he has a worse season next year.
Yeah, but they don't believe that.
No, I understand that, but there's a possibility they have to consider it, whether they believe it or not.
Or honestly, maybe this is C.J. Stroud. Maybe right now that's what
and whether they're C.J. Stroud, I'm the guy, David Mulligetta, he's the guy. They have to consider it, or he's not doing his job as an agent. So,
I mean, sure, I'm not saying that there's no consideration. Yeah. That has moved on from pretty quickly. Mulligetta wouldn't be his agent if he did not believe that C.J. Stroud was capable. C.J. Stroud clearly believes in his abilities to the point where it annoys some of us on the outside hearing the ways that he's like, I still, I still feel like I played a good second half, and I still think I have good play in him. And to be fair, I do think that he has good play within him. And get that has become more of a question over the last, weekend of football and such, or actually the last couple of weeks of football, really. But from their perspective, you're very much in a not even difficult bet on yourself circumstance. And David Mulligetta, he has been in circumstances where, with notable clients, they have bet on their clients. He has done this a lot of times. It would behoove them, especially with them having the belief in him as not just being a good quarterback, but probably being a great to elite one. And again, I'm saying the belief that they have to have in that camp. There's no way that you walk into signing an extension coming off of what was a very bad 2 games, probably what you could say is 2 worst games for your client as a pro.
I think there is a way. I totally disagree with you on that. And the reason I do is two things. Number one, even if they're leaving some money on the table, which they would be, if he has a great season next year. But you have to consider, what if this is bad? And it's not necessarily CJ's fault. What if the fit is bad? We've seen the fit does not work.
And if the fit is bad, getting the extension now is not the way that you'd want to do.
No, here's why it is. Because if it doesn't work out next year, and he doesn't like it, and he takes a step back, you might be leaving some money on the imaginary money at this point on the table right now by not signing an extension. But if you do sign an extension for a quarterback, even coming off of C.J. Stroud struggles, what's the floor of that contract? $50 million bonus, let's say 5 years even, if you just want to shorten it up. 5 years, I
think 5 years would probably be standard.
Well, whatever. Let's say 5 years. $80 million? I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of money that he can absolutely get right now, including a $50 million bonus. So I think they are sort of have to consider taking a negotiation right now. From the Texans' perspective, no way you do it.
I think that they're actually both on the same page, but ultimately I think we land on the same place, which is C.J. Stroud playing on the 4th year of his rookie deal. I imagine you pick up the 5th year option because, again, he's been starter quality. And I know that we're in the moment where you've seen him be really bad in the last couple of games. You look over the course of the season, and he was just about at the, maybe the bottom of that top third of quarterbacks when it comes to a lot of different performances statistically this season. And ain't nobody trying to hear that. I get it, but you have to be realistic about this. He is starter quality. And so you pick up that 5th year option, and you try and situate this better for him to be better next year. But that is the question then that we get to. How do you make C.J. Stroud better next year?
Yeah, no, it is the question, and I think there's a lot there that C.J. Stroud. Here's the other thing. He may not want to be here. I mean, we have to face that.
I've been saying that for a long time, man. Yeah. If they're not surrounding him with the right pieces
and the right offense that he likes,
the offense, and remember who his agent is.
Yeah, Reggie. It seems crazy because they drafted him. He's got this 5th year option. He's made his money. The 5th year option would be what, $26 to $28 million, somewhere in there. But he may not want to be here. he making decisions on his own too. Yeah.
All right, I'll take you to C.J. Stroud. There's a lot of things that were said by C.J. Stroud, by D'Amico Ryans yesterday. In fact, we didn't know that C.J. Stroud would talk. This is somewhat unusual for this to be the case, to be entirely honest. But we heard from C.J. yesterday, and I thought it was a very interesting conversation with him. I definitely felt like it was insightful in some ways. I did not feel like we were just getting the same old from C.J. But this was C.J. specifically when he was asked about the possibility of this Texans offense growing under Nick Hughley.
Yeah, definitely. I love Kels. I think, there's growth in our relationship. There's growth in, his ability to call plays, growth in, D'Amico trusted him. So, whatever, our coaches decide, I love Kels, and I'm rocking with him, however long he's going to be here.
I throw this up here because you asked, what if he doesn't want to be here? And now, if he didn't want to be here, I don't know that he'd get out here and specifically, telegraph that. However, how do you read the way that he answers that, saying that he loves Kales, that he feels like Nick Hughley has progressed in his ability to call it, and in D'Amico Ryans' trust of him? How did you read that?
But right in the middle there, right in the middle.
Yep.
He said, whatever they decide.
Yep.
Man. And I think, that is interesting to say the least, and maybe it's an editorial statement, kind of a subtle way from, he said the right things and then he goes, whatever they decide. He doesn't like this offense, in my opinion, but I don't think it's the fit that he likes. I don't think it's the style that he likes, but it's the style that won this to lump it. He kind of had to just take his medicine and do what they asked him to do. The other part is, you can compare him to Trevor Lawrence when they extended him. It wasn't the extension that it wasn't anything other than getting a new coach that could fit him into the right offense for him that made him flourish. The money didn't have anything to do with it. We know that because he didn't play well when he got the contract. Still, it's the system fitting him, and then the money looks smarter.
I mean, me, I'm very much on in the school of thought that circumstance matters a great deal when we talk about quarterbacks. And I understand the people that go, elite quarterbacks, are able to make it work even without the circumstance. All right, let's get to the place where we go, C.J. Stroud is not elite. I'm willing to concede there. Is the only option elite quarterback? Because I imagine you'll be waiting for a long time if you're only looking for elite quarterback. There's ways to do this without an elite quarterback. Now, again, I'm not immediately trying to give C.J. Stroud any ground here. We still are figuring out what bucket we feel most comfortable placing him in. But even if he is not going to fit in the elite quarterback bucket, there are really, really good quarterbacks, great quarterbacks even, that are not elite quarterbacks, but in the right circumstance can do a lot of stuff. So I think that's going to be an interesting thing to talk about. We will have a conversation about that today on this program about, is this the right circumstance if you are going to get the most out of C.J. Stroud? But, yeah, you talk about him not liking the system. If I'm being entirely honest, I don't know if I like the system for him per se.
Sure,
at least
absolutely.
Not as optimal. It does feel like, and I think
I did with Trevor Lawrence. That's the example I'm saying.
Right. I think the C.J. Stroud, the better system for him was the system that, or at least the Shanahan system in theory. I don't know that Bobby Slowick was the right practitioner for it, but you're in a place where now the conversation will be at some point, and we'll have this, I think, at noon. How do you navigate that? Because you have a first-year coordinator who did develop this year. Was it enough? And do you have enough options to move away if you were going to?
Let's get into that because there's something I want to add to what you just said.
We will get into that as we continue along here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A Tuesday here as we continue to parse through all the things that happen with your Texans as we welcome to offseason, man. Coming up next, I do want to just ask this as an overarching question, and we can go where you want here. Are the Texans as close to a Super Bowl team as they want to believe? One of the things that you have to do when you're going into any period of change is take stock of where you are. So I want to do that coming up next.
Another year, another divisional round exit. is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
It's hit it big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the off the slide. If you listen to Lil Kiki. Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you rolling here on a Tuesday. Hope you're having a good one to this point. Let's dig more into this Texans team as we're technically in the offseason, man. We not too far from having to evaluate what kind of people that you need to have running the show, what kind of people that you need to have to do the work to get yourself ready for the 2026 football season. But before you do anything, I feel like, number one, you got to take inventory, right? You got to take stock of where you are. Yeah. At least, if you want to do it right? If you want to go and be able to make anything happen. I think it's one of the things that's annoyed some people with the C.J. Stroud evaluation of his performances, or at least the way that he's come across, is I think some people look at it and go, are you taking adequate stock of what happened to give yourself the best chance to go and actually answer those things?
Absolutely, 100%.
And so with that, I kind of want to do it from a larger team perspective, John Lopez. And so take this question how you want to and how you need to in order to get there. And you too, on the text line 713-572-4610. We're a team as they want to believe, or as we wanted to believe. Because one of the questions that I asked the fellas yesterday at the end of the show when we were cross-talking and handing it over to the drive, was this year as different as it felt, right? Because we were talking about it. You yourself had said it. In the poetic way that you tend to do, that this year felt different. But ultimately, the result is the same as what the haters wanted you to, the Texas fans are getting excited again. Here comes a divisional round exit again. And you can't say that they were wrong that it was a divisional round exit again. Was this different? Is this team as close to a Super Bowl as they want to believe?
Yeah, look, I think the answer is so many different levels and directions you can go in.
Let's do them. Just pick one. We'll walk it out.
But if I had to say yes or no, is it as close to a Super Bowl team as we want? I want to dig into some things that are hard to predict.
Okay.
But my short answer is yes, because we know this defense is young. We know this defense largely will come back intact, and we know this defense is great. Here's where it gets interesting for me, though. There are so many things in the NFL in particular, but in football, that are completely unpredictable from one year to the next. One thing that they did fantastically well, two things defensively, was turnovers and winning one-possession games down the stretch. Obviously, this past week notwithstanding, but turnovers are viral. Turnovers are like a virus.
That's a good way to describe it.
Like, you can have an absolutely fantastic defense. The next, you get a lot of turnovers and then not so many turnovers. That's huge.
Are you encouraged at all by the fact that we were having a similar conversation in the offseason last year? About turnovers, and it was largely interceptions that year. Remember the 2024 season, this team had a number of interceptions. I should have this in front of me, actually, as I say this. And then this year, it was a little bit less about interceptions and more about, kind of fumbles, strip sacks, things of that nature.
Yeah.
Does it give you any encouragement that they had turnovers, but they generated them in different ways? I say that to say this defense is one that, with its speed and its physicality and its violence, and the talent that it has, that they are going to generate turnovers in different ways, and maybe you're not dependent on the exact same way to generate the turnover.
Right. Yeah, no, that's why I said my short answer is yes, because this team is good enough to cover receivers long enough for the rush to get there. Also good enough for the rush to get there that you don't have to cover them as long. So I think there will, by default, be some turnovers. But when I say turnovers are viral, what was their total number of turnovers this year? I didn't even look at the end of the year. Let's say, I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. You're looking it up. Let's say they got 30 turnovers, all right?
I feel like that's high.
That might be high. Let's just say they got 30 turnovers. What if they get 20? Those 10, those 10 that you got this year that you don't get next year could be the difference in some games. And that leads to the one possession thing, how good they were down the stretch in one possession games. By definition, it is a one possession game. They didn't go their way early. They absolutely went their way late. So, like I said, it's just short answer, yes, but there are some things in there that would kind of make you feel like, yeah, confident, but can they really duplicate this?
Yeah, you were so far off. It was not 30 takeaways this year, 29.
Oh, okay. So,
what an idiot this guy is,
I
man.
wasn't watching this season
Oh,
at
my
all.
goodness. How did you think it was 30
all
takeaways?
right, so let's use it. Let's say they go from 29 to 20 next year. How does that make this defense look?
This year, if you had 20 turnovers, you would have been tied with Buffalo, Baltimore, and Miami and New Orleans at 15.
Right. That could be the difference.
And you were third this year, by the way. The only two teams that had more takeaways this season in the regular season was the Chicago Bears and the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah. So that's my point. Yes, it's a great defense. Yes, the short answer is this: they are close to being a Super Bowl team. But boy, it is asking a lot to get another 29 turnovers and win 10 or 11 straight or whatever it was, 8 out of 10 one-possession games down the stretch. By definition, Reggie, a one-possession game can go either way.
Yeah, and I think there's another thing that you could talk about. It will sound kind of silly when I say this because, there's been issues for sure. In fact, some of the things that felt like they could have been small marginal gains for you in this game were, if you had more health on the offensive side. However, you were pretty lucky. You were pretty healthy on the defensive side of the football, which we were talking about as the strength. How many games did you miss amongst the best players? Your edge rushers didn't miss any games, did they?
They took days off, but not game day.
Your star cornerbacks only missed collectively one game, right? And Kamari Lassiter at the end of the season. Although Derek Stingley, you can maybe say, like, if you want to go to like half games or whatever because he was dealing with the oblique or whatever. All right, maybe you can add another game there if you so choose.
You were lucky there.
Azeez Al-Shire missed one game in the middle of the park, right? Like there's been a decent amount of injury luck when you talk about the strength of this team. What are the chances that you have that again? And I'm knock on wood because I'm not wishing that.
Just unpredictable.
But those are some of the unpredictabilities. I think though you answer that by having the right depth, having guys that can step up, which I believe they're capable of doing. I say all that as a long way, at least when it comes to the defensive side of it, which feels like, again, if this team is going to be Super Bowl caliber, you need that. I still feel like you're capable of keeping that same level. The only other question I would have, and I did not ask you this, is there anything in your mind that says, with another year of exposure to the league, that somebody will find an answer to unlock what you do defensively?
I mean, that's a possibility. I have just a world of confidence in this defense in being great. It's those little things that I just mentioned that could be unpredictable. But you do have to you do have to go to the offensive side of the ball.
Without question.
And take C.J. Stroud out of the equation. You still don't know what your running game is. You still don't know if this offensive line is going to be. I mean, you can't run this offensive line back, right?
No.
Right?
No. I mean,
Ingram aging. Who knows on some of these other spots?
I know
you're good with.
D'Amico gave the offensive line credit in his post game, his conversation with the media yesterday, and I think he was right in saying that. One, he did say that people don't acknowledge the offensive line's development enough, which
I'm going to say credit is an understatement, man. He was glowing about the offensive line.
Yeah. But, yes, he was giving them a lot of plaudits. And if you go and look at statistics, you can see that they absolutely did improve once they found their level middle of the year. But I still think that that's all relative, right? That's an incremental increase from the previous season where they were putrid. I think that you still need a better development there. And so that's where investment is required in the offseason, is that offensive line to be better. I think the point blank period, if you want to be Super Bowl contender, I think the idea of having one unit that's just going to drag another unit to a Super Bowl is a tough one. It felt like this was a year, but I think we also acknowledged the uniqueness of this year and the path that was laid out.
I want to get y'all's answers, Figgy and Reggie. I gave you mine. Are they as close to a Super Bowl as advertised?
I think that they are. But, again, it's going to require a very deft touch in the way that you invest because, again, I think it was Sean that was saying it. It's likely that one of the teams that employs Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, like one of those teams back in the playoffs, adding another one of those difficult hurdles to clear. I don't know how you feel about Jacksonville, but that was year one with the new coordinator, and where do they go in another year? We can talk about all this. The path is going to be a little bit tougher, but they do have the bare bones. Offensively, though, you've got to be able to take a step forward, a significant step forward, to be a genuine contender. But I think that they are close. They're as close as they believe.
I'll say they're close this year, this season. I don't know about next season because honestly, I hate to say it like this, but the quarterback position.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure what to think of C.J. Stroud at this point. I'm not sold on the offense at all, man. I'm totally out on the offense. And like Reggie said, man, I don't know if you put the Chiefs back in there, are they going to be in the way? I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl, but are they going to be in the way? It's Baltimore.
Right.
With a new head coach and Lamar, is they going to be in the way? Buffalo, they going to be in the way. We ain't talking about Denver.
Yeah.
And, a team like the Chargers, just teams that's in the way. Yeah, New England. It's going to be a lot of teams in the way. So I'm not sure how it's going to look next year. I think this year was the luckiest year.
Yeah.
The perfect time with the window wide open that they could have got to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so they are close, but they're also not. They're not right there. Like there's work that needs to be done. I think that they know that. But yes, it's going to take a decent amount of investment, and we're going. This is the objective. This is now the objective of the offseason.
The defense make it close to me.
The defense absolutely makes it close, without question. And I don't necessarily, and this could be famous last words. I don't necessarily see like a large drop off from this defense, but the question then becomes, how far can you bring this offense along to take another step to get you to win a divisional round and hopefully contend and push further in the playoffs. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We'll continue trying to break down what we look at from this Texans team as we go along. But coming up next is the question of the day, and we laugh to keep from crying at times. So he made an assertion about how many other quarterbacks would have gotten you a win in the circumstance on Sunday. Question of the day, who could have played quarterback and won on Sunday? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
Lawyers 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Let's get to the question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We laugh to keep from crying is the preface that I put on this. But how many? What quarterbacks or what people could have played, or I mean dogs, if you want to go Air Bud, could have played quarterback on Sunday and still won for your Texans. 713-572-4610. This inspired by one Dan Orlovsky,
former Texans quarterback,
NFL analyst for ESPN. Hear him on NFL Live, and I believe that's where this particular audio comes from. Is it not?
Yeah.
And he had this statement about the C.J. Stroud experience on Sunday.
If you're Houston, you win that game with 31 other quarterbacks. And it's unfortunate. Jared quarterback. I mean, it's unfortunate that we don't get this defense not only in the AFC title game, but then more than likely in the Super Bowl if they win that game yesterday. Bad quarterback play wins that game. Bad quarterback play. The pick six and the fumble, that's 10 points right there.
I think he's right.
31?
Yes. I think he's right.
Let's go through all 31 quarterbacks.
Riley, well, we know the ones at the top. We don't necessarily have to mention they would have won that game. Riley Leonard would have won that game.
Would Shedeur Sanders win that game?
Shedeur Sanders probably would have won that game.
Ooh, that's rough.
CJ was actually playing worse than Shedeur Sanders.
Yes, he was.
Yesterday.
Yes, he was.
I don't know if they would have won the game, but they would have been probably closer.
Does Geno Smith win that game?
Geno Smith wins that game.
Why do you say that?
Because Geno Smith at least can take a sack and throw the ball in the dirt, and that's what ultimately cost.
Oh, he could take a sack.
Yes, at least he can do that.
Yeah, I was like, he's not mobile. Is the thing that I think about.
He's a tough warrior,
and he's also a big arm guy. So I think that he might try and make plays in a similar way as C.J. Stroud. But I also wonder if him just being older might have pulled him to a place where he goes at some point, all right, I'm just gonna shut this down.
Shutting it down wins that game.
That's what I was. Wait. I might could have one for you. Does J.J. McCarthy win that game?
J.J. McCarthy wins that game?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, please with me.
He might throw 4 interceptions.
You see what I'm saying? You see where I'm at, right?
Here's the thing.
He might be closer to winning that game than CJ.
Here's why I think he wins that game.
I don't know if he win that game.
Here's why I think he wins that game.
J.J. McCarthy was 11 touchdowns, 12 interceptions this year.
Here's why I think he would have run.
That's true. That's true.
He would have run.
That's true.
I
run to where?
That way, forward. He wouldn't have thrown the punt interception, that CJ threw. And it's incredible. I thought Sean Pendergast had a great point this morning when we brought it up with them. CJ Stroud's Pittsburgh game, his performance in the Pittsburgh game would have won that game.
Yeah. Probably. Now, the Pittsburgh game, obviously, the mitigation there was being able to run the football.
Yeah.
Right? You did not have him throwing the ball, 47 times in that game like you did. When you get 2.2 yards per carry, it limits a lot of what you're capable of doing. And it puts even more pressure on C.J. Stroud, which is why it was incumbent upon him even more to make good decisions because it's just you out here, big dog. I've got a couple more that I'm going to run by you just to see if I can maybe get you off that 31 number. Does indeed, where did it go? I just had one for you. Does Michael Penix Jr. win that?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
I think so.
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah.
God damn, I had one. I lost it. I said, here we go. Does Tua Tagovailoa win that game?
Absolutely.
I don't know, man.
Absolutely.
No, he won't because it's in the code. But that brother can't play in the code.
Okay, I hadn't thought of that. But
ultimately,
But here's the thing: he would have made those easy throws that CJ missed. He might not have enjoyed the cold, and he might not have been able to make big plays.
So you would have been closer to a win.
I think they would. If CJ completes some of those easy throws, they win. Down and out of bounds and off target, and one was an interception.
Yeah.
I think here's the thing: when we started looking at just quarterbacks in general, I'm actually serious about this. We always talk about just take the sack. David Carr would have won that game. Somebody said yesterday Framber Valdez would have won that game.
Well, Framber's got elite stuff. Framber sometimes between the ears it goes a little sideways.
Yeah.
The point largely, because I do disagree on the 31 number, but the point largely stands that You just needed a performance that was not putrid, and you got that. And so that takes us to the place where let's have a little fun with it. You know, CJ's not listening because he's got the earmuffs on, as the coach has told him to. So who else? I threw out the Airbud. I don't think Airbud's winning that. I'm going to be honest.
Rico, we got Uncle Rico
because he could throw the ball past them there mountains over there.
Quarter mile. We have Uncle Rico. Daniel Jones, that's a given, right? Daniel Jones, we got that.
Being able to move. I mean, you seen the way that he handled this season before he turned into a pumpkin.
They might have made the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
He was,
if he stayed healthy.
That was kind of the name of the game, wasn't it, for him? Like, manage the game, get the ball out to your receivers in good time. He can run. He is mobile. Yeah, that was absolutely the type.
Texter said, at least Frommer can hit his teammate in the chest.
That's a good one.
That's a great point. Maybe Frommer does win that game.
Yeah.
Shane Leckler, former quarterback.
Yeah, clearly, I see all you guys. Jameis Winston would not have won that game. Stop it.
Well,
Jameis Winston would have thrown. Well, here's the thing.
He would have thrown 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jameis might have thrown
6.
Yeah. Jameis might have thrown 6 picks. Jameis just be letting that thing
He definitely would have threw a pick 6.
Mm-hmm. I know I see all you with the Davis Mills would have won that football game. I understand that perspective, especially.
He would have won it if he started.
Mm-hmm.
If he would have started that game, I think he could have won that.
The thing that makes me question it though is if you just drop back Davis Mills time and time again, how does that look? Right? Because I think that him being able to be sufficient has helped when you had a little bit of being able to run the football with them.
Fair, but he also is good at taking the instructions.
Yes. I don't think he would have thrown 4 interceptions.
Right, exactly, taking the instructions.
It might have been a lot of 3 and outs, but he wouldn't have thrown 4 interceptions.
Love all the people saying Shane Falco. Definitely,
Hey, Quincy Avery would have won this game.
Oh, my God.
Can I give you my nuclear option?
Okay.
And this, I'll ask it as a question just to make sure. Does quarterback Dare Gumbawale win that game?
The sad part is I'm considering it. I'm absolutely considering that. Like, just run the ball, throw it in the dirt, and just heave it every once in a while. Somebody said Taysom Hill. 100%. Absolutely Taysom Hill.
Yeah, it's because Taysom Hill, it's just a wildcat.
He'll catch you off guard and throw a nice little long pass once in a while.
Yeah, we're just going wildcat at that point. Nick Cassera would have won the game. I'm going to be honest. Going back to seeing him throw at training camp, I don't know, man. I don't know. And I think he would say the same. Like, the arm just not there in the same way. Case Keenum, Brock Osweiler win those games.
Oh, Case Keenum.
I think Case probably
Case without question.
Yeah.
Case
Willie Beeman.
Well, yeah, of course. Anthony Richardson wins that game. Yes or no? I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
2026 Aaron Rodgers is the answer that was the answer that was given.
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah.
So absolutely. Aaron Rodgers a year older.
Yeah,
would have won that game.
For sure. Just the smarts alone.
Somebody said,
he would have been yelling at everybody the whole time, but he would have won.
Yeah, everybody would have been upset by the end of the game, but he wouldn't have made. And it just goes to show like that was the lows that CJ Stroud reached in this, and we've seen it, we know it. The large question is, how does he move on from this? Because you do have an opportunity for a very good story within this, and I know nobody's really interested in the story in this moment, but this is a particular low point, and I don't want to use the word legend, but like there are great stories that are made of things where you go, they've hit rock bottom, they've hit their nadir, and then how they responded to the moment. That is where CJ Stroud is in his moment. Is how do you respond to this, and can you be someone that's able to show your talent and play to it and answer the call, or is this going to be one of the sad stories of the NFL?
Let's talk about it because. That's a very real question. Is this a tipping point in either direction? Could he be gone? Could that be it?
All right, so you use the phrase tipping point, and I feel like, just like some level of if you were a gambling man, which you are, if I asked you to put money on that this is going to be a tipping point in the direction of him using this as motivation to spurn him to higher heights, or this being one of those things that ultimately ends his career, de facto, what would you guess?
What offense are they going to be running?
We don't have any option. That's the gambling portion of this. Where are you landing?
Because in this offense, I think it's going to just continue to fester with him. I don't know if he has it in him to just embrace it. He didn't embrace it in the playoffs, man. Where all you want to do is win, then do the damn thing that they tell you to do. You know? He didn't do it.
What did they tell him to do?
Be safe, take sacks, throw the little short passes. I mean, we all know, you know?
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where there is a hire in the division, actually a couple of hires around the league. How are we feeling about those, especially as they relate to your Texans? We do that next.
The Texans offense. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And I think we start where it's closest to home in a way. The coaching carousel is rolling on, and there's starting to see seats be filled. Yeah, I can just say whatever I want, man. They got this microphone in front of me. I can say
this
how
one
I want
hurt
to.
it.
They filled
It
that
hurt
job.
it.
It hurt it.
It hurt it.
It hurt it, and they about to filter them some seats. No, the Titans have their man. It seemed like it was coming down to one of two bald heads. Either Matt Nagy, the offensive coordinator of the Chiefs, previously had been the head coach of the Bears, and Robert Saleh, the defensive coordinator of the Niners and one-time head coach of the Jets. They went with the latter. Robert Saleh looks like he's going to be the guy there in Tennessee. First and foremost, how did this hit you? How did you react when you first saw that Robert Saleh was going to be the head coach for your rival Titans?
Oh, sound bites, baby. We're going to have Robert Saleh and Liam Cohen in the same division.
Oh, yes.
Robert Saleh and Liam Cohen, they're going to be nose to nose.
That's the first thing you thought
Yeah,
about?
I'm surprised that I thought of other.
First thing I thought about was, damn it, man.
Y'all saw my first words, and they cannot be said on FCC airwaves.
Yeah, no, but look, he's I think he's going to do a good job. Defensive minded. They're going to bring a coordinator in that I'm sure their charge is going to be Cam Ward. And
that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
They might get a nice little coordinator too,
and they might get a proven one. Not one of these Nick Caley things. All due respect.
No New England guy.
That was a swipe that I don't know that you can do with all due respect.
Real respect. I will admit
they gonna get the John Carroll guy.
That dude stinks with all due respect.
They're gonna get no John Carroll guys, no New England retreads. I'm saying all this out loud, aren't I?
Yeah. I'm louder. We got quite a telepathic connection that's happening right now.
No, that is absolutely aware. But my first thing was like, ooh, this is gonna be good. But the second thing is, that and the division. People always say, I think our team plays in the toughest division in football. Hadn't been the case in maybe 20 years in the AFC South. You can maybe make a strong case. It's going to be a hell of a division.
Is this probably the toughest it been in a long time?
Well, did the Jaguars win 13 games, correct? And
they did.
And the Texans
won 12.
And the Texans won 12.
And the Colts was on fire.
The Colts started out 8-2. And now the Titans are going to have Robert Saleh.
Who's the worst head coach in this division now that Robert Saleh comes in and takes on the Titans coaching position?
Boy, that's a good question.
It's a hard one, ain't it?
I will have to say Robert Saleh.
I'm about to say, can it be the new guy?
Yeah, I would have to say Robert Saleh just based on...
Just off the strength of being a new guy, huh?
Yeah. And where he was and how he left. And
I was shocked. I don't know if you were also in this place that the Titans ultimately did hire a defensive head coach, even though I do think that this was the right decision for them. I thought that they would be inclined to go with the offensive coach because of the investment that they have in Cam Ward. But I thought that they made a good decision. And again, I say that as plotted to them, but more as upset for me being here in the great city of Houston, because it felt like, and I believe that there was, reporting to this end, they took into account the culture and, someone who was capable of building an organization. In fact, I believe that it was Teron Davenport saying that Borgonzi, the Jedi Robert Saleh, that the visit with Saleh moved his decision or swayed it from what we thought was going to be the case. Matt Nagy, who he had worked with in Kansas City, but the idea being that they really focused on the idea of him being, he made an impression on being able to establish, being that kind of personable dude that can establish a culture. And I think the Vrabel thing is part of that, right? They saw what the culture was. They saw what it became afterwards, and they were like, oh, yeah, we messed up. Let's make sure that we get someone who can do that.
Yeah.
Saleh very much did that in New York. I think that his time was really ruined by the meddling that happened in order to get get Aaron Rodgers and that offense coordinator that came with him.
I totally agree. The other worry, if you're a Texans fan, is Robert Saleh comes from that San Francisco, background.
Yeah.
That's legit. I think he's going to kind of be what DeMeco Ryans was in 2023, and who knows if he's going to have more success with it, although Ryans had a lot of success with it in 2023. I've got the defense. I've got the culture. I'm overseeing everything. You take our young quarterback, and you make him great.
And it's a better quarterback than Zach Wilson.
Yes, and you make him great. So I think we're going to get kind of that Bobby Slowick type, offensive court. Hell, maybe Bobby Slowick, for all we know. He's got connections with him, too.
Sure.
Yeah, but he's going to get that West Coast guy in there with Cam Ward, and that's a concern. It just is.
Yeah, no, without question. I think this is a long-term concern for sure, because I think that he's going to be able to, again, establish a culture and have this happen. I know that someone who's like Salah's, again, I thought that he did a good job establishing a culture. That was a very good defense at the very least that he had with the Jets. I think that was politics of you went and got Aaron Rodgers and everything that came along with it.
And he didn't have control over that.
Yeah, and I think that was the straw that probably broke the camel's back. But them drafting Zach Wilson, I felt like, was it Zach Wilson?
Yeah, Zach Wilson was in New York. Yeah.
Yeah, I felt like that was a bad decision right there.
How much do you now? Because again, his tenure with the Jets went poorly. I think a large part also because that the structure from the top, including the ownership, was weak. There was reporting earlier that the Titans were having trouble getting a little bit of interest from various different coaches because of the ownership in that. Do you feel like that could possibly be a stumbling block for Robert Saleh here?
Yes. And it's not because I hate Amy Adams Strunk.
But you do.
But I do.
I just want to make that clear.
It's not because of that. It's the meddling. It's how much of a commitment is there. I mean, to be fair to her, it seems as if she let Borgonzi really kind of run the show because, he or maybe not. Maybe she just said, we're hiring Robert Saleh. We'll find out for sure, who ultimately pulled the strings on that. Because, Nagy the day that the job came open, we both thought Nagy was going to get that job. Nagy.
Yeah, the association that happens there. Yeah. And I kind of wanted it to happen because I believe that maybe he could have the offensive side of it. I wasn't certain that he would get the right defensive side of this. I feel like Saleh is capable of very much, once they get talent, which that's going to be good immediately this year by any means, or really a threat this year. Maybe this comes back to haunt me, but as of this right moment, I feel confident in that. But I think that he'll be able to establish a floor. And as you mentioned, I think that he has connections with enough promising offensive coordinator type hires to where they might be able to get the offense going. And now you're talking about a more difficult division. Only another reason why you look around and you go, damn, you've got to make the most of the opportunities when they arise because you never know what's coming around the bend. Speaking of around the NFL, as we keep going, the Dolphins have their hire, defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley, only a few years removed from being the head coach at Boston College. A couple of good defensive years with the Packers sees him become the head coach of the Dolphins.
Yeah, and this to me is a clear indication they are in desperate search of a culture change, style change, culture change, all of that. They're getting the defensive coordinator in, and I think that's going to be good. Now I think they're pretty good distance away themselves from being good, but they do have some pieces.
I found it. I thought this was really interesting as well because you talk about culture and that's cool, but I don't know. And maybe Hafley is a little bit more of an unknown. He seems like less of the defensive coach that you go, oh man, here comes the culture, and he feels like a schematics defensive guy. Like if you could find a way to find the schematic impact guy, a la Mike McDaniel or whatever on the defensive side, that's how he comes across to me. Maybe I'm incorrect in that assessment, and I go, is that like that kind of feels more about like it speaks to what this particular carousel is, which is there's more defensive minded talent when it comes to coaching versus offense.
Look at the league. It's all about that. Now there are some terrific outliers offensively speaking with these job openings and such, but by and large it's defense. Give the offense to a guy that'll just handle that and don't make a lot of mistakes. But I think guys like, by the way, Clint Kubiak, that guy he's going to get a job.
He's getting a lot of love. At least if you're letting our friends in the desert put the odds on it. He's the favorite for a couple of jobs.
He's the favorite for 2 jobs, second favorite for 1, and third favorite for another.
Now that's not always how things go.
He's going to get a job, and he is. Remember, he was going to be hired here. It was almost a done deal.
Yeah.
And
what happened with that?
Well, he ended up getting the coordinator job. And decided to take that. But he's the third favorite for the Arizona Cardinals job, second favorite for the Ravens job, the leading favorite for the Bills job, which, oh boy, that would be fun for Bills fans anyway, and the leading favorite for the Las Vegas job.
That actually might tie in another place, because if he gets the Bills job, I imagine he's calling his plays.
Yeah.
Joe Brady is an interesting prospect to be out there coordinating or like as a play caller, but we'll get to that later, because look, I think if you had the conversation about Nick Caley, it seems like DeMeco Ryans is evaluating everything. If Nick Caley's out here or if it's like, do you want to keep Nick Caley? The question is, who do you have that's better? The more that are out there, the more interesting that conversation gets.
Joe Brady or Nick Caley?
I'm sure Nick Caserio is probably like, who else can we get that used to play John Carroll?
That's right. Yeah. That is the
New England.
He sorts all the resumes by that.
Yeah,
sorted by where you went to school. We still have football being played, as much as it doesn't feel like it here in the city of Houston. And the Broncos have officially made it clear that they will be starting Jarrett Stidham versus the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. Matt McGlinchey, one of their offensive linemen, said that they have the utmost confidence in Jarrett Stidham, saying, quote, he could flat out play. It's not buy or sell, but do you believe Matt McGlinchey, their star right tackle for the Broncos?
I think they believe in him. I think it was pretty, I mentioned this yesterday, I think it was pretty telling and really a good coaching move by Sean Payton to come right out an hour after the press conference was over and announce the injury to Nix and just really put that stamp of approval and endorsement with Jarrett Stidham. It's all good, and I thought they handled it the right way. I do believe in McGlinchey, that he believes that, but it's still the AFC Championship game, and the guy hadn't taken a snap.
Not
this year.
Well, he's taken snaps. He hadn't had any passes thrown this year, nor last year. But interestingly enough, now you tell me how this reads to you. In what was it, week 17 of the 2023 or 2022 season, because it was January. Been a little while. While he's playing for the Raiders versus the San Francisco 49ers, and their defense was pretty damn good that year.
Yeah.
He threw let me see if I get this right, 365 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and a 100.8 passer rating.
You take it. You take it in a heartbeat.
Wait, were we a little hasty on the idea that, oh, man, the Broncos are just going to be out of the AFC Championship if Jarrett Stidham has to start?
Maybe, because I still think that the Patriots are going to beat them, but the confidence they've shown in this guy is pretty impressive, and it seems like a legit belief.
It seemed like he'd been getting a lot of love back in the day too, because he was on the Patriots at one point.
He was,
and
Baylor guy, right?
He was at Baylor for a time. I know he was at Auburn also.
That's right.
He's one of the earlier instances of these dudes.
We might as well get rid of that type of stuff now. Oh, he's a Baylor guy. Oh no,
he was. No, I don't feel like we should.
And Miami,
as someone who's
Indiana,
right? As someone whose memory is a little dicey sometimes. If I get one, I can hit. Right. So if we're talking about every dude having 3 stops,
we got to rattle 3 schools.
Actually,
off.
It increases your odds.
That's my point, right? Like, he was. No, you just don't remember. He was there in his first year. Way back when. He ain't play.
It seemed like he was getting a lot of love back in 2023, a little early on, especially in New England.
Yeah.
No, for sure.
Boy, it's gonna be interesting to watch. That's for dang sure.
Yeah.
Nick Foles also posted something about to calm the Broncos fans' minds about backup quarterbacks, so on and so forth. However, Foles is trying to join an exclusive backup quarterback club. Nick Foles, 2017 season, clearly we know that they won a Super Bowl in that circumstance. You also have, do you remember Earl Morrall?
Earl Morrall.
Sorry.
Earl Morrall.
As you can tell, I was not alive.
Didn't he finish the perfect season?
70 and 72 seasons.
Yeah.
Backup.
And who was Phil Simms' backup that won a Super Bowl? Hostetler, right? I'm pretty sure Jeff Hostetler.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then you also have Jim Plunkett in the 90 season coming in as a backup.
He backed up Dan Pastorini.
For Dan Pastorini.
Yeah.
You know very well about that.
Yeah.
Do we count the 01 season for Tom Brady?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you count the 99 season for Kurt Warner?
Yes.
coming in for Trent Green?
Yes.
Okay. And do you count the 2012 season, Colin Kaepernick coming in for Alex Smith?
Yes. Yeah, I think although they were backups.
Frank Reich 92. Like there's a legacy of backup quarterbacks having to come in and get the job done for their team to get them to that place. We might have been a little hasty on the Jarrett Stidham.
Well, now you're talking me into it. It's definitely going to be, and we're going to watch the game anyway, but it definitely makes it more interesting.
I wasn't going to watch the game. I was going to stop watching football altogether. Of course, I'm joking. But there you go. That's a little bit of around the NFL. Also, wait, I forgot to mention this. Did you see that Joe Burrow all of a sudden found the password to his account? Joe Burrow had not been active at all on Twitter
for like 2 years.
It had been a long time.
Yeah.
He had just not been active on Twitter, maybe rehabbing the whole time. But he came out and he said, quote, "The amount of people that don't understand what a catch is in the rule book. It's not the officials. The 2 plays yesterday were not difficult calls, and they got them both right." He sent this yesterday afternoon, a whole day after. So he just heard all the mess that people were talking about the Bills game and everything. And he was like, you know what? I need to tweet about this.
Yeah. That's still like your opinion, man. Because I don't know anybody.
You're going to fight him on this.
I really don't know anybody that knows what a catch is.
Man, ain't nobody talk about that catch no more, man.
Joe Burrow is.
That brother is late as hell.
That's also a thing. I was just like, what made him go, I need to tweet about this?
Like, we done with this conversation, man.
Why is that the one that gets you out
That's
of
what I was like, there had to have been other football thoughts that Joe Burrow has harbored.
Yeah.
And I'm like, where were you putting those?
Yeah.
Was this the straw that broke the camel's back? You were just stuffing those thoughts back down deep within you, and then you just didn't have any more room, and you were like, I'm so sick of y'all being wrong about football. That was a catch.
That was the trigger.
That was the
trigger. Not like LSU getting a new coach, by the way.
Nope, that didn't do it.
Yeah.
That didn't do it. He was just like, no, this is the one. This is it. Y'all incorrectly determining that.
We might talk about LSU in a couple more days. Like, oh, yeah, that was a great hire.
That's right.
Yeah, he just now all the backlog of NFL takes come out for him. Maybe he really is ready to be done with football. If that's the case, if he starts tweeting with us. All right, that's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're starting to look towards what this team looks like, because offseason is upon us in Houston. And I kind of want to look at the free agents, because you have a pretty long list of free agents. I kind of want to do this from the lens of a different way, though. Rather than just, do you remember like on social media where people would do like the one has to go out of these groups?
Yeah.
I want to go through free agents and look through them through a one has to go lens, okay? So I got a game for you. Let's play free agent, gotta go next.
All right, G&M Auto Leasing, man.
Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-20.
All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you, as happy as I hope it can be in the great city of Houston. I got a little game for you because free agents are now something that you have to take into account if you're D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio and all of the front office and management structure for this team. And so I kind of wanted to look at what we have free agent-wise, but I wanted to do it in a different way. So here's a little game for you. We're going to – I said I was going to do a Gus Go, but I feel like I'm going to do a pick one. Same concept. I'll give you a group of guys, and you tell me where the Texans should prioritize in that group. Does that sound fair enough?
I love it.
All right,
Yeah.
let's do that. I think we start at the heart of the team. In fact, they talk about it as the machine or like the kind of the motor of the team, the defensive line. There's a lot of defensive line free agents. However, I'll kind of focus in this way. Which of these ones do you pick to prioritize? Play along 713-572-4610. You have Derek Barnett, Sheldon Rankins, and Tim Settle on your defensive line. Pick one to prioritize to return for your Texans this upcoming season.
I think this one was easy for me, Sheldon Rankins. I think you can make the argument on the others, but for me, you can make do on the edges and elsewhere, but Sheldon Rankins was just next level.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think I agree with you, and I would go Sheldon Rankins. And one, because I've been singing Sheldon Rankins' praise, one, it's clear that he still has something in the tank, which was the question I had with Cincinnati. And come to find out, he was dealing with some really tough medical issues in Cincinnati. And him being here, he has been phenomenal in the middle of it. He's been the mainstay. But also, it seems like there's an additional leadership aspect because Tim Settle is a really good shout here.
Yeah.
You've seen the impact of Tim Settle just as a big body, but then also he's a pass rusher from the interior.
He's a force.
He penetrates and gets upfield, which is something that is absolutely necessary.
Disruptor.
That's a great descriptor rather for Tim Settle. He disrupts things, and it was a great credit to Tommy Togiai that he was able to do some facsimile of that as he got even more burn. But Tim Settle, we can't forget just how strong he was on the interior.
Yeah.
With all due respect to Tim Settle, the respect that Sheldon Rankins has, one as somebody that helps Will Anderson Jr., who is the tip of the spear when you talk about your defense, I think matters. But then when he speaks, the rest of that defense listens. And I think that the hierarchy of influence in that room, in that locker room and on this team has been one that's interesting, and he's been a part of that in a great way.
Yeah, no, I think, and it wouldn't be easy. I mean, it was relatively easy for me, but I know that it's a tough decision if you had to pick one of those.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so let me go to some offensive options for you.
Okay.
Pick one to prioritize, okay? Christian Kirk, Nick Chubb, Braxton Berrios.
Ooh.
Actually, I'll throw in Dare Gumbawale in here as well.
Oh, this one is tough.
Pick one to prioritize.
Why am I thinking Christian Kirk?
Because he just had 144 yards in the game versus Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but beyond that,
exactly.
Yeah, he didn't do much at all. On the other hand, Dario Gumbawale, he might have run his course here. They love him, but it might have run its course. He is a replacement level player.
All right, let me take out Dari from this one because I will use him elsewhere.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So who are the other two?
So you got Nick Chubb, Braxton Berrios, Christian Kirk.
Braxton Berrios, thank you for your service. And Nick Chubb.
What service?
Yeah, what service? Well, he played Sunday, and
he had Alex Earl wearing red boots.
Yeah,
for a little bit, so that was a thing.
Yeah, and Nick Chubb, I think, probably it's over.
So you go Christian Kirk by default here.
I pretty much by default.
If I did not make you pick one, are all three of those gone in your estimation?
Yes. I think all three should be gone. Could be gone. Yeah.
Okay. All right. How about I would like to go back to the defensive line, but I'm going to get to depth. All right. Defensive depth. All right. Naquan Jones.
Okay.
Lakey Fotu.
Okay.
Kurt Hinish.
I am going to say.
I'll throw in Fola Fatukasi for you as well.
Well, in that case, I might keep Fatukasi.
Really?
Yeah.
With all the injuries that he has had, I mean, he was damn near not here.
But he's been productive when he's on the field.
I was going to say Fotu.
Yeah. Naquan Jones had a good end of the season.
I liked Naquan Jones, and maybe this was just because it did feel like as a team they a little bit more towards the very end. But I like Naquan Jones. I think that he might be one of those guys that you can kind of fold in.
I think that might be recency bias too. He had a couple of here recently had a couple of plays.
Sure, but I mean that's kind of what we're looking at when we get all the way down to the very, very depths of this.
Yeah,
seems like some people are in on the
different answers.
No, and I think that's the beauty of it. All right, can I get you with the special teamers? Some special teamers, and this is where I'll bring Dare Ogunbowale back because I think that this is where his value is. I think he's less of a running back, really and truly option for you, but on special teams, I think that he ends up being an option.
Absolutely.
He's a captain, right?
Yeah.
When you see him there, Dare Ogunbowale, Tommy Townsend, the punter, and you'll forgive me because I'm doing a little fudging here, but Nico Autry. Remember, kick blocking specialist.
He's a blocker. I think this is a little easier too. I'm gonna go with Autry because he can block kicks. Because he's also the depth guy. He's made some big plays. If I had to pick just between the other two, which is the harder decision, I'd go Tommy Townsend. And he wasn't spectacular, but he wasn't bad.
Yeah, and I told you my one annoyance with Tommy Townsend, and I realized I'm going to be standing pretty lonely on a lot of this, which is at times he outkicks his coverage.
Yeah.
And then also there's a few times this season
off the side of his foot several times
where he shanks some punts. But I think by and large you feel pretty good about it.
Yeah.
I do wonder, though, like, is this one of those things where you think the grass is greener, you get out there and you find yourself in a nasty punt situation? I don't know.
And it might also be just finding some money. He doesn't make a ton, but, maybe get a young rookie punter in here or something like that.
About this, when we go to the defensive backs, Kayvon Wallace, Jimmy Ward, MJ Stewart.
Ooh.
Defensive back depth. And I think that this becomes kind of interesting because you've got some young depth that I think is going to come together for you when you look at, obviously, Jalen Reed is there. Jalen Smith, who also got hurt, looks like a very, very good backup cornerback for you. I don't know how you felt about Trayvon Smith, but he was also pretty good. But these guys, as like defensive back depth, Kayvon Wallace, especially at safety-wise, Kayvon Wallace, Jimmy Ward, MJ Stewart.
Not Jimmy Ward. I think that's kind of run its course too.
I was gonna say MJ Stewart.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say MJ Stewart.
He was all right, and I wasn't an MJ Stewart fan.
And he's a depth guy, so
he was actually solid until he got hurt.
I'm not quite sold on Kayvon Wallace. Maybe that's the bias of him, not having a good communication. I think I'll say MJ Stewart. What about you?
That feels like the right answer there.
Yeah.
He's younger. He feels like he's a little bit more malleable, and I think of the guys there, he fits the ethos of what they do best. Without, Jimmy Ward would fit the ethos, but we're on the back end of that viability. And clearly, an injury took him out for the entirety of the season. We were already looking at what might be the end here. Also, we might be beyond the need for like him as elder statesman. Like leader guy in the secondary. Although I do ask, who do you look at if you do not have your guy in secondary?
Well, Kalen Bullock's entering his third season, and you have the two cornerbacks. This is the Fab Four stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're leaning into the Fantastic Four as their
Four, yeah.
You wanted to go Fab Five.
I wanted to go Fab Fives because they play nickel so much.
Yeah, but hey, you let Jalen Reed take over that spot. Or it'll actually be interesting to see because I think MJ Stewart would have a shot to try and earn that starting job.
I think Jalen Reed would have the advantage.
Sure, without question. Younger and more, I guess. It's like, is he still cheaper? Is he not? That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, this one is just two, but I think it's a tough two. Offensive line. Trent Brown, Ed Ingram.
Trent Brown. I'll run it back one more time. I know he's older. I know he's a big dude that has, kind of been prone to injuries. Ed Ingram, I think, is clearly sliding. Trent Brown, outside of the injuries, looked as better than I thought he would be.
I think you're probably right. Although the injury, you can't go outside of the injuries because the injuries matter here.
Yeah.
Ed Ingram was more healthy. He was more substantial to the larger portion of your season. I think he started turning a little bit into a pumpkin at the end. Not to say that he was bad because you had some bad offensive line play at points in this year. But the height that you felt like you had where you're like, oh, man, Ed Ingram.
Yeah.
Even, I don't know if you noticed this, even on the Stover shoves, right, when you got up there, you kind of did your sneaks with Cade Stover. You notice he wasn't behind Ed Ingram anymore. Yeah. He was going all the way to the edge to behind your right tackle, which most of the time was Titus Howard. I feel like that was somewhat an indication of how he'd step back in the later stages of the season.
Yeah, I would go with Trent Brown too, and not even as this is our starter right here. Just off the strength, I will bring him back.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Figgy. I would go Trent Brown, but I would still want competition there.
As a depth tackle for you.
Kind of how he came in this year.
Exactly.
Ed Ingram, I just even how good he was this year, I still didn't think like, oh, that's our guy right there.
Yes.
I still never had that thought.
Also, one of my favorite coaching cliches. You can't teach size. I just want the opportunity to have a 6'8", 300-something pound bouncer
too,
to just throw someone out the club every once in a while.
He's a monster. He is a monster.
Right. The only ones that I didn't get to when it came to free agents was the linebackers. I'm going to throw it out here because I feel like it's easy, though. Christian Harris, Damone Clark, E.J. Speed.
Christian Harris,
Damone Clark, E.J. Speed.
Why is Christian Harris not a layup answer?
That's the sad part.
Why is he just not a layup? EJ Speed.
Yeah. It's without question EJ Speed.
Yeah.
And there's some of these that I don't know if I gave you the choice and said you don't have to pick one, I think there would be some that you abstain. EJ Speed is
Yeah.
He fit in very nicely as your third linebacker this year. Sometimes filled in nicely as your second.
Yeah.
So those
had a good game. Actually had a decent game this past week.
Yeah, but those are your free agents that you're looking at. And it's interesting because even with the number of defensive kind of free agents, a lot of them are depth. And I think the one that you look at as that was a starter that would probably be a starter again is Sheldon Rankins. And that one feels easy because he loved being here. Yeah. He loved being in the system. That's why he came back. And I think that they need him and they would want him as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports. Bit of a pick one for the free agents that you have. But even then, you look at the free agents, I think a lot of them are easy to bring back, and none of them feel like they're going to be big dollar ones that kind of take up a lot of what you're trying to do. So an interesting place for Nick Caserio in the continuation of building this team. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where the Rockets back in action tonight. I have a question there, but then also, are you cool with trading away Isaac Paredes if you got this player? I'll tell you who it is next.
222. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, Rockets are back in action today, Figgy.
Yeah.
Rivalry game. Rockets Spurs. It's going to be on NBC and also, obviously, Space City Home Network. But Reggie was talking about this, and it got me thinking with the Astros. The Astros right now are, by the way, this is just popping in right now. I should mention this because it's not like breaking news or anything, but it just kind of came across. Does the final AP college football? We're gonna have college football on a Tuesday at 12:40.
That's right.
Does the final AP college football poll matter anymore?
No.
I don't think it do.
It came across, and I'm like, and I don't mind it, to be honest. I don't mind it. Indiana's number one.
I think
Miami
it's
number two.
I think it's cool for somebody. I don't want to say Indiana like they just this small little pup.
Oh,
now.
we're number one. Go figure.
Yeah, but I think it's cool for fans to be like, oh, number one team in the league.
I think it's cool for the
country.
bottom 10, maybe. You know, like James Madison finished number 19.
Or even like U of H.
U of H, number 22.
Yeah, I think something like that is cool. But
Navy 23. But like,
like me as an Ohio State fan,
like
I didn't give a damn if they was number one.
Well, I'll go through the top 10 because, like, to me, the top 10 hardly people to be like, hey, where we finished ninth, or whatever.
Well, there's a lot less common opponents as you have playoff games.
Yeah.
It used to be with all these bowl games, then you try and see, okay, how do you see them? I would argue that the AP, the preseason poll matters more than the AP.
I totally
final
agree.
poll.
I don't mind that.
And that one also doesn't matter really in the longer scale.
Yeah, but it sort of gives you a gauge and sets up some good matchups and that kind of thing. So I like the AP poll still in the preseason and in the regular season before the playoffs. But just for the record, final AP poll, Indiana number one, Miami number two. How about that? We'll get to that at 12:40.
A phenomenal football game,
Oh,
though.
my gosh. We will get to that.
That was better than I thought, man.
100%.
That might have been, and maybe this is recency bias, that might have been the best national championship game that I've seen in my lifetime.
It was damn good. Definitely up there. Ole Miss 3.
Well, I was like, there's also the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
But like
Oregon 4, Ohio State, Georgia, Texas Tech 7, Texas A&M 8, Alabama 9, Notre Dame 10. Longhorns fans, you finished 12th. Oklahoma 13th.
Ahead of Oklahoma.
UH 22, ahead of Oklahoma. North Texas 24, TCU 25.
Oh, Texas showing out pretty well
of all the locusts. So kind of cool, but I also like the fact that it's not that big a deal anymore.
Sure,
Yeah.
I feel you.
Yeah.
All right, some other things that are popping. This is kind of intriguing to see because the Astros, we are less than a month away from pitchers and catchers.
Here we
reporting.
go.
I still don't remember what day it is, although
February
11th is, I believe, when everybody's reporting. It's the 20th. Do a little bit of math. We're not very far away at all. Something like 20 days, something like that around.
Yeah.
And this team needs to figure out the logjam that they have on the infield. I know that there's a lot of us that are probably in the circumstance where we go, is it the worst thing in the world if you have these guys? You'll find ways to get them all some level of adequate playing time. But I think we also understand that the money aspect of it would behoove them to make a move move one of these guys that they have. If they can manage to move Christian Walker, which feels like it's more difficult, or maybe even Jesus Sanchez in right field. He has a little bit of money. I think he's $7 million about this year. Isaac Paredes is the name that comes up most frequently because he's the most desirable. And it seems like the Red Sox are really interested. Would you be okay with trading away Isaac Paredes if you get back Jarren Duran, who has been a very good outfielder, really speedy dude, good bat, as a part of it, including maybe one of the younger guys of maybe like a I was going to say, I'm trying to see some of the other. There's been kind of some things coming around where you would get something back in addition to Jarren Duran. But would you be interested with a package that comes back where the heart of it is Jarren Duran, a really good outfielder for Isaac Paredes?
I think you do that deal today, don't you? I think that's a no-brainer. You have the log jam on the infield, left-handed bat, by the way.
Yes.
Which you need. You mentioned guy can run, outfielder. Why aren't we doing this? I mean, why Why
might happen. It seems like these conversations, and I don't know how heated they've been, but there's been little rumblings about these conversations for damn near a week, if memory serves.
Yeah.
And so I think that this could be one of those things that they make happen. You're right. Right-handed batter in Jarren Duran, 29 years old. I mean, he's one of those guys that he swings the bat pretty well. If you know me, baseball statistics is coming back around. We're almost that time of year. His batting run value is a 77%, and this is something that I know is going to get John Lopez all hot and bothered. Per Baseball Savant, he is in the 98th percentile of base running value added. He gets on a bases, he runs fast, and he runs smart, and I know that's something that you like.
It's something that they are lagging. They need an outfielder. They need the left-handed bat. They need speed and smarts on the base paths. Let's go.
Would you also be like if it's Isaac Paredes?
That's not to just dump on Paredes because he's been
great.
Yeah.
Would you also be willing if they add Bryce Matthews on top of that? Right, you're still okay. We're not upset at sending Bryce Matthews as well.
No, not at all.
Is there anything that you would have to pair with Isaac Paredes that'd be like, all right, we're done here? I don't know.
What do you mean?
Like, is there anything else that if they asked for this in addition to Isaac Paredes that you'd be like, all right, this is where the line is?
Some of the young players, maybe they have a couple of young catchers, and they
Walter Yannick.
And Walter Yannick is one, and there's another one that I'm forgetting his name. Maybe that would be the line, but I wouldn't.
It's not Cesar Salazar, is it?
No, it's another one.
Who, by the way, he's set up to just be like the backup catcher with Victor Caratini seemingly not returning.
They've got some good young catchers. Maybe, but I don't think it'd be a deal breaker.
Yeah. It feels like this might happen. I'm not trying to say that it's imminent by any means, but I've been coming to terms with this. I liked Jarren Duran since 2 years ago when he won
He was an all-star, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was an all-star and he won he was the all-star MVP even.
I don't remember that.
He's a good swinger of the bat there, and you also need somebody who's going to be a star in the outfield. Maybe not need a star, but you need somebody who's going to be
anchor
good in there. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I was looking for. Anchor, and I think Jarren Duran could be that. Rockets back in action, hosting the Spurs tonight, 7 p.m. This is actually an NBC game, but of course you'll be able to get it on Space City Home Network. Kevin Durant, or actually, before I get there, interest in this game is where, John Lopez?
I want to see Wemby. I'm going to the game.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah.
So you get to see Baldhead himself.
I want to see old bald-headed Wemby, see what it's all about, pray for Wemby, all that stuff.
Salute to Onyx.
And
Onyx is the reason why he went bald. Yeah, 100%. Him and MJ.
And a rivalry game. I was mentioning it to Figgy earlier. I like this rivalry.
I do as well. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing this game, but I don't know what to expect. I'm still in a very weird place as I'm in watch mode with the Rockets. This feels like a game in which I'm looking at Jabari Smith Jr. Hey, you put up a phenomenal game this weekend versus the Pelicans. How does it hold up in this different construct here against a better team? An interesting stat that I saw, and I think it was Lashard Brinkley, shout out to him and his work covering the Rockets, mentioned that Kevin Durant is third in the NBA in minutes, behind Tyrese Maxey, who is 25 years old, and Amen Thompson, who, mind you, again, Kevin Durant is 37 years old.
That's not ideal, man. I think it speaks to just how they're not just that they're using him a lot, but that they're having to use him a lot. Yeah, that he's sort of the hub of this offense. You know, I saw something just this morning, and it was one of those, I think it was a CBS Sports thing, like who are the real legitimate contenders in the Eastern Conference and the Western Conference. The Rockets were sort of the also-ran category. Like maybe if because they played a lot of road games early, maybe if they get hot at home, and which could start tonight, of course, or they do. They improve their offense because they have a good defensive rating still. That's for you.
That's been the thing that's been odd. Sorry, I didn't mean
yeah.
to cut off your thought. It's
Yeah.
been so weird for me at various different points where it feels like the eye test of what the Rockets have given me, in both direction, mind you, have been not what the stats are telling me. And it feels like we've gotten there again where I'm like, the stats feel like they're different than what we're seeing on the court to my eye.
Yeah, but my point being, they're in there was like, absolute contenders, and then maybes. And the Rockets were in the maybes, and it just kind of hit me funny. It just hit me funny.
They need to find something that feels a little solid and repeatable.
How disappointed would you be if the Rockets did lose this game, though? Or where would your confidence be if they lose this game?
Well, they don't have Steven Adams, and obviously with that ankle thing, and that would be huge with a very good offensive rebounding team as well, rebounding team in general in the Spurs. I don't know if I'd be that disappointed.
Would you be a little worried I'm thinking in the long run.
You're a little worried already. I mean, I don't know where you are on this, but
Definitely checked the gauge just a second ago.
Yeah.
Shows a little worried because they've got to do some finding.
Yeah.
I guess it's less for me right now about the actual wins and losses, although you do need the wins, right? You're still jockeying for position in the West. But it's more about, can you give me, and I haven't used this phrase in a long time, you'll be proud of me, a little more proof of concept.
Yeah.
I need to see that they're finding some answers in what they're doing.
We don't even know what the concept is.
Especially because of that statistic I just gave you.
Yeah.
This is not going to be sustainable for the remainder of the year with Kevin Durant having the third most minutes played.
Well, let me ask you that.
And they haven't played as many games as other teams in the league.
Right.
Remember
that. More road games than home games, so there's that. But let me ask you that flat out. You just made me think about it. What is the concept?
This is, I mean, a little bit more playing through Alperen Şengün is going to be important.
Give it the wheel.
And this is, well, I think the Bel Air Academy offense has kind of been a problem here. I do think, though, that this is where, and I don't think that this is actually an answer, but this is where if Jabari Smith Jr. was going to take a step and show that he can, because the idea is, at least in a broad strokes look, if Jabari Smith Jr. could be KD light and extra light, like very, very light, zero calories, right? But if he could be a small facsimile of that, then you can have him take some of those minutes off his hands and maybe do similar things. He can't, right? I'm going to be honest. I don't think he can. But if you could do that in small spurts, then what are you getting from other guys? Can you depend on Alperen Şengün to be a hub in those moments where Kevin Durant isn't on? I think that's some more sustainable than they have been to this point. And even that doesn't feel like it's a full answer, but it feels like it should be more of a stopgap right now than what it is in the moment. So that is going to be an interesting game to watch tonight, 7 p.m. And then there was a couple other things. I don't have time for the audio, but did you see that Jimmy Butler tore his ACL?
Yeah, man.
So that sucks for him. The local kid. Ultimately, and I say kid, he is also in his mid to late 30s.
The local man.
Local man from Tomball. Jimmy Butler is expected to miss the rest of the season for the Warriors. I don't think the Warriors were going to contend with you in a real way, but I guess this isn't funny or anything. Did you see who was happening to watch this game as he got hurt?
Who?
Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Juszczyk of the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, everywhere they
catchy.
go, everywhere they go, people get hurt, man.
Man, I caught the ACL, man.
That's what I didn't realize they could be viral, but here they are. Yeah. But that does suck for Jimmy Butler, and if this feels like this really could close the door on what the Warriors have been. Like they were already in a very nasty place. This feels like they are done here. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back to these Texans where the evaluation of where they are in order to figure out where they're going is in full swing. DeMeco Ryans said as much yesterday, and part of saying that, it sounds like DeMeco Ryans might be considering everything, at least on the offensive side. Is it possible that he should make a change at offensive coordinator? And should he? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
The Texans offense. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Offseason is afoot for the Houston Texans. We're looking at all different sorts of things, and that was kind of the tone and tenor a little bit of the sit-down with DeMeco Ryans yesterday with the assembled media. Now, of course, some of it is looking backwards towards the game, as always, but a lot of it started asking questions that probe towards the future, and one of the places that clearly was going to be there was the offense. The offense clearly was going to be the lesser of the two sides of the football that you immediately think of. Defense clearly holding up their end of the bargain. C.J. Stroud himself specifically, but we've had a lot of conversations about him. But DeMeco Ryans had a few things that were very interesting and gave us a little insight into his perspective. And I'd like to start with, first and foremost, this is DeMeco cut 5, if you don't mind, Fig. DeMeco Ryans was just kind of asked first, pretty early on, just how he would assess the offense generally. And this is what he said. Listen closely because it happens quick.
I think our offense grew. It didn't start how we wanted it to start. So I think the guys got better as the season went along.
That's the whole thought. Like, they got better, which I think objectively true, but not necessarily like ranting and raving about the offense here, right?
No, there was first higher season. Now, one thing you have to do, certainly as the head coach, that DeMeco has to do, is step back and gauge the entirety of not just how you did, but where you are as an offense as it fits with your quarterback. And that goes without even C.J. Stroud struggling. Let's say he finished fine, but they lost. You still have to gauge this offense and say, is it the right fit for our quarterback? And, I'll put it this way. There are going to be changes in the offensive room, in the coaching room. I was under the impression, and trust me, this is me saying it, and I love the guy to death. I was under the impression that Gerard Johnson was the easy target here, and probably the most logical target.
Quarterback coach. Quarterback played poorly.
Yeah.
And quarterback also, a lot of people will say regressed. At the very least, in these last couple of games, it was not nearly what you expect from him. But there could be an argument for an even larger regression.
Yeah.
You go, all right, who is the position coach in charge of making sure, assuring the quality control of his play? He'd be the quarterback coach, right?
So again, I truly love this guy.
I don't think you do.
But I was under the impression, all right, well, Gerard's probably going to go. Simply because he's not a John Carroll guy. I'm sorry, I'm not going to apologize for that. We know that there are connections, and Nick Caserio, runs a lot of the big decision making on the offensive side of the ball. We know that how because of Larry Shaplinski. Obviously kept Cole Popovich, Nick Caley, all with either John Carroll and or New England attributes and history. And Gerard doesn't. Gerard was kept because he has a terrific relationship with C.J. Stroud, and C.J. Stroud absolutely thrived under him his rookie year. It was huge. But all that being said, I think he's just the easy target here.
I think you're right in that he'd be the easy target. I think there's also argument to be made there, right? Outside of just him being an easy target, no?
Like as in what?
Right? I mean, the regression that happens there and the question
yes. And I'm glad you brought that up because and then it becomes the question, and that's what my second point was going to be.
The question of if the message gets through.
I think he's the easy target. I think he'd be the most logical target. But at the same time, what have we been saying all year? This offense from DeMeco's, philosophy and his sort of marching orders has been, keep it simple, run the ball, simple passes, don't take a lot of chances, rely on your defense, and it absolutely worked. But is that a quarterback coach problem or is that a play caller problem?
Well, I don't know if this is
I'm not trying to defend him because again, I think he's going to be the guy out, sadly. But after listening to DeMeco especially, I was like, ooh.
Well, another surprisingly quick one here for DeMeco Ryans, because yesterday it wasn't it wasn't exactly what you're asking there, but the question that he was, to make sure that we are correct here, Figgy, he was asked if he was confident in Nick Caley getting better.
Right.
Yeah, with the coaching staff, with our players, you guys asking about contracts, coaches, I'm evaluating everything as we go throughout the week.
That's again not like a confirmation or a glowing response. Now, it could easily just be I'm looking at everything. But there was other instances where DeMeco Ryans has been a little bit more willing to jump in and, offer his support or, confidence in various portions of this team. That was not one of them. And that also, again, he said he's open and he's thinking about he's considering all of these aspects. Is it possible that he fires Nick Caley, and should he? Is the question that I've been sitting with.
There was zero endorsement of Nick Caley as the offensive coordinator. All those questions. It was a nice long. You heard it here live on these airwaves. There was no endorsement of Nick Caley as offensive coordinator. So there is that to at least ponder. And maybe it's as simple as, I'm just going to, fairly, objectively evaluate anyone. So he couldn't endorse anyone one way or the other. But
which I do appreciate.
Yeah,
I do appreciate that he did not come in with rose-colored glasses or with a slant.
That's our guy.
Right? He's just going to go in. I'm going to flatly evaluate this and see what it looks like.
No, there's something to that. But then you also have to realize, we'll talk about this a lot, is that the best fit for C.J. Stroud's skill set? Is as much as they rely on the defense, is Nick Caley's approach by order of DeMeco rest for your quarterback and his skill set. So maybe that's something that's going to be part of the evaluation, and then throw this into the mix as well. Look at the teams that played this past weekend. Look at two of the teams that are in the AFC and NFC championship games. They have first-year offensive coordinators. It's not out of the realm of possibility as much as you're like, then he'll have 3 offensive coordinators in 3 years or whatever. It has been proven to work. When you get the right match, go back to Jacksonville. When you get the right play caller for your quarterback, it has been proven to work, no matter how good your defense is.
But I think I agree with you on that. I think, though, that you end up in a little bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't circumstance here, because you would be putting C.J. Stroud in another circumstance to pick up another offense. And I think that as much as and I've said this to you, I'm still in on the long-term potential of C.J. Stroud. I might be more lonely than I have been in past years or past decades or past days even with that C.J. Stroud perspective. However, I think that it would be absurd for me to be able to write off the possibility that maybe C.J. Stroud is a little bit slower on the uptick on some of these things. Yeah. And that's a possibility where you could still get to positive outcomes, but maybe that's something we consider, right? So getting a new offense coordinator, what does that do when it comes to getting himself into the right perspective? Like, that change inherently means that there's a possibility for good, but there is also a possibility for bad. And I think it is fair to acknowledge that Nick Caley did grow throughout this season. We have to give him that credit, where you saw an offense be able to manufacture a little bit of the run game here and there. You saw them find a little bit of equilibrium offensively.
Yeah. But let me ask you both this. Go ahead, Figgy.
No, I was just, to me, I feel like that's still not enough reason to keep somebody around, because you see a lot of head coach. Was it Raheem? What's his name?
Morris. Raheem Morris.
Yeah, he did. I think he won the last few of his games.
And here's the other.
I just don't think that's a reason to keep somebody around.
And here's the other
they came around.
This is the other counterpoint to what you just said. What has been the biggest problem with C.J. Stroud? Buy-in, belief, lack of confidence. So you run it back with Nick Caley. Is that going to get better?
But that's how much of that is a Nick Caley thing, and does that matter?
C.J. Stroud isn't going anywhere.
That's
in the short term.
I look at it. You got to do whatever you can to get him on track.
Yeah,
that's a fair point to make. I can hear through the radio a lot of people going, C.J. Stroud he has fallen out of the place where you need to make long-term decisions based off of what he would like or what he would appreciate. You know what I mean? Like, I think that
your window is open.
It is.
Your window's open, and he's here next year and probably the year after that, at minimum.
And I think that this is where we have to step into the portion of the question that is often a gotcha, but in the situation here, I think actually is important, which is, well, who else are you going to get, right? Because I think that ends up being at times where you go, oh, man, I don't know that you stick with this guy, and people go, well, who else are you going to get? And oftentimes that's just a whataboutism to take you away from it. I think that matters here, because there is possibility to continue to grow. How can that? I'm honestly not very happy with. I think that they grew this year, but not at a rate that was comfortable enough for me.
Yeah.
However, I think there's still opportunity to grow, yes. But you also have to be in a place where you know what you're getting on the other side is better, because then you're kind of looking at a little bit where people are doing slightly revisionist history as far as I'm concerned, but should they have kept Bobby Slowick, right? Are they going to do the Bobby Slowick thing again, which is move on from a coordinator for somebody who maybe isn't inherently better, but just different? I think you would have to guarantee that if you're moving on from Nick Caley, you're moving into a place where you get somebody who is absolutely going to be better. And I can look at maybe around, at least at this juncture, maybe a handful of dudes that I could say are better offensive coordinators at this moment. But you'd have to be guaranteed that they would step into this role.
Yeah, but I think that's something that you just have to go figure out and do, and that's why you get paid the big bucks. Because again, if all right, well, Gerard Johnson, let's see if the message can hit better with somebody else as the quarterback's coach. You still have Nick Caley, and you still have an offense that has C.J. Stroud's brain scrambled right now.
Yeah, yeah, and like I said, like the run, like everything about the offense to me was bad. It wasn't like it was just only C.J. Stroud, but everything else around was working fine, and Davis Mills was looking like a elite quarterback type of thing. It was the whole offense to me.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people saying, oh, it's the offense that was bad. Clearly, offensive line is going to need to be addressed. Is that sufficient to take you to another step with this? Because I don't know that the offensive line is the reason why plays are coming in late. I don't know if the offensive line is the reason why it feels like you can't get into tempo at times. Right? I think that those are things that clearly feel like limitations to me, and where if I can guarantee that you give me one of, like, I don't know, and if I feel weird to even bring up this name first, one of like Cliff Kingsbury. Obviously, Mike McDaniel is one of those names. Brian Dable is one that I've had an interest in. Joe Brady absolutely would be a name that I'd be interested in.
Yeah.
But you have to guarantee that you could get those. And there's a couple of those that are being considered for head coaching positions, talk less of coordinators.
Yeah.
But you'd have, if you could guarantee me one of those. But I think that ends up in a place where you might need to hold off for a little bit and do some calling around and make sure that you get one of those before you moved off of Nick Caley.
Absolutely. And I'm sure they will be doing that if they're not doing it already. The back channels are buzzing right now around the NFL. All I'm saying is, you run back Nick Caley, and you improve the offensive line, and maybe you add a receiver and you get a tight end. That's all cool, man. That's going to help. It's still the same offense.
I think
it's still the same offense.
Well, is there a possibility that it's not exactly the same offense, that you can add more elements to it by bringing in, because there was a number of times where people during the season were like, bring in Gary Kubiak as an advisor, and I thought that particular thing was not something that was viable. I think Gary Kubiak is done with that portion of his career. But I think in an offseason time period, 1 and 2, I think there's an opportunity for you to maybe add some level of advisor, some level of consultant, or whatever position they ultimately need to have that could help Nick Caley take the foundation that they've established here and push it further as well.
Yeah, I think the issue is, and to Reggie's point, like if they did move on from Nick Caley, I'm not confident, man. I'm not. They might go with another first-year guy that never called plays or was never a coordinator before. Well, so I'm just not really that confident they're gonna go in the right direction and maybe swing for a Mike McDaniel.
Well, that is all more than fair. But again,
that's still not a reason to keep.
We're going to be watching two teams this weekend that are first-year coordinators. That are coordinators for the first time at their jobs. At their current jobs.
Who are the two?
Clint Kubiak. And where's the other one?
Yeah, it's like, because you got Sean Payton calling plays for the Broncos offensively. You got the Patriots with Josh McDaniel, and then the Rams have Sean McVay calling those plays. So you have one.
Well, but certainly this past weekend, I mean, you had, obviously you had guys, across the NFL that it's been proven. It's been proven you can do it,
I mean, it's been proven that you can have that circumstance, but it's also.
I don't want to play scared, is what I'm saying.
No, I hear you.
Yeah, you play scared, this happens.
Yeah, I just don't see a reason to run it back.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be one thing. It was like, oh, you've seen a lot of flashes.
Yeah.
So we building on something. But I didn't see any of that. I just don't see a reason why, to pounce on the table for this guy.
And I think that, I hear you in what you're doing there. And I just feel like you have to be very careful with the way that you go about that, because we were just talking earlier. Does it feel like they're as close as it feels? They kind of are. And so change inherently, again, you can't change just for the sake of change, because at times that also pulls you backwards in a way that you thought it would pull you forward.
Also, sticking around can keep could get some fired.
I can.
Just running it back, that could get some people fired.
Absolutely.
I can.
Yeah.
So that's fair. But this is why it's going to be a difficult conversation. This is why DeMeco Ryan's taking the week to evaluate and think about this. But remember, last year we were in a place where we thought he would do one thing, right, with the time period that he took. We thought, oh, man, it's just going to be Bobby Slowick again, and we're going to run it back. And he actually surprised us a little bit. It remains to be seen what DeMeco Ryans comes with when his evaluation of this offense in general. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
sports leader, Sports Radio 16. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
We are going to have college football on a Tuesday in the next segment, but I do have a college football national championship game confession here real quick. Just an incredible game. Well, like I said, we'll dig in a little more with Reggie and Figgy. One thing
That's me.
One thing I absolutely hated about last night. So I'm watching this game. Truly, terrific game. Great performance by Miami. What an incredible pass rush, doing things to Indiana that hadn't been done, etc. And I got like 2 or 3 texts over the course of the game, especially in the second half, along the lines of this. Hey, does this make you feel better about the Aggies playing them to the very end and having a chance to beat them and all that? Make you feel better losing them? No, it does not.
Really?
It makes you feel worse.
Really?
Yes, it makes you feel worse. It was a one throw game, a one possession game at Kyle Field, other way because of an interception in the end zone. And lo and behold, the team that won gets to the national championship and damn near wins it. No, that doesn't make me feel better.
But they didn't.
Doesn't make me feel better.
That should make you feel better.
It does not. I mean, some people, I guess, might. Hey, we were right there. No.
It's as you mentioned this, I don't think there's ever a circumstance where this should make you feel better actually makes me feel better.
Never,
if I feel bad.
Very rarely.
Because it's all just you're trying to take some logic to trick yourself into feeling a different way. Ultimately, you're going to feel better if you feel better, and you won't if you won't. And that seems very simplistic, but
completed that touchdown.
Well, sure. You're just going to feel bad, which obviously sounds really bad. Talking to all these Houston Texas fans right now, assuming that, oh man, when Jarrett Stidham beats the Patriots, you'll feel better. No, none of it. It will never. It's never going to feel better. It's always going to hurt until you can find a way to deal with it.
Stop texting me.
That was ultimately what you wanted to get off your chest. Stop texting me.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Speaking of the national championship game, I watched much of it, pretty much all of it, when I was not being distracted. But after the game, and especially in the build-up towards the end of the game when it was just really fun, as you mentioned, a great football game, watched the end of the game, and I'm like, man, by God, Indiana really did it. 16 win Indiana, all of that. And I did something that I never do. I bought not one, but 2 Indiana national championship shirts.
What?
They are in the mail.
What are you doing,
I'm
man?
not even.
You do that?
I'm not even so many times have you guys see me wear apparel for the University of Houston Cougars or the Kansas State Wildcats? Like, it rarely happens. I bought 2 Indiana shirts.
What in the world?
Yeah, what are you doing?
That is bizarre.
This has just been such an interesting run with Indiana. And then also, they've got really good merch. Like, they had some really good merch. So if you see me in some Indiana shirts,
we will.
Just mind your business is ultimately what I'm saying. No, but sincerely, it felt like such a monumental moment in college football that I was like, I just really want to have a piece of this in a weird way. I found myself hitting checkout before I even realized it. And I was like, I like both of these shirts.
That's taking it too far. Yeah,
that is an impulse buy.
Huge impulse.
And look, I'm happy for Indiana.
Yeah,
just it's a cool story. It ain't that damn cool.
I'm hoping that this means that I'm just gonna become like one of those dudes that just kind of wears college football or just wears the arrow. No, not even the Indiana guy, but just the guy who just like, oh, this is a cool Duquesne shirt. Or like, oh man, look at this Delaware Blue Hen shirt. I'm gonna get. Maybe I become that guy.
No, you know what's gonna happen? He gonna wear that Indiana shirt, and everybody be like, "Oh, you went to Indiana too?" You have to explain. No, No, I'm not a fan. I didn't go there.
Who says I'm gonna have to explain? I'm just lie.
No,
What you mean? Yeah, what's India?
Oh, what year?
Yeah, back in 08.
What campus did you stay on?
Yeah.
Oh man, I was actually off campus. I was commuting, man. Yeah, it was kind of crazy the way the situation happened. No, I can lie. Why would I have to tell the truth?
Put that John Carroll shirt on, you can get hired.
Yeah, hey, that might be the next one. Let me go see if anybody's the next one by.
Reggie gonna be the guy. You know how you ask somebody, "Oh, you a fan of that team?" No, it's just a shirt.
Man,
Reggie gonna be
here's
that
the
guy.
thing.
It's just a shirt.
I followed Indiana enough this year. I can lie and make it good.
You know
I can lie and make it good, man. Oh man, yeah, man. My cousin went to class with Fernando. You know what I mean? And then Becker. Yeah. Becker. See, my little sister, her best friend actually date him. So yeah. I'm close with him. Yeah.
I do wish, and this is a mini confession. I do wish we get back to that point where we used to just wear team gear just because of the look. Like back in the 2000s.
That's not happening anymore? I thought it was.
Not really.
Really?
Not really. Back in the early 2000s.
Oh, all the time.
Man, you look at all these rap videos. You see dudes rocking a Browns hat and a Browns jersey.
Yeah.
There ain't no Browns fan. You can't do that now, man. You gonna get questioned.
I feel like college football is a place where you can do that a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, I was in here doing some nerdy type stuff, and I told y'all during the break. So talking about possible offensive coordinators in case the Texans decide to go in a different direction. I gotta confess, I was kind of getting a head start on possible moves they might make.
Yeah.
Specifically John Carroll moves. So I decided to type in Google, who are some NFL coaches the current coaches that went to John Carroll.
Okay, so who do we have to select from here?
I'm looking down the list, and they got Josh McDaniels. We know about him.
Yeah.
Greg Roman, I did not know Carroll.
Idea.
Oh, are you doing this?
That might be the flashiest pick on here.
Yeah.
But other names, I ran across a guy by the name of Patrick Kramer, who is currently an offensive assistant for the Atlanta Falcons.
Offensive assistant.
Yeah.
Does he work with quarterbacks?
I think he do.
Boom.
I think he do. And he's probably
you got your next offensive coordinator. So you got your next coordinator and your offensive QB coach.
He might be a free agent because that's the whole new offensive staff down there now.
Yeah, boom.
Yeah, you got a cat by the name of Matt Baker, who's an offensive assistant for the Pittsburgh Steelers, working with the quarterbacks.
Wow.
So you got your assistant and your quarterback coach and your assistant coach right there.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then Greg Roman to run the offense, huh?
Yeah.
Which would be good for all of 1.5 years if the Greg Roman trajectory goes.
Yeah, and then remember a guy by the name of Dave Ragone?
Dave Ragone.
Dave Ragone,
yeah.
Yep, he went to John Carroll, and he also, get this, he also coached for, he's the quarterback's coach for the Los Angeles Rams. So if they get rid of Gerard Johnson.
We got options.
That might be the guy right there.
Let them all do the job. You know what I mean?
I'm
why
like,
not?
I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm looking through this. I'm like, man.
Sure.
But Ragone,
Yeah.
he might be the person if Gerard Johnson get fired.
Was Dave Ragone drafted by the Texans?
That's a question that I'm going to find out very quickly.
He might be the guy because clearly he worked with, I think he was there when Nick Haley was there last year, right? Mm-hmm. So that might be a popular name.
He did indeed.
He's a John Carroll guy.
He played for the Texans.
Wow.
That make a lot of sense now.
Yeah.
And also, Greg Roman has coached here as well. Like, just go ahead and
right.
How would you feel about that?
The Greg Roman thing?
If they decide to get rid of Nick Haley and go with Greg Roman.
I would be uncomfortable, but like I said,
John Carroll guy.
The tough thing about it is the Chargers stint did not go the way that the previous stints had gone, because it felt like he had a MO, which is the first 1-2 years you can get good offense, especially with a quarterback who has legs and not has legs. All of them tend to have legs. That's usually, but a quarterback that is mobile and can utilize his legs. Think Colin Kaepernick in San Francisco. Think Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. But it ends up being a little bit of a one-trick pony, and there's definitely a shelf life on it. So once you get 2-3 years in, you're like, this is awful, and it's falling off a cliff.
Yeah.
It just didn't materialize in the good way, and some of this was injuries and stuff there in Los Angeles to where they weren't able to get that benefit for the Chargers. That's interesting.
Hey, this might be a quick fix.
It's an easier offense. It is an easier offense, which we were talking about in the break.
Yeah.
The thing that best case scenario, if you did move on from Nick Haley, I think I would prefer someone in that Shanahan offense. I think that one of the things that we talked about a lot is DeMeco Ryans talks about almost the superpower of this defense is it's simplified. It is he makes it easy for his players to go out and demonstrate their capabilities, play fast and free. And that is fast and free are two adjectives that do not describe this offense at all. But they feel like they describe a Shanahan-style offense, and that's my mindset when I'm thinking about this, making that match. And it feels like history of CJ Stroud being a better version of himself in it.
Yeah, exactly.
These are my confessions.
All right, I need your help. I need the listeners' help. I am absolutely torn on this. So, again, another text I received yesterday. Terrific question in a group text. The Mount Rushmore of Houston restaurant families. Now, I got 3.
Huh.
I think 3 are layups. But then there's a bunch of others, and I'm just curious what our listeners and you guys think. Papas.
Sure.
That's
of course.
That's on the Lorenzo, which is Ninfa's and El Tiempo.
Okay.
And the Mandola family, which is Carrabba's, Mandolas, all that. Now, here's where it gets interesting. I wanted to say, in fact, I think I might have said Fertitta, but that's more of a national. I know Papa's.
You talk about Landry's?
Yeah, Landry's. That's more of a national coast-to-coast kind of,
That's not. You don't. Do you think local
Houston families?
Okay. Yeah.
The one I landed on was Good, the Good family, Good company.
Yeah.
Or Frenchie's.
Oh.
Yeah. Are there any others I'm missing here?
Someone said the Corduas.
The who?
I'm reading off the line, man.
Papas, Mandolas were getting a lot.
Is there an Arandas family? Is that a family? Is that a family owned?
Yeah,
okay.
that's a good one. That's what I wanted to. Somebody said the Crizo family is the Frenchies. Somebody said the Vallone family, like Tony's.
This is actually a lot hard, which I should.
I'm saying it's a lot. 3 it got. I think the first 3 are layups.
I shouldn't be surprised by it. This is an elite food city, but I just hadn't really thought about it.
Yeah, I think Papa's definitely top 3.
Yeah. But who's 4?
Everybody said no to Fertitta very strongly. Why? Why y'all all do that so strong,
man?
Somebody said Mama Ninfa. That's Lorenzo. That's the one that Lorenzo. I said. And somebody said Good. Well, there's a lot of. Killing.
I was thinking that. I wasn't sure. I didn't know if that's cool enough to put on the list.
Yeah, it is.
As far as families.
Yeah. Ronnie Killen. He's a good friend of mine.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Why do we need to do a Mount Rushmore construction? Because I feel like we limiting ourselves to 4. We making it hard on ourselves.
I hate Mount Rushmore.
I do as well.
But if you're saying the 4, if you're saying, and that's why, because it's the top 4.
Yeah.
The 4th one's a little dicey.
Why not the top 7? Top 10. Top 15 even.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
No, I think it's easy. It's interesting how quickly those came up because there really are a fantastic number of families.
What's that Chinese food restaurant right there downtown? That's a big family in town too. I'll think of it.
Can't recall what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But now I want Chinese food. That's
Kim
all that
Son?
happened there.
Is it Kim Son? Yeah.
It might be.
Yeah.
Kim Son would not be a Chinese name, and we keep it moving here as your lunchtime confessions.
That's Chinese food.
Okay. Well, all right. Very good. I don't know things is what I like to say.
Yeah. Kim Son. That's a good one right there.
Ambassador.
Yeah. Vietnamese and Chinese.
There we go. Yeah. Very good. All right. Those are our lunchtime confessions. I don't know how we got T-shirts. We got coordinators.
Yeah.
We got food families. What a time. What a time to be what you'll get. Confession. You never know what you'll get is the point. All right. Coming up next, let's get to a little college football on a Tuesday in which we had one of the best national championship games last night. Let's talk about it in all different facets, including what the hell was that couple doing on the 4K cam? We'll talk about all that next.
After another rough performance, C.J. Stroud took responsibility for the Texans' 28-16 season-ending loss.
I just feel like I let people down, and not happy with that, and it hurts. Our team doing great, our defense, getting stops, and I just being careless with the football. I gotta, get that fixed.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Get more from your workout at the gym rated #1 by USA Today.
Free lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I feel myself shedding the darkness of Sunday as we move a little bit further and further along here.
Phlegm.
What happened Sunday?
It's phlegm.
Y'all not serious people, man.
No, it is.
I mean, I'm not a serious person myself
I
either.
can describe it.
But
hey, she was ugly anyway. I ain't like her anyway.
Oh my goodness, I love y'all so much. Appreciate you guys rock with us wherever you're listening, however you're listening. Appreciate you making us a part of your Tuesday here. And I was very appreciative to have the national championship a part of my Monday yesterday. I imagine that you guys were as well, because that felt like one of the best national championship games.
I almost forgot about the damn game.
I almost forgot that it started at 6:30.
Yeah, I forgot it started at 6:30. I did forget that portion of it, because why? Why did we do that at 6:30?
Well, I appreciated it.
Well, because it got done a little earlier?
Yeah, we're done. Go to bed.
I forgot some of y'all not up as late as I am.
That's right.
Indiana, they completed 16-0 season. There have only been 16-0 seasons in the history of college football. None of them were in the 20th century.
Oh, wow, really?
None of them were in the 20th century. Yeah. I can tell you the two other schools that were able to get the three other times that you were a team.
Are they unrecognizable?
I mean, you wouldn't actually. Let's guess. One of them is you would not think of as a football school. The other two, the other one that did it twice. This is the 1800s for those of you that is a school that you would absolutely know, but you probably won't think of for football or really any other sport.
I'm going to guess. That feels like a Yale.
Yale, 1894 and 1889.
Yeah, it felt like a Yale.
16-win seasons.
They used to play all these games against high schools and stuff.
Yeah.
I know Yale was pretty. Ooh, I'm 1 for 1. Let me see if I can guess the other one.
Well, I mean, I'll give you 2 for 2 because that is two different years of 16 wins.
But there's one more school.
There's one more school that had the other 16-win season.
What year?
Not about. It is 1899.
Oh, boy.
I'm sure you remember that fondly.
1899.
I say Harvard. Just a shot in the dark.
There's no way he gets this.
I'm going to say Cumberland.
No.
Not Cumberland?
Not Cumberland. Starts with the same letter.
Okay, well, just tell me. Because I remember Cumberland. The only reason I said Cumberland, I think they were one of those teams that used to be a juggernaut.
Why do you know this?
Because I'm dumb.
He was around during that time. What you mean?
And I think Cumberland is one of the only teams that ever score 100 points in a football game.
Chicago.
University of Chicago. That's
16 wins.
I should have guessed that.
16. Yeah. That is what we're talking about. Back in the 1800s was the last time that a team won 16 games. Now, mind you, obviously, very rarely do teams win or play 16 games out in this modern era of college football. But that's how anomalous this is, especially when you think of what Indiana has been for a majority of. Okay, I get it. Cumberland scored 222 points one time. Thank you for that. But I mean, Indiana was a team that in the Big Ten, and they've turned this around and they won a national championship. But they did not run away with this one. What a fantastic game for Miami. But the thing that we've said about Indiana was largely true. They continue to be the spiritual progeny of the Nick Saban era of college football. They didn't really beat themselves. They mostly whoop your ass, but Miami did that a little bit more in the trenches than I anticipated. Did you see IU block a rugby-style punt?
Yes.
And they weren't even really trying to. That's the type.
Knew he had a chance. So
but it wasn't like they had a punt block.
No, it wasn't a punt block.
And that's the type of stuff that it feels like when I say Indiana feels like a Saban team. Like that's the type of stuff where making plays well coached. Yeah. They're in the right places at the right time.
Didn't have the punt block on, but hey, I got this edge and he's coming this way. I'm just going to reach out with my left hand as far as I can and boom, touchdown. Just like that. But Miami. My goodness, what a run they went on. They were the team that, quote unquote, didn't deserve to get into the playoff.
And they were the last ones in, and Payne and Messidor, they shone in this game. I thought it was possible that, what we saw happen was going to be a thing that was possible where Indiana would be under serious siege and still manage to win. I didn't think it would look like that. They were genuinely getting after Fernando Mendoza and really beating up on an offensive line in Indiana that deserved the credit they had been getting later on in the season.
Not only that, but those two ends, the offensive line has been spectacular for Indiana. The interior of the rush defense. I mean, there were some gashes here and there, some good runs, but they were, especially in the second half, they were just shutting down the run, which is their bread and butter. It was just a fantastic game, start to finish. Fernando Mendoza just locked up the number 1 pick, right?
I mean, I think so. Mm-hmm. I was just telling Figgy, for some reason when I watch college football, I don't do it through the lens of what is this guy going to do at the next level, except in very small circumstances. Can I tell you one of those that popped up in this game? The one that is probably obvious is that Malachi Toney will be. You just still got 2 more years to deal with him, right? That's so unfair. That dude should be getting ready for prom right now. Mark Fletcher is a pro. He runs hard. I like it. That was not the name I was thinking about. It's actually Indiana offensive guy. I've called him the white end because I keep thinking he's a tight end, even though he is very much wide receiver. Charlie Becker, Charlie Becker,
receiver.
He's a receiver, but he's 6'4". Like he is what Ladd McConkey was supposed to be, except 6'4". They just find the matchup, get him the football. He will do it, and he did that time and time again in this game. Back shoulder throws, going up and catching them. Charlie Becker is nice. He's a Sunday player.
And their tight end Jankowski, or what's his name?
The tight end fullback that ends up scoring the touchdown there?
Yeah, he was very impressive as well.
It was one of them skis. It was for sure.
It was a ski. But
that sounds bad. I apologize. I feel like I'm going to have to apologize. It's Nowakowski. Nowakowski. Sorry.
Nowakowski. But here's the other part about this whole thing last night, them being the last team in, the way they played the game, the way they made their run, all that stuff. Dude, they have gotten it absolutely right and delivered incredible entertainment 2 years in a row.
You know what's hilarious? I loved this football game, and I felt like it was enough for me to actually lean even further into I could do without this playoff. I'm going to enjoy the college football of it. Miami would not be in this game without the playoff. I understand that. I really bleeping hate the way that, like, the cost of getting to these games, having to go to 3 different wild spots that, going L.A., Georgia, and now Miami over the course of the playoff. I hate what that does to any normal fan base that hasn't been deprived of good football in literal decades.
No, I don't mind your point there. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters to us as TV viewers, and the fans that can afford to go. And those who don't. And what we're getting is a legitimate college football playoff that is as it's the most entertaining postseason in college football history these last 2 years.
I would argue with that, but also it's not worth it in this moment. What I did want to say, because again, I want to give Miami some credit. Mario Cristobal, for the most part, was okay, but he did enough of the typical Mario Cristobal complaints to be a problem. End of the first half, rather, got a little weird with his decision making and game management, and ultimately in a 6-point game, opportunity to go and try and score late in the first half.
That field goal would have been nice.
Or a field goal even. Yeah. It changes the dynamic of this game. But that's small compared to, you look at it, and Miami very much defensive line. Offensive line was even pretty stout. Your running back was really good. Wide receivers showed up. Secondary made it really tough. The guy who let them down was the 6-year guy or 7th-year guy, $4 million quarterback late in the game, which is funny. I say late in the game. That's not fair. He had probably like 4 turnover-worthy plays. The interception that ultimately clinches the game for Indiana, I actually don't think was his fault.
No, I don't know if it was or not, but that was you have to take a shot time.
Yes.
You just had to. I don't blame him for that. I thought he was – I mean, they wouldn't obviously be here without him and some of the things that he's done. Could have played a better game, but I just feel like this was really, really, really good, hard football. I mean, Mendoza was just flat out beat up. Bloody mouth, beat up arm, bruised from his wrist to his elbow.
How about Curt Cignetti? Yes, he was bruised. Yeah. How about Curt Cignetti going 4th and 4? Was it 4th and 5 even? And just deciding what we're going to do is a quarterback draw. And then what about Fernando Mendoza not just like having the wherewithal to hurdle over his own falling lineman and then not just take the first down, but decide I'm getting into the end zone and taking a back-breaking hit to throw himself into the end zone and really create what is going to be one of the most fun images that we revert back to whenever we think of a national championship
That is
game.
going to be the image of the 2025 Indiana season. Hims are sort of spinning and reaching the ball over the end zone. And by the way, Curt Cignetti, good coach. We know that. Really, really, really good coach.
Somebody need to take him away from Indiana, man.
They're not going to do it.
Take him out the Big Ten.
By the way, he got a $10 million bonus, and
God bless him.
They are on contract to win the national championship. So he's going to get another contract. And
I know he won't get complacent because at the end of the game on the microphone, he's out here complaining after they won the national bleeping championship. Yeah. All right, the Nick Saban thing is a little strong here, buddy.
Yeah. But that one play that defined the game, he saw on a couple of when he's watching film on a couple of plays that Miami might line up like this in this situation.
Oh yeah,
and they sure as hell lined up like that. And even after he made the call, he'd already made the call, and he said, "Let's go."
I mean, you could look at the X's and O's.
Scouting, baby.
If you watch this game really closely, like a football sicko or like a coach, you'll see Indiana was not biting on any of the Miami shenanigans that they bring out. They're well scouted football game, and you can say similar things about Miami as well. I don't mean to leave them out. They did a good job. In fact, yeah, their front four really cooked in this game. There's a couple of weird things. Somebody mentioned Mark Fletcher throws a good right hand as well. Did you see him fighting?
It was
after the game,
but there was two contradictions with him. He wanted to fight Tucker and threw kind of a slap punch at him. And then 2 minutes later, he was waiting. He was waiting for Fernando Mendoza to congratulate him and hugged him and dapped him up and all that stuff. It was like, he's mad at this guy, but he loves this guy.
Yeah, he's like, this ain't about the game. This is something. This is personal. This is particular.
Yeah.
And then, were you at all up on the 4K stream? Because I actually watched this on the 4K stream, so I saw this happen.
No, I saw it on.
There's a couple that was right up because the 4K stream when they went to commercial, silence, and which was nice. But then also like they had like just a high stadium cam, and the people that were up in the nose, you could see them go to their phone as the game went along, seeing people text them saying you're on the camera. So they started doing bits to the camera.
Started mugging. That's the way to do it. That is absolutely the play, right? Didn't they like make out once and stuff like that?
Yes, they did. I feel like you get one opportunity. And I say this all the time. I don't understand what it is about us humans and being on a screen. We lose our minds.
Yeah.
Even if you've been on TV before on a scron, you see yourself on a screen and we lose our minds and we act something stupid.
They played that perfect. You start making, I don't know if they did this, but you start making faces, all kinds of weird stuff just because it's funny.
And the only thing that I would say about that is I feel like the cameraman's got to have a better sense of humor.
No, I think it was a mounted camera. I think it was stagnant.
Well, at some point they tried to move the camera away from it. I'm like, come on, man. Yeah. You got to charge this to the game, baby. This is just going to happen. They weren't doing anything obscene.
Yeah.
So, yeah, shout out to Indiana, Miami giving us an all-timer national championship game. And shout out to Indiana, 16-win Indiana, as I'd like to call them, for getting it done. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's return to the C.J. Stroud of it all. Let's return to the DeMeco Ryans of it all. Let's return to the Texans. Because I think that there's a little bit more to be talked about. And you have a thought that if you're worried about CJ's mental state, that we actually have a comparison in Texans history that you should look at, right?
Yeah.
We'll talk about it next.
All right, guys. You can this happens.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rock with us on this Tuesday. A little bit of interesting news in the NFL. The Atlanta Falcons, one of the few teams, one of the few teams that have officially already made a head coaching hire, which is interesting because there's still candidates that are hemmed up in the playoffs right now.
Yeah.
So the teams that have made a hire, it's been interesting to see the guys that they've went with. We've said that the Tennessee Titans went with Robert Saleh. I get that. But the Falcons went with Kevin Stefanski. Maybe they just wanted an offense. Look, he's put together a good offense. That's fine. They also now have an offensive line coach.
Okay.
I did not say they have an offensive coordinator, but they have an offensive line coach. And the only reason I'm not often just out bringing up teams' positional coach hires.
Yeah.
But the reason why this caught my eye is the offensive line coach is Bill Callahan.
So he's still out there. Well, not anymore.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore.
I didn't know that he still wanted to work. I thought the whole reason why he went to Tennessee was because his son, Brian Callahan, was the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Callahan has not been hired by the Falcons. Maybe he will. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, oh, so Bill just working
because he was Kevin up in Cleveland for a few years.
Yeah, I guess so.
So he probably won't get back to work. My son ain't about to stop me. He might be out of work, but I'm not.
Yeah, but my thought is if he was trying to work, you should have told somebody, man.
Oh, how important is it there that there's no offensive coordinator yet, but there is an offensive line coach? Not as much,
I don't think as much because you're
he's the play caller.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and I'm guessing
you know what the offense is going to be, so you know what kind of offensive line coach you need.
So, and even if Brian Callahan did go there, that probably won't be the best move because I'm sure he want to get some experience.
Yeah.
You're not stopping no show is basically what we're getting to there. All right, very good. I was just like, Oh, so Bill is like working. All right, cool.
Yeah.
And John Harbaugh, Jeff Hafley, the other two head coaches that have been established, Jeff Hafley in Miami, and John Harbaugh having his meeting with the New York media today. In fact, I don't know if he might have just finished up, but it was not too long ago where he was talking to the assembled media. So that might be something that you hear a little bit around the NFL tomorrow. But right now, we continue to talk about the things that you're considering at home. And one of the big things is the C.J. Stroud of it all. People were very upset. I don't know if you saw this on the text line, that we were talking about the offensive coordinator and the offense, because I think everybody sees that the reason why you lost the game this Sunday was C.J. Stroud. I think people have now conflated that to the reason why you have lost all the time is C.J. Stroud, which I don't think is correct. However, C.J. Stroud, because of the quarterback, because of the outsized importance of that role, is under a lot of scrutiny, to the point where DeMeco Ryans apparently has just been like, hey, put your head down, go to work this offseason and make it happen. The thing that I think would concern, one of the things rather that I think would concern people is between the ears for C.J. Stroud and how he is. We've talked about it a lot. You had a thought on this that I kind of wanted to explore.
Yeah, because we've talked from the beginning of the season. Hell, you can go back to last year at moments. He just looks lost. He looks frustrated, et cetera. And there's been a word thrown around from the moment that game ended on Sunday through yesterday and into today, and it'll probably be thrown around, moving forward. And that word is broken. C.J. Stroud is broken. We've all heard that.
That's definitely a thought that people have had.
What if he is? What if he's actually broken? And let me get into some specifics here. We've seen a number of athletes over the years, and I'm going to get to one right here in Houston that we're all familiar with, but that they break and they don't come back. Right here, speaking of Houston, Chuck Knobloch, All-Star, World Series, and then he couldn't throw the ball. And you can get into some more recent ones.
Baseball yips has been a word that was thrown out there a little bit. It was more after the Steelers game.
Yeah.
Baseball feels like but I guess maybe here's the thing, right? Quarterback, especially in the system that they have, is very technical. And that's where the thing with executing the way that you go about things gets very particular in pitching as well.
I'm just talking about between the years.
But I mean,
yeah, you're right. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, what if he's broken? He come back is the question. What will it take? Carson Wentz, Rick Ankiel is one of the poster children.
Rick was such an interesting story though, because he wasn't able to keep pitching. He went from pitcher to
outfield,
right? Okay, good. Because I was trying to remember which way it went, but he was able to find a way back, but just it had to be a different door though.
Right. Dontrell Willis, remember Dontrell Willis?
Mm-hmm.
Fell off a cliff. Ben Simmons. Off a cliff.
The only thing with Ben Simmons is there were signs. There were signs in college with Ben Simmons.
How you feel about RG3? Because he had an amazing
injury related
year
as well. But my bigger point is I've got other names too. Jordan Spieth, Greg Norman. I mean, there are a number of instances when an athlete truly gets broken and it's a mental thing, and they have either a very hard time or they don't come back from it.
Text line has put up Fromber. Fromber is interesting because Fromber is kind of gone up and down within that, or maybe you view like the latter half of this past season as some level of broken. We'll see what he brings back. Would you put Fromber in that same bucket, trying to compare CJ?
In a different sense, yes. His was more, I guess. No, it was a mental state. But here's the one. Here's where I'm going with this. Right here, we had a Super Bowl caliber team led by a Pro Bowl quarterback named Matt Schaub. And then he started throwing pick sixes. He never came back. That was it. I mean, they had to make a change. He never came back. And I was just sitting here looking at C.J. Stroud, mental state, strength. People talk about everything from, crying with Tank Dell, which whatever, to the looking lost and literally losing his ability to throw to second base like Chuck Knobloch. The easy throws. How many times did I mention that yesterday? Missing the easy throws. This ball placement specialist, we have to set that aside for a while until he proves it again. What if he's broken?
If he's broken, then you're going to have to figure some things out. And I think you have to. He has enough talent to where, because as you were naming some of these, I was trying to see how many of these guys had the talent to try and overcome that mental aspect of it. It's tough because at this level of any professional sport, the physical and the mental must meld, right? You can't just have one or the other. It does not happen that way. We're talking about too good of athletes, but that's where you got to.
Ben Simmons number one pick.
You got to give him an adequate opportunity to try and show you that, and I think that's where C.J. Stroud and the way that he goes about this and the way that he talks about this is going to be insightful for us. In fact, I take you to C.J. Stroud talking to the Assembled Media yesterday. This was him talking, or he was asked rather, how many of his turnovers in the postseason were mental versus physical.
Yeah, I feel like I'm comfortable. There's plays where, things happen, where, you don't necessarily, like, your body kind of just reacts, it's like instincts. But I feel like, those things happen, and I came back out in the second half, and I thought I'd play well. I thought I, moved the ball, thought we did better in that first drive, and then, didn't punch it in, which sucks. But I think, once I flushed it and that does happen. You do, unintentionally or intentionally, things do affect you. But I think I responded in the best way I could have, and I stand firm in that, and I don't ever try to move, too fast or too slow, and I try to be where my feet are. So, I thought I did a decent job of that. But I look at my career. I've had that a million times, and it's going to get blown up because it was a divisional game, and rightfully so. Like, it's one of the biggest games of my career. And I didn't have the best day, but I could look back at other games of my career where I did show up, and I know that I had more of those than I had yesterday. So, I'm gonna look forward to the next opportunity I get.
What's your belief in that? That's the right thing to say.
It sounds like he's trying to convince himself, but I don't view that as inherently a negative thing. It seems like this would be the mindset, as much as it feels like it's not the thing to tell us on the outside, right? As there's a dichotomy of things that we expect people to, the athletes to tell us versus what they tell themselves. Yeah. I think this is the right thing to tell himself. I think it does point to the idea that the mental portion of this is what he is working on.
Right.
Him talking about being in those moments where your body just kind of takes over, I found to be very, very interesting, because that is one of those things where that's what you're trying to fight. Like, that's what people are trying to get you away from. But again, it points to one of the things that we were talking about earlier, how much the position that he's been put in, and I know it sounds like I'm giving excuses, but the position that he's been put in has been one to think about everything as opposed to play fast and free, which is when he's played his best, which makes me wonder about the system and the way that they play. Now, again, it might be that they need to find a way to mitigate those in other ways. But, yeah, I think that this ends the conversation that you have to think of is how do you get him back into a comfortable mental state as he's doing this? And, yes, we're talking about the mental state, and that's rough because you get to some of this you want to be able to have the player regulate themselves. But if you can't, like, where do you meet halfway, or what is the quitting point, right? Because I think there's a lot of people where it's easy on the outside just be like, get rid of them. It's not really a way that I think is a reasonable or a responsible way of handling things at the NFL level of being a decision maker.
See, to me, it's just another very interesting thing to watch with C.J. Stroud, because as we've known and talked about, he has never come across as a flush it kind of guy. He talked about it right there. That things tend to linger, with him.
We seen him with the Tank Dell injury.
With the Tank Dell injury?
Yeah, when that happened, you could tell he wasn't the same person.
Hell, in his game. Like, how many times after his first interception or first two interceptions, you could see it in his eyes. Just doubt or uncertainty or whatever. And it's impossible to predict. I'm not predicting anything. All I'm saying is, like, Jordan Spieth and Greg Norman were the number one players in golf. Well, maybe not Spieth, but he was up there, and Greg Norman was. Ben Simmons was a high draft pick. I mean, Chuck Knobloch was a World Series winner, and it left them. You talk about the athletic ability. His athletic ability is unquestioned. There have been players as good, at least as equipped as him, where all of a sudden it just goes. Matt Shaw might not have had his talent, but he was damn good, and it just gone. After all those, I'm not going to say. I guess it is a worry, but it's more something you got to watch with C.J. Stroud, because he just seems like he's shown that he can break.
Yeah, to me, it's a little bit of a worry because just some of the passes he was making in the last two games were not C.J. Stroud-like.
Right.
Just poor bonehead decisions.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's so frustrating is it feels like it's so far from the norm. But what happens if this is a new norm, or at least the window of that has slid? Like, I know there's people talking about him running for his life. The quarterback pressure percentage for him was lower than 5 other games this season. Now, one of those was the Pittsburgh game the week before, where that was the second highest pressure percentage that he had. If you want to talk about that being some level of pressure, I'll hear you on that.
Yeah.
It was a high pressure game. Don't get me wrong. I still think that's a portion of it, but I can't write that as the only reason why. I think that also our medium, sports talk radio, we typically focus in on what's the biggest or what's the portion of it. The answer is this is a weird kind of quilt of a number of things that are there, and that's what makes it tough. Is you have to try and unentangle all of these things, and the mental aspect of it is a large part of it.
Yeah,
it'd be hard pressed to find a different way of this. The offseason is going to be very interesting to see how he attacks this.
Yeah,
to get himself into the right.
I have no doubt he is going to, go all the things that they talk about, whether it's D'Amico or him or whomever. I have no doubt he is going to go back to fundamentals. He is going to work his ass off. He is going to try to exclude all the noise, as he likes to say, or ignore it and all that. Great, and I have no doubt that he will, but there's going to be, a little bit of me is like, let's see.
How quickly can you find that out, though? Because one of the things is this popped up when you got to the playoffs.
Yeah.
So is this something where you feel like he comes in the first 5 weeks of next year and he looks like a CJ that is absolutely something that you can live with?
I think you can.
Is that gone for you? Or is it just sitting in the back of your mind?
It's not gone, but I think it'll start to help. If you see a guy that is, confident in what they're doing, confident in the offense, showing that it's not lingering, but then it'll certainly, we will be talking about it again if and when they get back into the playoffs next season.
Yeah, it's an uncomfortable thing to have to deal with. If that is indeed the right way of thinking of it, right? The idea that this ends up being something that is going to pop up consistently, or has the possibility of even popping up, even if we don't use the word consistently there. That is the rough portion of this. That is the belief that is broken there. That, again, CJ doesn't have to listen to us. In fact, he should not listen to us. But that's the thing that's going to be rough on the outside looking in.
Somebody said he needs a sports psychologist. I can guarantee you he's going to see a sports psychologist. If not by his own choice, the Texans are probably recommending it.
And you know what?
Yeah.
That's probably
it's great.
Like, not only that, because I think that sometimes we can do this is what he is and that's done. Like, there's an ability to change things by addressing it. I think Seth did a great job talking about that earlier today. And if there's somebody who has changed portions of the way that he is by making a conscious effort to change it, it is Seth Payne, both at a personal level and a professional football level. So I do think that is the case. But, yeah, they're going to have to be very serious about attacking this, because you can't leave this treated or unaddressed, because that would be the downfall of what was a very promising career, or what continues to be a very promising career, I think, from C.J. Stroud. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's where we hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I don't know if y'all saw this viral video that was going around, but a killer elephant is on the loose.
What?
And I got the details on that. Plus, I see a lot of people already entertaining the thought of getting rid of C.J. Stroud, including a place that is pretty familiar with a former Texans quarterback.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Aren't all elephants killer, if you really think? Anyways, we'll find out next.
here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. So it's a killer elephant on the loose in India.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And this
make you feel better?
Much. Hey, man, I have a great respect for elephants,
On
man.
the heights.
That'd be hilarious. Yeah, so at least 20 people have been killed by this wild elephant in 15 days. And this is
What they do to the elephant?
Yeah, that's what a lot of people saying. That's kind of the chatter online, saying, "Hey, elephants usually don't bother anybody unless they're provoked, or
right,
something like that."
This elephant is like John Wick or something. He got some beef.
He tired of everybody at this point. He must have messed with his dog or something.
That's right.
Killed his dog. But
Shout out to B. Scott.
This is in Jarkin, Indiana, like an Indiana State Jarkin, and this elephant still haven't been captured. So let's go to the story. This is WION on YouTube.
Okay.
With the story.
People in several Jharkhand villages are living in by fear of a rampaging elephant. The animal has now killed at least 20 people in the recent days as authorities continue to track it. Villages near forest areas have witnessed several attacks this year. Now, the elephant that is believed to have been separated from its herd, several houses have been damaged in overnight attacks, prompting forest officials to issue an advisory. Residents have been warned not to venture out at night and not to store grains or liquor at home.
Liquor?
The elephants have a strong sense of smell, and that could draw them towards the houses and lead to further attacks. The Forest Department has distributed firecrackers and diesel torches to villagers to help scare the animal away, but officials have strictly advised against attacking or trying to harm the elephant, warning that it could further provoke the animal. Meanwhile, a quick response team has been formed, and a large-scale operation is now underway to trace and capture the elephant.
Well, I mean,
sound like I'm hiding a bottle of liquor from my auntie.
They said trace the elephant. I mean, I feel like you should be able to see the elephant.
Hide the liquor.
What you mean trace the elephant? It's right there. It's a big ass elephant. I will say though, elephant sounds like a good time. He's like, hey, y'all got food and drink in here. Let me see what's popping in this house.
It sounds like an auntie coming over. Hey, your drunk auntie that drink up all your liquor. Hide your liquor.
I think the elephant is just misunderstood. He just wants to go to a house party, man. Get a little liquor.
Y'all got some drink over here. Hold on.
I'm sure he probably over there hiding like, how am I wanted?
Yeah.
I ain't do anything.
Yes.
I need help. I'm trying to look for trying to find my family.
Seriously though, it's kind of terrifying.
That's scary.
It's kind of terrifying.
That's scary. There's actually a video out there.
Apparently he's running through houses.
Yeah.
Like not just the people outside.
Yeah, it's a video out there. You could kind of see it. A lot of people screaming and yelling, and somebody was recording it. Crazy, man.
Rogue elephant. Even his herd didn't want him around anymore.
Oh, you think that's what happened?
No,
You think
they said that it left.
he got
his herd.
he got separated from the herd, so that I thought
thrown out.
I
Got
thought
kicked out of the club, man.
I took the separated from the
I thought
herd
he
as
got
like
lost.
they made a left, I made a right.
No.
It might have been that they was like, hey man, hey Andrew, you doing a lot, dog. You gotta man, you gotta
out here
go.
wilding all
You gotta go. You been getting drunk and everything. Get out of here,
Get the hell
bro.
out of here before I bust that camera. Yeah.
He the wild boy elephant. I had not considered, and it makes sense. He's over there. Oh, y'all got some drink. Let me just get some drink.
So he crashing out.
Yeah, this might be it.
Yeah, trying to find some liquor, some food.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And he's doing it at night. Like I did not think of. And look, I don't know very much about elephants, so I'm not gonna pretend like I knew. But I did not think of elephants as nocturnal creatures or operating. They're like, hey, be aware at night. The crazy elephant gonna be out here.
Do not wander around at night. Hell, sometimes whenever I wander around at night, I'm like, what if I run into a tiger or something? I would never thought I'd run into an elephant.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to tell
I'm
me.
out here looking for coyotes. Apparently,
Yeah.
you might have Babar run up on you or
Or a
something.
bear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll be thinking like, damn, when is a bear in the backyard? I just ran into a bear. Elephant.
We had you didn't go on that trip. We had bears in our backyard when we went to the Greenbrier. Black bears in our backyard.
Why they gotta be black?
Hey.
Sorry, it was there. It was just a funny. I was just there. I had to do it. I apologize.
One of them was Hispanic. No.
They said cocaine elephant. That might be what's happening here.
Yeah. Movie coming soon.
Yeah.
Somebody on the YouTube page said the elephant committed 7 turnovers and the herd left him behind. Oh no! Oh no!
Salute to the elephant by the name of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
It's Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Speaking of C.J. Stroud, 92.3 The Fan, up in Cleveland, Ohio. Anthony Lima and a guy by the name of Daryl Ryder, who's filling in for Ken Carmen, do a lot of reporting and stuff there for the station.
Would he be like R.B. Scott?
Yeah, I would say he'd be like the B. Scott. Yep. And they were talking about different options for Cleveland quarterbacks, which is an evergreen topic up there.
Right.
And
Deshaun Watson not one of those, huh?
yeah, they were just rattling off names, saying, "Oh, what about Matt Jones? What about this person?" And then a familiar name around here that we've been talking about all day popped up.
You know, CJ was abysmal yesterday.
He was.
He was horrific. He also didn't have any receivers.
I've given the Houston Texans enough first-round picks, but
he's been a good trade partner in the past.
They've been a great thought partner for the Cleveland Browns. And I think Andrew Berry should pick up a phone. And if it costs you numbers, okay, or 24, I should say, I might consider it.
Well, so you say right now, I can't imagine Houston would bail on Stroud just like that.
Or Anthony, I'm desperate at this point.
You are desperate.
I mean, and he doesn't have the baggage that Deshaun has. Now,
he's due for an extension, right?
He's due. That's the thing. Like,
and we have all this money tied up. It's unfathomable how bad he's been really in both these playoff games. And, you know, he lit us up. He lit up the Jim Schwartz defense a couple of years ago. That's why Joe Flacco was playing from behind and pressing, because they had a great game plan against us a couple of years ago.
His last good game.
Stunned what Stroud was able to do as a rookie, but he has not gotten better.
You know, you could trade for him, pick up that team option. That basically gives him a 2-year audition, you know? That's obviously assuming that Houston's looking at the way he's played in the postseason and, you know, said, hey, we're giving up on him. But again, I would caution the Texans. The grass isn't always greener on the other side.
Yeah, they would know.
Yeah.
I would listen.
Yeah, that's an expert right there on quarterbacks.
Listen to them.
Would y'all do this trade?
Just the 26? No.
No.
A singular first-round pick ain't doing it.
No.
What about the 26th and the 6th? Or 24th and the 6th?
Yeah.
2 first-round picks? You got 3 for Deshaun.
I'm thinking about it is so sad.
I know. We would not
so
be.
sad.
Man, they will run me off of this station if I entertained this thought a year ago.
3 weeks ago.
Yeah,
3 weeks ago, we would have been run off the station for that.
Dude, this is so sad.
They're not going to do it, but.
No, that's the thing. They're not going.
If somebody did, but if somebody did come to you, like the Cleveland Browns, who got a few times, I would sit there and listen.
Now,
for 2 first-round picks, I would listen.
The odd circumstance is you find yourself in a year where I don't know how much you love the quarterback talent. Like the top end of quarterbacks is Fernando Mendoza and Ty Simpson, and beyond that, I don't know exactly what we're dealing with.
Dante Moore's going back.
Yeah, Dante Moore is remaining in college. Also, there is the question of, and look, if you are entertaining this, you're entertaining this. But the question then comes up, who would you then have at quarterback? Because it's not like you just move on from C.J. Stroud and you're like
Davis Mills.
You think you're just running with Davis Mills this year?
I think they are comfortable enough,
very much,
to roll with Davis Mills and maybe have a project behind him.
Yeah.
Or at least give him some competition.
It's so bad that we're here.
I can't believe we're here. We should not be here.
It's so bad that they're there. That fans of another team are like, hey, you know, maybe we can.
Well, I mean, you strike when value's low.
But
that's absolutely a smart thing.
It's basically a flyer.
Yeah, they sitting there talking about how bad he was. that maybe they'll take a 24th.
But that's the point, right?
For him.
But that's the point. It's a depressed asset, and maybe see if you can hit for a lick. I mean, people do this.
They're not talking about Joe Burrow.
People do this.
They're not talking about anybody else.
Yeah, but people do this every day on Facebook Marketplace. They go, let me see if I can get you. If I can hit you for a lick because you might need it or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that the particular way that he played was so poor that you take a dude who generally was thought to be, that is 100% a starting quality quarterback and push in a place where
the question is, would you take that though?
Not for 1. 2 1s. We're getting to a place where I'm starting.
I'm not taking no more than 2 1s.
You're listening for dang sure.
Yeah. It's Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So we talked about a little earlier. The Falcons hired Kevin Stefanski as their head coach, and a lot of people. I don't know if you've been paying attention to a portion of the internet. I wouldn't say it's all Falcons fans, but it's a certain pocket of Falcons fans, or just probably people that live in Atlanta or who is from Atlanta, didn't really like this hire at all. So here is a fella comedian by the name of DC Young Fly, who is from Atlanta. And I don't even know if he just a sports fan or whatever. But he decided to give his thoughts on this hire Atlanta made.
Bro, what the f***? Bro, don't nobody want this ugly, bro, man. Get your ass on, bro. The Atlanta Falcons do not with the city, bro. Y'all went and did that, bro, on 32, bro. What the f***? Bro, all the you did to Shador, bro. We don't want your ass, bro. We want Shador ugly. The f***, then y'all don't win and got Matt as the VP, and this the first decision you gonna do.
What is going on?
That is, I hadn't thought about it in that way. And yes, there's a racial element of this. You will have to deal with it for a moment here.
It didn't stop there though. It didn't stop there. Uncle Luke, the 2 Live Crew.
Is he?
No, he's not.
Like he's a Miami
guy.
But
he loved Atlanta though. I'm sure he had some great times in Atlanta.
I bet he did
in the '90s.
Whew. I bet he. I just imagine the times that he had.
Yeah, he probably going back and forth, Miami, Atlanta. So he decided to weigh in on this. He tweeted this: Atlanta Falcons, what did you do? Who did this? Why would you bring this man to Chocolate City South? Where is Killer Mike?
Wait, why does it go Killer Mike? Killer Mike got an answer for this?
Hey, Killer Mike is he's been out there trying to make Atlanta the new Wakanda.
Yeah. That's like
the unofficial mayor of Atlanta.
That's like Nick Cassero doing something. They're like, Bun B, come answer for this.
Yes. That's exactly what it is.
Why are they doing
this?
He's
the Bun B of Atlanta.
But why would Bun B have answers for that? That's not his fault.
They want him though. They want him.
Well, Killer Mike, he had answers.
Oh wow.
He responded to this tweet and said, I'm sitting with my face in my hands wondering how this bleak gonna go, bro. I hope this coach isn't culturally offended that everyone in Atlanta has an extreme amount of love for his former quarterback's family. This is Sanders' country, and Coach Prime's legacy lives here.
Mike, that's a large part of it, right? Atlanta, very black. So there's just the general kind of division on those lines, but then also, as he points out, which is the larger point, they love them some Sanders, Dion in particular.
So they wanted him to coach?
I don't know if they want him to coach, but they're like, you can't hate Shador, at least as far as they view it.
Yes.
I know some people will quibble with the idea that that Stefanski hated Shador Sanders,
right?
But at least in that image, especially for people that are pro Sanders folks, they're like, "Hey man, how you gonna get us the anti-Sanders here for the Dirty Birds?" That's crazy.
Yeah, and sad to say, I disagree with all of these cats, man. I think it's a good hire.
I tend to believe as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't look at all of that stuff, man. To me, it shows you that they probably don't watch the NFL as close as they should.
It also points to something that, if we're going to be honest, fans can be fanatics at times.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, that's exactly what this is.
We can get over our skis at times.
I'm curious, who the hell did they want? I ain't seen nobody saying, hey, Deion Sanders.
Maybe Deion.
I haven't seen that around.
And I don't know if that had been a good option. I did find it interesting that they went and hired Kevin Stefanski, and I feel like, especially if you're trying to find some level of stability for your program, Brian Flores is out there.
Yeah. Well, no, but he's actually being interviewed too, right?
Yeah, he's being interviewed.
Yeah.
Now, maybe you say you definitely wanted to get an offensive coach. All right. I still think that there's some interesting offensive coaches out there, but I don't think this is a bad hire inherently. And you know what? If he does not succeed, how far are we away from just looking at the Atlanta Falcons in general and the way that they operate things for being some of the issue here? They only just got the talent defensively that they should have had for probably like the last decade.
Yeah.
This has been a oddly run franchise inherently without getting into that, you know?
Yeah. So, man, salute to Uncle Luke. They're not a fan of this hire.
They'll be a fan if he wins. Like, that's the thing is ultimately
they're going to forget all of that stuff.
Greatest deodorant is winning. If Kevin Stefanski can, again, get out here with the good offense and able to especially get Michael Penix into a place where he looks good.
Oh, it's all going to be good.
I did like the simple fact that on social media they put Kevin in a iced out grill and a chain.
I feel like
that's so Atlanta.
But it's also been like the new thing is just get a person who is white, put him in a grill. Look how crazy that is.
Only in Atlanta though, man. They ain't
or here.
Well, I mean, we do it here.
Yeah.
Apparently, Jacksonville trying to steal that Steve's as well, putting Trevor Lawrence in.
What coach did we put in the grill here?
Well,
in the chain. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
they only do that in Atlanta.
Yeah.
I mean, you get.
They did that with Kirk Cousins.
They did.
Come
they
on,
did
man. That's an Atlanta thing right there, man. That's their little shtick right there.
All right, if you say so. I appreciate you, Fig, for yet another fantastic edition of the mixtape.
By the way, we got a giveaway.
That's right. Let's give something away if you don't mind. How about a 4-pack of tickets to go to the Houston Automotive Show? That's happening at NRG Center, January 28th to February 1st. You could pick one of those days and take you and 3 friends to it. All you got to do is be caller number 8 right now, 713-572-4610. Of course, there's all sorts of different things to check out at the Automotive Show. Clearly cars, that's the auto part. Clearly boats, that's the boat part. But there's also off-road adventures, all sorts of different things. And you say it's fun for the whole family, huh?
No, it's absolutely fun for the whole family. Those events with the Jeeps and the Ram trucks and all that, the kids are going to love that.
Yeah, so that's a great opportunity. You can buy tickets at Audible, or you can win by being caller number 8 right now, 713-572-4610. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive next.
All right, let's talk about that Houston Automotive Show right
ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Shout out to everybody who's rocking with us here on Sports Radio 610. Your listenership is greatly appreciated. Don't ever think anything otherwise. And in this very moment, I want to also shout out very particularly our guy Ocho, who is he's a Sports Radio 610 sicko, always listening, always texting, and watching some of the most obscure sports
for years, too.
And I love it. But I mentioned this because he's been up and down the text line all show, and he hit me with this right now. I quote, "I think the Epstein files will be released before we find out what's wrong with Joe Mixon."
Which side would you bet?
Not doing that, but I will move very quickly away from that to D'Amico Ryans, who talked to the Assembly Media yesterday around enough, and I was amazed. This is a cut 16 here. Do we have any clarity on what's wrong with Joe Mixon?
Joe Mixon topic. Do you have any clarity on what is wrong with him and what it would take this offseason?
No clarity.
At this rate.
No clarity or no clarity to give you?
I mean, one of the things we were talking about off air is D'Amico Ryans, as much as he kind of keeps what seems like a steady response to a lot of, well, you know, we'll let you know.
Yeah.
No. He'll answer in some instances. In fact, as evidence of that, can you give me 19 here? This was D'Amico Ryans when he was asked about an update on wide receiver Tank Dell.
Yeah, Tank has done a really good job with his recovery throughout the entire offseason. You know, it's very tough when Tank has such a significant injury, right? And he was battling, trying to get back. He was working really hard to try to get back, you know, at the end of this past season. But it just didn't work out that way. But he's showed up every day with a smile, with a great attitude, and I'm excited to see him back on the field next year.
So now let's circle back to Joe Mixon.
You want to play it? You want to play it again? You want to compare
I'm
it?
saying if I'm in
Figgy, I want to hear it one more time. We got to play it in comparison. No clarity. All right, there we go.
No clarity on Joe Mixon with the exact same question as was made about pretty much the exact same question as was with Tank Dell. What is going on?
I mean, whatever it is, it feels pretty clear that you cannot bank on Joe Mixon next year, right?
Well, no, yeah, it's very clear that
nations are not obligations, but contractual, machinations that also would dictate that this is probably the way that you go. But yeah, now this very much feels like to me the Joe Mixon thing here might need to just be a clean split from.
Well, yeah, but the other just this particular thing right here Hey, how's Tank Dell? Hey, how's Joe Mixon? And you get that divergent of answers. You know,
we all have our oddities. This is clearly a quirk with not CJ, with D'Amico that he has, is that when he has news that he feels very good about, he will lean into it. When if it's not like the most very goodest, as I use terrible English news, he will give you a little bit of a stonewall. I think that's how this goes. But the reason why I bring this up is I also want to bring this back to the running back situation. Or we were talking about free agents, and we did a little pick one. And you were like, yeah, I think the Nick Chubb thing we're good here. The only running backs that you're looking at then are Woody Marks, Jawar Jordan, and both of those guys are at best running back twos. Like, this is very clearly.
I mean, Woody might be a split kind of rep guy, split the carries.
You feel comfortable going into the season with?
No, I said he might be a split with someone else. So but
you still
split the carries with someone else.
So a 1B is where you're going to with Woody Marks.
1A, 1B, whatever.
All right.
Still need to get a running back, though.
I mean, they relied heavily on him.
Is the reason why
he was their best running back?
Yes, he was, but I thought that was relative.
Are we grading on the curve?
If Joe, and that's because you came in with a roster where you expected Joe Mixon to be running back one, and so the expectation was he would slide in. I think that he's still better suited to being like a running back two, even though he gave you all that he possibly could. I'm wrong about if you get your offensive line situated, but as we were talking about the various different ways we're starting to get a feel for where this team needs to be, I'm thinking about where you use assets, and running back feels like it has to be one of those for sure.
Yeah, I was really interesting listening this morning, yesterday morning. John McClain, they asked him about where to go from here. His first answer was running back, not offensive line. I mean, he said running back is got to be a priority for this team, and I don't necessarily think it's wrong because of what we're talking about here. Joe Mixon, I don't think you can count on him. Who knows what it is? Part of that thing that kind of irritates me about their answer there, D'Amico's answer there, is he's trying to protect Joe Mixon and keep whatever it is that's afflicting him, private. But when you answer Tank Dell with such detail and clarity, it doesn't really serve its purpose. That you're not really protecting him. It makes him look worse.
I mean, I guess you're protecting the particulars to some degree.
Yeah.
I mean, we can go over.
Make the rumors swirl a little
exactly.
more.
I mean, we've done a lot of talking about the way that D'Amico handles his relationship with the media. That wasn't necessarily my point. It's well taken.
Back to the point.
It's well taken, though.
Mixon, I don't think you can count on him. Nick Chubb, maybe, but I personally feel like it's probably it's a definite slide now.
I think yeah. Thank you, Lil Kiki. He's definitely on the slide.
He's definitely on the slide.
But yeah, it feels like that's one of those places. And so running back is clearly one of those places. Where are the other spots? Because I was actually looking at it, and again, with the way that you have 10 returning, with Sheldon Rankins being the one that is a free agent, unrestricted free agent, that I think would be easy to get done. Depth is still going to be something that you address there, but it feels like you have a lot of 8 picks, and 4 of them top 100, 3 top 60, I think.
Yeah.
You have the opportunity to really invest on the offensive side of the football, and it feels like running back is one of those. What are the others for you?
Well, if you were a quarterback of the Houston Texans, start at center and just start going outside to the right. Center.
You think right? Oh, you're leaving Titus Howard at left guard in your mind.
Center, guard, tackle, tight end. Everybody from the center to the right.
So you're not in the mindset where Titus Howard becomes your tackle back again.
Oh, I think it could, but all I'm thinking is with Trent Brown. To me, he's kind of like break in case of emergency.
Oh, Trent Brown is not in my mindset, but I thought Titus Howard could be your starting right tackle again.
And that's going to be discussed a lot as we get closer to the draft. But in terms of just need, I think you absolutely need a center, absolutely need a right guard, absolutely need a right tackle, and absolutely need a tight end. So basically, other than those 4 spots up front, you're okay. You're all right.
Outside of that, fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the things these are the conversations that we have set up for us in the next couple of months as we gear up.
Think about that. You need all 4 of those dudes.
Yeah, and I mean that was an understanding that you kind of knew you were going to need a lot of those. Not all of them. Tight end is the one that gets a little interesting, especially because you have 3 tight ends on the roster for next year already.
Brevin Jordan signed.
Right, Brevin Jordan. You have Cade adults there, but I think that those are the conversations that you have with the remainder of.
But you still need a tight end.
It's still I would feel more comfortable with one that you believe more, especially in a pass catching capacity. Now, I guess Brevin Jordan is who you look at in that way. But I hate to knock on wood, or I guess I have to knock on wood for this. It feels like that's been the injury luck there has continued to be really, really poor to a place where I don't know how consistent you can, depend upon that. So, yeah, I don't know. I will say, though, I appreciate the person on the text line asking for my insight into the Senegal-Morocco AFCON final, where have you ever seen something like, the goalkeeper will keep, like, a towel off to the side?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a home team try and, like, steal somebody's towel or, like, just do shenanigans like that? When was the last time you saw that? And I'm interested to ask.
Cotton Bowl, 1987, I believe.
He's got a year.
Cotton Bowl 1987. When what's his name won the Heisman, the receiver from Notre Dame played with the
Tim
Raiders. When Tim Brown won the Heisman, 12-man kickoff team runs down the field. They tackle him for on the kickoff, steal his towel. All hell breaks loose. Bench clearing brawl.
Well, yeah.
Those were the days, boy.
The day. If you want those kind of days, all you got to do is watch international soccer in Africa. The host nation of Morocco was out there stealing the backup goal. In fact, it actually happened in the Nigeria match. They were stealing the towel, the goalie's towel, and then Senegal, when they were playing over there, they were like, "Oh, we position a bench player over there," and then they was trying to steal the towel from the bench player. Like, it was sick. We appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk. Clint, have you ever seen some shenanigans like that where a home team was trying to do the shenanigans on the side for a team?
Yeah, well, it wasn't the team actually, but it's a good story. We had the year after the year I fumbled against Tennessee, and the whole thing went down. The next week we had Mississippi State, and all we had to do was go beat Mississippi State, and we would go to the SEC championship. They beat us on a last-second field goal that was one of those, like, you ask anybody in Arkansas, it wasn't good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was one of those real iffy calls. Should have never beat us, should have never been on the field. Anyway, they beat us. They go, and after the game, they stormed the field, right? And after the game, when they stormed the field, they grabbed a helmet off the, there's still a helmet in the game. Well, one of my linemen caught him.
Oh, no.
It wasn't a pretty sight.
It wasn't.
I mean, yanked it out of his hand and hit
yada,
him.
yada, yada.
We got a Myles Garrett in there. Oh, boy.
He didn't.
There wasn't enough cameras around.
It was one of them where, their fans were going. They were doing it. It was Mississippi State's wild.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you're part of the Bulldog Nation or whatever, Hell State Nation or whatever you call it, I'm sure you love it, but boy, they wild as hell when you lose like that.
Yeah.
And they were stealing stuff off the sideline. One of my linemen said, "Nah, you ain't getting the helmet, boss." Yanked it out of his hand, hit him with it. Wow. Right there on the laid his ass out right there on the field.
Let's just keep storming these fields.
Are you anti-storming the field?
Absolutely.
Oh, come on, man.
Storming the field,
Have some
storming
fun.
the court.
A smart man. I've always said that we're on the show. Hughley's a smart man.
Yeah.
You mess around and you find out, right?
Like hurt. It's just an awful.
Quick follow-up. Have you ever been part of a court or field storming?
No.
Really?
I'm actually surprised.
Yeah, I am too. Yeah.
I was dead in the middle of it. They stormed that thing in '99 when we beat Tennessee that next year.
I'm a Kansas
Beautiful
fan,
thing, man.
So basketball, we don't
throw the goalpost
football,
down.
They haven't won enough games. I had never been there to win one of the few games that they've had to storm.
I've always said it's a rite of passage. Every college kid should storm the court or the field at least once in their life.
Yeah, but you gotta have a reason to. I feel like people just doing
for
it.
sure with
people
a
just
reason.
doing it
No,
to
for
do it.
for sure with a reason.
It's just a setup for disaster.
Okay, that's just peripheral damage.
I don't think that's how we should position
It's
this.
a rite of passage.
I don't think that's how
we got people hitting somebody with a helmet.
That's right.
He could have killed that kid.
That's a one-off.
No, it happens. Stuff like that happens more often.
You got somebody that stole the helmet. It ain't that you got hit. It's that he stole. His ass should have never stole.
Yeah.
The problem is you got idiots involved.
Yeah.
It's not the action. It's the idiot that does it.
But also,
Clinton squaring off and drilling somebody with a helmet.
I mean, you try to steal my helmet. You do something stupid like that.
All of it is you're putting it in. You are putting, like, let's do this. As Clint said, this was everything.
Yeah.
This is to get to the SEC championship game. Right, this was the dream to go to Atlanta. I think it was still in Atlanta then, or Birmingham. I don't know where it was.
Atlanta.
To go to Atlanta, and you're pissed off. You lose a heartbreaker.
Yeah.
And here comes these asshats coming onto the field, and they're drunk.
Yeah.
And they're ready, and they're ready to rub it in your face as much. And they got liquid courage, and you're at the height of pissed.
Wait,
like you hadn't even gotten 5 minutes to deal with it. It's right away.
Yeah.
You said they're drunk. You're 19 and 20 years old, man. You talk about stupid
and drunk.
What?
And drunk. And that is no different than what happened at the Texans watch party this weekend.
Buddy. And let's put them all right there together.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's
it's
put them
going to
all
happen
right
no matter
there
what.
together.
Rite of passage for the kids.
Rite of passage is fighting on the concourse? Is that what we're doing here, J-Lo?
No.
Did you walk yourself into that?
No, I did not. You put me there. Storming the court of the floor is a rite of passage.
Like, you want to storm that sucker, man. At least let the team get off. Is that right there?
Yeah.
Like there's got to be a bunch of I wish somebody would walk up to me thought processes after you just lost a big after you just lost a big game. If you just lost a game like that and they come storming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a setup.
I also think it's bad things can occur there. Yeah, there's cool instances, but I think bad things can occur. And also, the most like milk toast of them all is you end up with like a Stanford situation where the band's on the field and everything. You don't have to do that.
Every time I see them do it at Clemson, I feel like somebody's going to get trampled. They're trying to come over that wall.
Yeah.
And there are multiple people
I like when they go into the bushes.
And then they go in the bushes, fall in the bushes. I'm like, so we got a trample situation potentially.
Remember
we got
the
a
rest of their life.
But hell, man, let's keep doing it,
What
man.
a lifelong memory. A core memory.
Let's keep.
Scars are also core memories.
Let's keep doing it.
All right. Appreciate Dean.
I think somebody can die, and they'll keep going. I don't. Maybe somebody has. I've got hell.
In the long
story
history
that Clint just told, somebody has at least gotten seriously injured.
Took a ride Stoerner.
When they rushed the field at Arkansas in '99 when we beat them, I don't think anybody got hurt. They tore the goalpost down now. Somebody may have got hit with that goalpost when they was all standing underneath it waiting for it to
I know
hit
that person who got hit with that helmet got hurt.
I'm all about the kid.
Yeah, I don't think that was documented.
He probably
anyway.
went down and then got trampled.
He deserved every bit of it.
I bet he did. All right, I appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas. Always great talk with you, gentlemen. J-Lo, I'll see you tomorrow.
You will.
Oh, that sounded like a threat. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, The Drive is live, and we are live right here as the whole gang is together. Thank you for joining us here, YouTube and Twitch. Those of you on the text line, you can roll with the 713-572-4610. We got a lot to get to, including I feel like Clint and Tyler are probably a little bit more pissed than I am, but I think there are a lot of fan bases around the country that are saying to themselves, oh, so we just had to go get this dude from James Madison and we can win a championship. Like, I just got to be like, for me, hey, I cheer for a team that's pretty much in the Indiana base. Like Kansas football is probably where it. Arkansas and Texas A&M. If Indiana's out here winning championships, teams like Texas Tech, Baylor, all these they out here winning championships.
It felt like it ripped my nuts.
2 years. 27-2 in a national championship. With the resources Indiana has. Mark Cuban has just come out of nowhere. Not a 5-star on the team. I know people. I know that's got to rub you the wrong way, Clint. I definitely damn sure know it's got to rub you the wrong way, Tyler. Like, oh, this all it is? Nobody is walking through with Indiana can do it. Hell, if I'm Georgia Tech, I'm pissed.
Everybody.
Yeah, I don't like anything you're saying right now.
It was that he literally took the worst football program in America. From the worst football program in America to a national champion in 2 years. In 2 years. Yeah, hell yeah. Look, I think
no 5-star.
All joking aside, I mean, obviously the Arkansas part of me is in the mix of this, and it's frustrating and it's important to me because of that. But like, there's no excuse for Arkansas to not be competitive. Like, there's no excuse.
Oh, you're right. How many games y'all win this year?
2 or 3.
Yeah,
I mean, there is no excuse for those middle of the pack schools to not be competitive. Really, any Power 4 school to not be competitive. If you embrace NIL, if you embrace the transfer portal, if you know how to identify talent and bring in the right guys, if you know how to develop the guys when you get them in here, if you know how to put guys in position to play to their strengths, which all coaches, the money they're getting paid, hell, they should. If you know how to do those things, you should be like. There's no more excuse to win 3 games at Arkansas.
No, I think they would too. But that is.
Do they only win 2?
Y'all know I love
I mean,
Arkansas.
there's no excuse. At least Tyler's group is there. I mean, at least
That's the other part. You don't even get the feel that y'all close to.
No, hell no, we ain't close. Hell no, we ain't close. Not even remotely close.
Baylor's probably it. Baylor fans. John McClain's in that situation. Texas Tech, you're out here spending money at least now. Now, if I'm Texas Tech, now damn it, like we got to get this together. Tyler's Aggies.
I mean, at least if you're Tyler, I disagree with Lopez, by the way, and I wanted to hit him in the crosstalk, but the fact that the team that beat you and barely beat you in your backyard went on to win a national title is absolutely big time.
Oh, that Miami
didn't score a touchdown.
Yeah, if Miami would have got the doors blown off of them the next week and been not even competitive, it would have been like, holy cow! Not only did A&M get beat by them, you got beat by them in your own backyard. Shoot, your team goes on and loses in a national championship game, the team that beat you, you're in a good spot.
And then it's not like they just, they're like Miami. They rolled through that ACC. That's a little weaker. No, man, they rolled through the Big Ten. They had to beat Oregon twice. They beat Penn State on the road. They beat Ohio State. They just beat the brakes off Alabama. Like that fast, he was able to do that. Like just no schools from Arkansas, Wisconsin, Missouri. That's another one. Just schools where it's just like.
Tell me how you really feel.
I'm just saying
there was some disgust because I know you had to deal with that with your wife.
But I mean, if you're a Missouri fan, an Arkansas fan, specifically like those two schools, you don't even have to compete with anybody else in your state. You don't have to compete. And you got money. They got Walmart money. Hell, both of them do.
No excuse.
And you mean to tell me this son of a bitch has been sitting at James Madison for the past several years, and that's all it took?
Oh, my God.
And Florida can't get out of their way. Pitt State ain't won a national championship since 82. 82. And Indiana just waltzed in here with Cignetti and said, we'll take it. They were 27-2 in the last 2 years. And half his team are transfers from James Madison, who we just saw get the brakes beat off of him. Yep. It is just wild. Wow. But congratulations to Indiana. We'll get more into that game, but there's just got to be a lot of people waking up just that are fans of whatever school you're a fan of that has been above Indiana for most of your life, and that is just about every program in all of college football. Just has to be waking up and like, wait just a damn minute. They're winning national championships and we're 2-10. Like, what the hell? The hell's going on around here?
Yeah, it is a huge wake up call for the middle of the pack, the teams that have been what I would call middle of the pack schools in your power conferences. And hell, let's be honest, with the ACC and the Big 12, some of the top teams, if we're being honest. I mean, but it's a wake up call, and unfortunately, the leash for some of these significantly shorter. Like my man at Arkansas right now, you're getting two for sure. You might get three if you show an improvement. Yeah. If you
don't go to a bowl game the first 2 years, right?
Oh hell no, absolutely. Like if you can't come in here, right? And I haven't even been following. I know he's brought some of the Memphis guys with him, but we hired Memphis' coach, which was a little bit of a. He was a middle of the pack coach that was available anyway. They were happy to get rid of him, and we were happy to have him. But he brought a couple of guys. I think he brought a running back, a receiver, a quarterback from Memphis. That ain't gonna be enough to change the game. That ain't gonna be enough to move the needle on installing your offense and what you need to be doing. So it's gonna be they're killing in the O-line transfer portal.
I'll just say Kurt brought everybody from James Madison
13
along.
of them joints, and they all knew exactly what he wanted to do. They all know how to follow.
They went 11-2
the
first year.
Yep.
All right, it is Tuesday. This is the final one of the year. A little tape drop Tuesday for you, coming off of the season ender in New England. Clint, what did you see once you've watched the tape of that Texans-Patriots game?
Well, there's a lot there, Ron, and I think we've got to start with the elephant in the room, which was C.J. Stroud and how the interceptions actually happen. For what it's worth, I think this is one of those where, being as critical as I've been, and I think a lot of people are, I think it is. It's probably ideal to I think Brown happened, and was anything creative? Was there any reason for C.J. Stroud to do what C.J. Stroud did? What were the ins and outs of it? So that's kind of how I chose to approach this. And then the two scores, as you've mentioned multiple times, the defense giving up 21 points on a day where Drake May wasn't just lights out kind of deal is interesting. 2 of the 3 touchdowns, we know the fade route versus Derek Stingley Jr. The other 2, I think, were interesting, the matchups they were able to get. So I'm going to run through the interceptions real quick. Interception number 1, which was the throw to the sideline where the defender catches the ball going out of bounds and puts the knee down. That was a quarters coverage. And I'm going to tell you, I hate the design of the route. I'm not taking any responsibility away from number 7, but I hate the design of the route. It's a quarters coverage. If you just run a go route, or you make sure first and foremost you occupy that outside corner, that guy's taken completely out of the play. They went post route, which allowed the outside corner to get his eyes back inside and kind of see the receiver do the double move and then to kind of track the football. I thought the design and the execution by Higgins on the outside was suspect at best. Now, CJ should have driven that throw on the back shoulder of Christian Kirk 10 out of 10 times. It was a piss-poor decision by CJ to float that thing up over the top like that 10 out of 10 times, whether you look at the pre-snap look or you look at the post-snap picture. Interception number 1. Number 2 is the bootleg.
That's the pick 6.
It's the pick 6. All right, I got no problem with, at this point in the game specifically, I got no problem with Nick Caley having a bootleg either way with C.J. Stroud. You've got an elite passer, what's supposed to be an elite passer of the football, and I'm going to boot him. I'm not going to cut the field in like significantly in half, just using the right side because he's a right-handed quarterback. I got no problem with him booting left. The tight end falls down, and C.J. Stroud drifts into that free rusher right there and makes it a bigger problem than it is. And if you look at the film, the guy he's trying to throw the football to is Xavier Hutchinson, who's coming across that mid-range, that level 2 throw that he actually hit earlier in the game. We saw a very similar scenario earlier in the game where he flipped his hips. As I said yesterday, he flipped his hips, boom, threw almost like a little sidearm shot in there. I think it was to Higgins earlier in this game. Beautiful throw, exactly how you should execute it. C.J. Stroud literally did it a drive or 2 before in this game. For whatever reason, I think it was because he was rattled, but for whatever reason, he drifts out into I believe it was Calebon Chason. He drifts out into that pressure and lets that become a problem. We've seen C.J., not an easy throw, but we've seen C.J. Stroud make that throw to Hutch in his sleep. And so instead of a 15-yard play right there, and a huddle up and 1st and 10, you get a pick 6, and it's a disaster situation. Number 3.
Hold on, was he hit? Was he hit? Did that cause that to just?
Oh yes, was C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he drifted right in.
So it wasn't just him throwing it up.
No, he got hit. Yeah, his arm got hit. When he was trying to throw it, his arm got hit, so it flopped. Absolutely. Yeah. The third interception was the man coverage. The throw to Xavier Hutchinson, and X does – this is the bad thing I keep hearing, and I think people are just trying to soften the blow on C.J. Stroud. Like I hear Dan Orlovsky saying, I can't put this on C.J. I wholeheartedly disagree.
Oh, so you put all 4 of them on him.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. This is C.J. Stroud. We ain't talking about Clint Stoerner. We're talking about C.J. Stroud. Xavier Hutchinson, it's man-to-man. You got exactly what you want. Hutch goes up. And flippers the DB off of him, creates a couple of yards flat, like creates the DB's over the top. Obviously, he creates a separation flat. That throw is low in his chest, or you can miss from his shoulders all the way to his knees. And the way the route is ran and the way the route's executed, it should have been stuck right on his face or right on his chest, or you miss low. The one thing you can't do is miss out in front of him and high. You can't miss high and hot on that throw and expect that guy to catch that football. To me, that is 10 out of 10 C.J. Stroud's problem. And the way the route was ran, Xavier Hutchinson is expecting a ball right in his gut. He's between the defender and the ball. This is not a lead him out there and let him run. This is a stick it on him and take what you can get kind of throw. And the high and hot throw over the middle of the field on a slant is something that you, as a quarterback, you are coached on from the first time you throw a slant it is, hey man, this thing can't be high and hot. You can't get tip balls over the middle of the field. And so, yeah, that was a good job by Xavier Hutchinson. The ball placement was not good. It was hot, and that's ultimately what led to interception number 3. Interception number 4. To me, this is more of now. These are to me, they're all kind of Ron. They're all the compounding effect of he's gradually getting more and more rattled as this goes. Which I've been there before. I threw 4 picks against the Giants. I've been there before. I've been in blackout mode where you're like you can't hear what everybody's trying to tell you around you to calm you down. Like I've been in that mode. The difference between me and CJ, he's significantly better. The difference, I did it in the second half, and I never touched the field again. He did it in the first half, and he had halftime to settle down a little bit, which he was better in the second half than he was in the first. Not significantly better, but he was better. Interception number 4. This is the one that gets you. It's pre-snap. It's cover 2, man, and you can't throw flat routes into a corner, into a hard corner. You just can't do it. It should have been eliminated from jump. Now there wasn't a whole lot else there to be done, but CJ should have saw the high safeties in the hard corner from jump and been alert about that guy, knowing that guy might try to bait him into something that he couldn't throw that. That was a very elementary mistake that just your third-year quarterback, your guy that's as talented as C.J. Stroud and as accomplished as C.J. Stroud has been this year, absolutely cannot make that decision from jump. I thought it was
and he threw it behind him.
But I mean, he kind of got baited. It was almost like it was the DB had no other responsibility. So it's almost like he baited him into it. But C.J. should have saw it. And as a quarterback, now you confirm if that guy bails and maybe you got fooled on the coverage, then you go ahead and give it to him. But from the jump, that was a cover 2 look and a hard corner. You can't throw. You can't, even if you're sprinting to him, you can't throw into the flats right there. So I mean, the interceptions are what they are. It is not just, hey man, he was forcing the ball or it was ugly throughout, man. He was. It's hard to wrap your head around how uncharacteristically bad he was just from a location standpoint.
He's wide open, CJ.
You know, the first play of the game was a miss. There was a damn near a slant.
Over.
Higgins is freaking. I mean, his catch window is probably 10 foot by 10 foot, and he damn near missed him on a slant. And caged over. I mean, it's throughout the film of just like what, and it's not. I don't believe it's elements. I mean, I know it's cold. I know it's wet, but you're talking about guys that I mean. You're not the level passer of the football that C.J. Stroud is, unless you've got like crazy grip strength and crazy.
And maybe that's why Aikman kept trying to go towards an injury or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, you got that's just not. I mean, C.J. is an elite passer of the football, man. Whether it impacts people, it doesn't take an elite passer of the football and make him completely inaccurate for 4 quarters, right? It just doesn't. That's not the. He was again. I think it's rattled. I think it's in between the ears, but he was rattled. There's a couple things on defense, but really it's more about those interceptions. That's a talking point around the country. Anyway.
Well, that's interesting. You spoke about the interceptions, but that's not the most concerning part about what's happening with this offense. To Clint, we'll discuss that coming up next.
Player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or your favorite team will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code HTOWN to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit HTT. Predictions. The term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See sh.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.
Radio Row, supported by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If you just missed it, a little tape drop Tuesday, the final one of the year, as Clint kind of did a deep dive into those interceptions, the 4 interceptions. And for him, he doesn't say 3 out of 4. He says all 4 were on C.J. Stroud. But, Clint, that's not even the interceptions, those turnovers. And we understand what C.J. did and the offense did because Woody Marks had a turnover in this game as well. There were several turnovers in those first 2 playoff games. But that, for you, is still not the most concerning thing about this offense moving forward.
Not at all. I've said it for 2 weeks now that we've had watched C.J. Stroud struggle. It's not about the interceptions. It's not about the fumbles. It's not about any singular play in a vacuum. The most concerning thing about the Texans offense right now is to communicate. The inability to communicate 20-plus games into a season, and I'm just talking about on an average level, just a go out and don't lose the game kind of level. Go out and be on the same page. I'm not even talking about the advanced details and the advanced communication that's necessary when you've got this creative, exotic offense. I'm talking about the base communication. Here is C.J. Stroud when asked, what this offense can improve on this offseason. Here's C.J. Stroud talking about it.
I think just like the small things, like the communication things, getting out the huddle when the game is hard, making it more simple, and I just think doing the ordinary things time and time over and over again because, that's what, these games come down to. Being in the playoffs,
I've said it many a time. The fact that the head coach, the offensive coordinator, and the quarterback, the fact that we are 20-plus games into season 1 and we're still talking about basic communication because, again, we're not talking about some exotic creative offense. From an NFL standard, they don't move much. From an NFL standard, there's not a lot of exotic formations. There's not exotic concepts and football scheme going on with the Houston Texans. It's very basic, and we are still, after losing in the second round of the playoffs, when asked about how this offense can get better in the offseason, the immediate response is communication, and when it's followed up by getting out of the huddle on time, it is as elementary and as base of a communication as we're talking about here.
Oh no!
It's scary. Has been such a problem for the Texans, and that they keep talking about it every time they're interviewed. And here's why, Ron: the inability to communicate, right, is sounds like something that's very elementary, maybe not a big problem. But if you look at what happens when you don't have the ability to communicate, I would argue that the source of C.J. Stroud panicking and C.J. Stroud being rattled and overwhelmed that we see in the last 2 playoff games, I will argue that the number one reason why that is there is a lack of communication. And, again, it's on a very base level, whether that's the OC communicating to him, whether that's him reading and processing what's on his wristband, and or that's him communicating the play, relaying the play call in the huddle, or them getting to the line of scrimmage and not being able to communicate as a group with what the defense is doing. I believe that the communication is the problem. The byproduct is the quarterback that's rattled, the quarterback that's overwhelmed, the quarterback that's uncomfortable, right? So the communication there is a problem. When you look overall as just an overall offense and how this offense is functioning and how it's executing, the lack of communication, we saw it this week. I think 2 of the 3 timeouts were wasted during the game because of communication. You end up wasting timeouts. You rush to the line of scrimmage. You end up with penalties. You end up with a quarterback that doesn't even have the thought of turning around and looking and making sure that the defensive tackle that's in at fullback is set. Tight end, you got a veteran tight end that doesn't even look to make sure that defensive tackle is set before he moves. because you're rushing. Everything is late, so all of a sudden you're wasting timeouts and you're having to eat these penalties that we keep hearing are execution and technique and fundamentals and all that kind of thing. But the root of that is communication, right? And then when you really get down to it, there's two things, Ron, that bother me the most about this. Is one, the people that are in charge of the communication. The two people that are most heavily involved in the communication are the two most important people other than the head coach in the organization. It's your offensive coordinator and it's your play caller.
Who do you put this on more?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There's so many intricate details that it could be either. It could be CJ does not have the ability to communicate clearly when he's asked to do more and have more control of the offense. He just doesn't do it. He don't process fast enough. He doesn't communicate clearly and concisely. It could be Nick Caley is stuttering in the damn mic. It could be Nick Caley's taking 10 seconds, 15 seconds to figure out what play he wants in the game. It could be that Nick Caley doesn't know how to communicate what personnel he wants on a timely fashion so that he can then call the play. It could be any of those things. But as a Texans fan, why I'm so passionate about it is it's either the offensive coordinator or the quarterback, and it should be neither. You've got a guy that was thought to be a top 10 quarterback in this league in year 3. We should have these problems. It's a play caller that has been a position coach and been on everybody's short list of being a play caller for the last 5 years. And your general Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, this is our guy. This is our guy, and this is the guy that we're hiring. This is why we're hiring him. We're confident in him. He shouldn't have basic communication.
It caused
issues.
them to have to blow 2 timeouts.
Absolutely, in a playoff game.
That they were traded.
But this has been a problem all year long. We've heard, and this ain't my problem. We've heard it from them, Ron. And here's the other problem. Real quick. I don't believe there's a quick fix. If your quarterback is not able to process and communicate, if it's him, there's no fix. You got to figure out a different system, a different way to call plays and run plays.
I don't remember it being this bad with the quarterback prior to
correct. But if you remember correctly, back then it was the quarterback doesn't have any responsibilities. All he's doing is a robot. Call the play that Slowick gives you and go up there and run it. You don't have any control. You don't have to think about nothing. Just do what I tell you to do.
It's not easy.
Now he's been given more responsibility, and all of a sudden it's a problem. Right? So, I'm not saying that. I'm just giving one scenario.
What the difference
is.
The
other scenario is the guy that you hired is a tight ends coach. He's not a play caller. Right? So doing these kind of things, as we said before, this ain't about being a good coach. This is about having great feel. This is about having great communication, great management skills. This is a different animal at the play caller. Again, the point is, it's one or the other. They're so critical to the organization's success that it's unacceptable, and I don't believe there's a quick fix, or else it would have been fixed week 8. I don't believe it'd still be a problem today if there was a quick fix.
All right, coming up, to react to things that are happening with the Texans as their season came to a close on Sunday. Last night, though, a great game. We talked a little bit about the state of college football, but the game last night, Indiana wins its first national championship, goes 16-0 in a thriller late last night. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Generator Super.
Show, making waves and fueling adventure. Online at automotiveshow.com.
Visit the closeout sale at Living Designs Furniture. Save up to 75% off on our brand new, locally handcrafted furniture. Sofas, sectionals, and chairs in stain-resistant fabrics designed for lasting comfort, quality, and incredible savings. And the best part? You can get your new furniture delivered as soon as the next day. Hurry in, inventory is limited. Shop the sale at our downtown factory, up to 75% off, only at Living Designs Furniture.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Getting old, folks. Want to send a shout out to my oldest. Happy birthday. My oldest turned 12 today in this piece.
Big Trey Day.
Happy birthday, little show.
12 in this bad boy.
You don't look old enough to have a 12-year-old son.
I appreciate that, man.
I got a 15-year-old. Getting old.
You don't look old enough to have a 15-year-old either.
I know it.
That dog been around a minute.
Yeah, she's an old lady.
You don't even know how old you don't even know where she came from.
I don't.
Scoundrel, she might be 20. She might be tricking y'all.
Getting closer.
She's been eating turds for 20 years, T.
That's Nala. She's 12.
That may be why she's living so long. She may be onto something.
He thought for sure he was
Turd eating.
He thought for sure he was getting a phone.
Oh, little show?
Yeah.
Oh, hell. What'd you get him?
Yikes.
Apple Watch. Just taking closer steps.
Just holding it off? How do you feel about it?
Oh, he's good. He can make calls. He got a phone number now. He can remember, but he ain't ready.
When'd you get your first phone?
Me? Oh,
you too, Dirty.
17, something like this. 17, 18. You know, it's a different time.
You don't realize how old I am, Chief.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't have one at Arkansas, did you?
I did, yeah, at Arkansas.
Oh, okay.
I got that old StarTAC at Arkansas, baby.
Oh, hell, I'm lying. I didn't have a phone in high school. No, Teresa wasn't about that. I didn't get a phone until...
We had them pagers back in my day.
I didn't get a phone until I got in college, and she moved to Nashville, and I was in my first year. I was in college in Missouri, so she was forced to get one. I had a Nokia. You play that Snake?
Oh yeah.
I had the box Nokia.
I had that box Nokia, baby.
And then I can't remember the StarTAC or the flip phone StarTAC was after that, right? Because the box was first.
Yeah,
the brick. It's a brick.
Yeah.
My first was a
played
Razor.
that damn Snake, baby. Was where?
It was a Razor, and it was in junior high. I'm trying to remember specifically what age.
Nah, man, Trey, no chance, son. Got that, but he can do it. He can do it a lot. I can just track him everywhere he goes.
That's nice.
Now he ain't ready, man. He lose. Yeah, he lose. He don't take care of the watch he got.
Oh, it's a he don't take care of it issue. It's not a he's too young.
He's got a show. So he had we upgraded the watch he had. He had another it's like a gizmo watch. It was really controlled. Like he only had 10 people he could contact, and half of them were his family, right? Like he had a couple friends. Now he has unlimited people he can contact. He can use it as a phone. He can do it like we can call him. He's got a phone number. But nah, man, he'd lose that. Like nah, man. You
I thought it was like
he ain't ready for a phone.
He ain't ready for a phone because he don't need to have access to all that a phone has.
Well, I mean some of that too, but he wouldn't. he wouldn't. I mean, we wouldn't let him have. Well, he'd probably try to find a way to get around and get him apps, but we'd have real control. But no, man, he ain't ready yet. Maybe we'll see. Maybe a year, 3 years. Oh, he thought for sure.
I'm on Matthew McConaughey that piece. Mine ain't getting one until good into high school.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. What age your kids get a phone? Junior high? No, not a chance. I didn't even think to even approach Teresa with the request.
I remember it was framed for me about like something with the schedule with my basketball practice. Like they thought I needed a phone for calling and letting. I can't remember. It was like 7th or 8th grade.
Well, the era, and you're in that era when you're talking about, like, that was before the smartphone. That was just a cell phone.
Yeah, that was just that flip razor.
I don't even know what it would be like to be a kid and have all that. You know, I mean, it was just. Yeah. We went from having a pager to having a cell phone, and you couldn't do nothing but call folks on that joint.
My man said he had a razor. I had a razor. I was in college. Like, I was running the streets of Nashville with a razor.
I think I may have been tearing up the streets of Dallas with a razor.
I had that flip razor. All right, man, that national championship game last night, Indiana, they beat Miami 27-21, and it was a little slow, but then that second half
took off,
took off, and Miami's defensive line looked like they were going to just control. We were deep into the fourth quarter, and Mendoza hadn't completed a pass in the second half. But they were able to win that game. Your takeaway, your thoughts from that game?
Well, I think it starts with two guys you were talking about. I said yesterday, for Miami to win that thing, those two guys, the two edge rushers, for Miami were going to have to be special, and they were special, boy.
That 99 in the middle too. He's good too.
Yes, indeed. If we didn't have two of them here, I'd be hoping they could move up and grab on them two cats. Right? They look like NFL dudes in that game on the defensive side of football.
Bain. I thought he was maybe a little overrated coming into the playoffs. He does have a vibe of just like the physical. There was one where they tried to run, and it looked like they had an outside. This is late in the fourth. They tried to run something. He just took 37 and just threw him off of him.
Yeah.
And then just lit his ass up. And then he's coming around the corner with force and speed as well. So yeah, man, those two dudes were nasty.
Well, the other kid, the one opposite him, like what was crazy about him was, I hadn't watched a ton of Miami this year, but then they've had a hell of a playoff run. But like his ability to bend, his ability to get that low to the ground and stay in attack mode is wild. So I think it starts with those two. But then, for me, I think Miami's back overall. I think even though they lost, I think Miami's back. I mean, you get to a national championship, and it looks like Cristobal's got things going the right way. That's going to do nothing but get better. The beautiful thing,
they're bringing in that cat from Duke, the quarterback from Duke. Well, Duke's trying to sue him.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, the thing is, both of these schools fall under this umbrella, right? Is like in today's world, the transfer portal and the NIL world. When you win at this level, the money keeps coming, the attention keeps coming, the players keep coming. So, I mean, it's one of those – I don't know how long it'll last. I don't know how they're going to be able to sustain it over a long period of time, the way that we saw Saban do it and even the way we saw Kirby do it and some of these Ryan Day at Ohio State just remain at the top. But I know for right now, I don't see Miami or Indiana going anywhere given – this excitement, the way college football is, those monsters are just going to get bigger and stronger, and so I think that's the deal. And then the other part of it was I thought going into this game that these two quarterbacks, one was going to be the top quarterback taken in Mendoza, and the other one had a chance to move his draft stock. I think that last interception, he had an opportunity there at the end of the game to go win that thing and really, I think, open some eyes. That last interception didn't help him. But I thought Fernando Mendoza was special down the stretch. Not so much what the physicality, the physical aspects of the game, but just the look in his eyes, the way that he's never rattled. There are a few big boy throws in there from the pocket. The athletic ability for a pocket passer is enough. He's willing and able. It was enough. I think he helped himself a lot. Now he's going to be number one overall, but I think he opened a lot of eyes as in a guy that can go play in the NFL immediately if the situation's right.
Especially that statue that they're going to to put up in Bloomington. I'm certain of him diving across.
No question.
That play there, boy. That was every bit of Vince Young, fourth down, getting away from USC and him running the corner of the end zone.
Yeah.
And scoring to win that game. That was first off the call.
The balls to do it.
The nuts too.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
you can
didn't know
say
if it was
nuts.
legal.
Yeah, the call 4th and 4 or whatever it was, and then him and then that not just the decision, but then the quarterback sneaking after the game. Signetti said we kind of banked on them getting back into the
a certain look and
the look that they showed before we snapped it, and they put that play in especially for that game, and then he got the first down, and then that was a little something that you can't like. I mess with him, and he did it again. He sounds like a politician with talking points after the game when he gets done, like he's practiced this. But that was the John Elway thing, the dive and the he was not going to be stopped or denied. And I mean, that was one of the best plays to go along with him and Becker executing the back shoulder 4th down throw.
Yeah.
I mean, and by the way, 24 could have been called for pass interference every time he was in coverage. I mean, and they got him a couple of times, but he's him and 29. Yeah. Both of them are grabbing jerseys and stuff. But no, it was he made some big plays late, especially on that singular.
Well,
drive.
I think there's he's done that in big moments with big boy throws and I mean just the ability to the timing and pace and accuracy on those back shoulders. He does it time and time again. He's really obviously a high-level processor from the pocket. The experience in that offense, a little bit more of a pro style, a little bit more probably NFL-friendly than a lot of the systems. I think it's going to help him. But to me, it's just there seems to be some level of just like ice water in the veins. And I don't know if it's because he's too young to know and care or if he really is just that confident. But, I think it's going to play well at the next level.
All right, coming up as we continue, D'Amico had some interesting comments yesterday when he spoke to the media about, I guess, the number one thing we're going to be talking about going into the offseason, and that is the decision that the Texans potentially have in front of them. We'll discuss that next.
You guys good?
After another rough performance, C.J. Stroud took responsibility for the Texans' 28-16 season-ending loss.
The game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as The Drive is live, and we are live here on a Tuesday. Coming up as we continue to to kind of look at the business. We got a national champion in Indiana. Cannot believe you're saying those words in football, and also still dealing with the Texans end of the season. And I know for you, Clint, that there's got to be some major decisions, right? And 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I wonder, can we at least agree with this? And Tyler, you can jump in on this. Do we at least believe that the offense, because you could spin it and say, hey, it's year one. This is the first year they've in the system. There were some improvements as the year went on from some parts of the offense. So you could spin it and say, oh, that's year one and there could be growth. Do you think there needs to be significant change with this offense?
Yes.
Okay, so Tyler is in the yes. 713-572-4610. Do you look at this? You come away from this season because, yes, you could say that side of the ball cost you a chance to get to a championship, cost you a chance to continue to be playing, cost us a chance to be out at a Buffalo Wild Wings, cost us a chance to be out on a Friday for a football Friday.
Stop being a dumpster fire.
You can look at this and say the offense did that. Tyler says yes before the question is finished. Do you sense that? Do you believe there needs to be significant changes? There were significant changes last year. They redid a lot of the O-line. Obviously, changed the significant changes.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there should be. Now, the caveat here is the relationship between Nick Caserio and Nick Caley complicates the situation, and I think the relationship between D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud complicates the situation. So, but yeah, I think there's enough. As I said yesterday, Ron, there is never going to be a Texans offense moving forward. There's never going to be an offense that's going to be asked to do less than the one was asked to do this year, and they failed miserably. You got to look at it. This isn't just a normal, hey, year one kind of. I agree with your overall point of it can be spun that way. It can be spun the way of, hey, man, C.J. Stroud's only been in the league 3 years. Nick Caley's only been calling plays 1 year. But the reality of it is the dynamic of this football team is fixing to change in a major, major way when you got to start paying guys.
Yep. And Will's about to get paid.
And Will's going to get paid, ain't no doubt about it. And so you start paying guys on the offensive side of the football, C.J. Stroud, offensive linemen that are going to cost you money instead of trying to piecemeal that thing together.
If you think Nico Collins is just going to continue to sit with that deal he's got, you're out of your mind.
And 4.5 catches a game or 4.5 targets a game, whatever the hell it was, you're out of your mind. So, the dynamic's going to change. And I think the reality of it is the Texans have to make a big decision, and they got to make that. And it is as I said, it is a big one. It's an easy question for me. The question is easy. Right now, where you sit 3 years into C.J. Stroud's career, are you going to ride or die with C.J. Stroud or not? I think that.
You think that's the decision, the significant change is revolved around C.J.
Yeah, I think you've got to decide if you're going to ride or die with C.J. Stroud. That's where it starts, and it's obviously a fork in the road. If the answer is no, then there's no doubt about it with the conversations that are going around in the country right now in the sporting world that the Texans are going to get calls. Whether they're real or not, they're going to get calls on C.J. Stroud. If the answer is you're not going to ride or die with C.J. Stroud, you've got to entertain moving C.J. Stroud because the value's never going to be higher. Right now, you got a 4th year and a 5th year option that's still out there. You're not too far removed from year one when he was in the top 10 MVP and he was a rookie of the year type deal. And if the answer is no, you're not going to ride or die with him, then you've got to at the very least entertain moving him when his value's the highest. Number one. Number two, when you've got a backup quarterback under contract that you believe can execute this offense at a much, much lower price, much, much lower cost. And if you're going to keep playing offense the way that you're playing offense, I think that's a real possibility. So are you going to ride or die with C.J. Stroud moving forward? If the answer is no, I think some things that aren't going to be real popular. You're going to take a lot of risks because if he goes somewhere else and plays well, you're going to be the dummy. If the answer is yes, right? If the answer is yes, you're going to ride or die with C.J. Stroud. You got to make a change at the offensive coordinator position.
And by the way, to me, that yes doesn't mean you got to sign him after this year, right? Does that yes mean you got to sign him?
No, hell no. You might as well. I'm gonna be honest with you. You might as well because you're committing to him. I believe you're pot committing to him because I mean he's going to be worth a lot less if he continues down this road and doesn't play well, and you regret paying him the money. Then he's going to be worth significantly less with just a fifth-year option after next year. So. To your point, I don't think you should.
I was going to say,
but if you're going to pot commit to him, you might as well.
To me, the yes can be yes, riding with CJ, but still also saying
not giving.
Like I still want to see what the year 4 is going to look like.
Yeah.
Right. Like I still think that doesn't necessarily mean. I just wanted for me to put it towards. If you're saying, yes, I'm going to ride with CJ, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to ride with CJ, so damn it, let's go ahead and pay him.
Right.
No, to me, there could be another scenario which, like, I am choosing to ride with CJ right now, and then if we see more of what we saw against Pittsburgh and New England, then at that point, like, all right, now I know I got to start over.
Yeah, I mean,
out of place.
But you've got to, and that's a complicated decision because you got to decide, given the way that you're structuring this team right now, you can't pay your quarterback $50 to $60 million a year and keep this defense together. So when you say with C.J. Stroud, you're saying I'm going to pay this guy a boatload of money. So at some point, I'm going to pay him a boatload of money, and it's going to force me to break up my defense in some way, shape, or form. So anyway, but the point being is, if you say no, you got to seriously entertain moving him right now and getting value and do it while you've got a backup quarterback you feel like can win and execute the offense the way you need it to execute the way your team is built right now. If the answer is yes, you've got to make a change at the offensive coordinator position because it's clear C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley are not a good fit for one reason or another. I don't know what the reason is, but if you're going to pot commit to one of those guys, you have got to move the other one. And the reason being to me is I don't know if there's going to be another year with this many offensive coordinators on the market that want to come be. You got the upper end. All these offensive coordinators that are vying for head coach jobs, some of them may get them, and you may end up being ass out anyway. But the ones that don't get them would much rather come here with a C.J. Stroud and a 12-win football team than go somewhere and try to rebuild. Absolutely. Absolute complete control. Yeah. So, I mean, the offensive coordinator market is wide open, and there's going to be some real players out there. Guys that you're not going to hire their staff.
Yeah, you're looking at Cliff and Mike. You could say, hey, man, we got C.J. Stroud. We know the heights of what he can be. Tank Dell's coming back, hopefully, from injury. We got Nico Collins. We got Dalton Schultz under contract. We've got the young guys at Noel and Higgins. Like, we've got these promising. We've got there are some things to be sold here compared to what like Pittsburgh or Cleveland's rolling out.
Absolutely.
You know, other teams that are going to be looking for coordinators or the Titans that they just hired Robert Saleh. Like you have some things out there, but I what you just said though, like there's got to be a significant change for me. Like if you're serious about trying to take the next step and win, you can't have both of those dudes here.
I agree.
Like, if you're serious, like, I don't need to see another year of growth to believe that Nick Caley is the guy that's going to get the best out of C.J. Stroud. Like, I just, like, whether it's C.J., however they arrive there, I don't need to see another year in the system of growth to let me know that Nick Caley is the guy that can get the best out of C.J. Stroud. I don't need it. I am certain I can see that. I am sure of that. I don't believe Nick Caley can help C.J. Stroud produce another season anywhere close to the one that he had his rookie year.
I would bet with you on that one.
And if that is the case, to me, if you're serious, if you're dead serious about this offense getting to another level, and the priority has to be, if you're rolling with CJ, the priority has to be we have got to fix the quarterback to get him back into the ballpark of where he was 2 seasons ago. That's got to be, if you're staying with him like you said, if you're saying it's got to be the number one thing to try to get him close to that space, and I don't believe Nick Caley is the person to pull that off.
Well, I mean, here's the reality of it. I think D'Amico Ryans has the answers to the test that we're talking about, right? I think it's you cannot be a quarterback that is asking for more control in July when you hire this guy and talking about kind of underhanded, talking about, well, I didn't have control with Slowick, basically what was said, right? You can't be that guy and then 21 games later be talking about getting out of the huddle and communicating. It just don't jive. You can't be that guy. And I say D'Amico Ryans has the answers because he knows, Ron. He's sitting there right now and he's going, but he's sitting there right now, Ron, and he's going, boy, CJ's a much better quarterback when we don't give him the freedom at the line of scrimmage. Or he's sitting there going, well, Bobby Slowick was a lot better than this Caley cat. I mean, one of those things is true. I don't know which one, but one of those things is true. There's no way that you can tell me that this is hey, man, we're moving in the right direction. Y'all just got to trust me. Behind closed doors, we see this thing being Super Bowl caliber. There's somewhere, some way at the OC in the quarterback spot, there's not a good fit there. So if you're going to ride or die with C.J. Stroud, you got to find a guy that can overcome C.J.'s shortcomings from a play caller perspective. You've got to find a guy that can put C.J.'s position that he's ever been in to play quarterback, right? You've got to do those things. Running this thing back, Ron, I just don't see. I think it's a major decision. And the biggest part of this is it's a major decision for D'Amico Ryans because what are they going to say about him if he moves on to his third offensive coordinator and it don't work? It's going to fall back in the lap of D'Amico Ryans. You don't know what the hell you're doing with this offense. With this offense.
I mean, I think it should. I think it should be now in his lap.
I can agree with that.
He let the play calling go. He said he was putting more eyes on the offense. So I think it could be there too. Or also Caserio, who I think was probably heavily involved in the Nick Caley.
That's the interesting. I said this before, Ron. This is the the personal side of this thing. I think it's very real. Like I find it hard to believe because we were hearing Nick Caley's name through that New England brand. We've been hearing about that for 2-3 years. We've been hearing about this Nick Caley guy. Hell, I think Easterby may even mentioned Nick Caley. I mean, we've been hearing about this guy's. I mean, he's climbing the charts, man. He's a great coach. He's a play caller. He's this. He's that. Like, I find it hard to believe that Nick Caserio is going to give him his shot at the offensive coordinator position, and then a year in, after all that ranting and raving about this guy about how great of a coach he is, and he's an up and comer. I find it hard to believe they're going to say, "Hey, man, games, man, 21 games. We won 13 of them." But
yeah, that's what I was going to say, Clint. I have never had listen, and Tyler, I want you to grab play this D'Amico here in a second. I never thought that they would fire. I've been saying it to you, man. They won 12 games. They've won 9 in a row, 10 in a row. Like they're not firing Caley, especially with what they, who brought it, who it seems like had a lot of an impact in bringing him in. Until I heard D'Amico yesterday, and I left Landry's question in it, or Tyler. I asked Tyler to leave Landry's question in it, and I thought this question and listening to the question and then the response was interesting to make me think a little different. Now I could be reading too much into it. That would not be the first time that maybe has happened. But here is Landry asking him a question about the future with Nick Caley.
You made the tough decision to move on from Bob and make Nick OC. Are you confident in Nick getting better, and will he have that opportunity?
Yeah, with the coaching staff, with our players, you guys asking about contracts, coaches, I'm evaluating everything as we go throughout the week.
I mean, he just he just asked him, do you think he's got a chance to be better? Will he have an opportunity?
Right.
And he just immediately just took it to, all the stuff about coaches, players. I'm evaluating everything. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that he is like moving. And you all have listened, and we have played a lot of audio this year. How would you say D'Amico has usually handled the Nick Caley questions and maybe even criticisms of Nick Caley?
Full support.
Full support. And now, right here at the end here, hey, do you think he's are you confident that Nick can get better and have an opportunity to? I mean, we're evaluating everybody. Ooh. Like, I didn't think there was a chance that Nick Caley would be moving on. When I heard D'Amico say that, because very easily he could have continued what he has always done in reference to Nick Caley. That offense has gone and looked awful at times, and he'll come and say, "I don't think it was the play caller. I don't think it was. I think
it's execution, technique, mechanics."
I just that stuck out to me. His response to that was for the first time I thought, you're evaluating everything. Because I bet you we can ask some questions about other people. I bet we ask some questions about Matt Burke. I bet he's not saying he's evaluating Matt Burke. But he would say how good of a job Matt Burke did. Just like when they asked him about CJ and his future contract. And he said, I'm not talking about that right now. I believe if they asked him right now, what do you think about Will? You think Will Anderson is going to be a long-term? I bet you go in there and let you know. You'd be very clear that Will Anderson is going to be long-term.
What do you think?
Love that money.
I'm not talking about that right now. So I thought that was interesting that D'Amico flat out just walked away from, didn't even mention his name. Just said he's right in there with all the other players, and coaches will be evaluated. A little real or fake, I make a statement, you let me know if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, look, 40,000 people. That's a big number, y'all.
Row, supported by Planet Fitness. Celebrity guests and station shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here on The Drive as we continue to roll through on this Tuesday. A little real or fake as we do it each and every Tuesday, so stay tuned with us. I pose a question. You tell me if it's real or fake. YouTube, Twitch, those of you on the text line, jump in with your thoughts and answers, real or fake. We'll kick this thing off with you, Tyler Milner. This is going to be tough because I don't know if Tyler is going to be able to do this objectively, or not even just objectively, but just not let the emotion get inside his answer. Real or fake? The Texans will end up paying Will Anderson Jr. more than they will pay C.J. Stroud. Real or fake?
Well, $1 is more than no new deal at all. So I'm just kidding.
But so you think CJ just ain't gonna get no? This is his contract.
Yeah, that's assuming they re-up with young CJ.
We know Will is going to get paid, and we know Will is going to be amongst the top non-quarterbacks if he doesn't just jump Micah Parsons. But that's like 40-something, right? Like, do you believe Will Anderson will end up getting more money from the Texans than C.J. Stroud?
I'm gonna say fake. I'm not gonna say that. By saying that, I'm not saying the Texans brass should be doing that. I'm not saying that. But I'm going to say fake because the highest paid edge rusher right now, I believe, is Micah Parsons at a value of $186 million total.
40-something guaranteed, yeah.
On the quarterback scale, 180 total sits with Kirk Cousins. His latest deal was $180 million. And I think the Houston Texans, no matter what just happened, they value C.J. Stroud a lot more than a Kirk Cousins.
Tua slipped into 53.
Yeah. So I'm going to go fake overall. Again, not saying that's the right choice, but I'm going to say fake.
So basically, you're saying you think the Texans are going to
pay
give
C.J. more
Stroud a long-term deal?
Yes, I do.
Real or fake, Clint? The Texans will end up paying Will Anderson more than C.J. Stroud.
Well, the way I look at it is to simplify the question. You're asking me if they're going to pay C.J. Stroud more than $45 million a year. And while I cringe at the thought, I think the love affair between D'Amico and C.J. and the love affair between ownership and C.J. I don't think C.J. has to play remotely close to what he played his rookie year, and he's going to get it. So I'm going to say it's. How did you phrase the question?
I said the Texans will end up paying Will Anderson more than C.J. Stroud. Real or fake?
So I'm going to say it's fake. I think they end up paying C.J. Stroud. I mean, if there is just minimal improvement, just don't be the reason that we lose. I think they pay him $50+ million a year.
Yeah, I'm going to say fake as well. I see some multi-texting real. Someone here on YouTube, the McNairs love a good guy. I think I don't know if CJ Clint will get to 8th in the MVP race, leading the National Football League in yards per game, passing yards per game, and play to the level he did and go up head-to-head and beat Joe Burrow on the road and beat Baker Mayfield with the last seconds. I don't know if he's going to do that. But I think CJ is taking steps back. I don't think what we saw against Pittsburgh and New England is CJ Stroud. I think that's completely fallen off the horse in terms of the turnovers and the missed throws, the accuracy issues that he had. I think CJ comes back next year, and I think CJ is, a top 15 quarterback. And with CJ being a top 15 quarterback, Clint, it's going to be hard for them to just say, all right, man, we're just completely out on that. And we're ready to start over with this thing. And I think if he comes back and shows, Clint, that he's a top 15 level quarterback, then I think there will be thought at 25 that he can still continue to grow. So I do. I think he is. I think he is going to be the highest paid player on this team.
I mean, you detailed kind of my point. I mean, if he's the 15th best quarterback,
he's going to get 50.
Like, I agree with you. I think he is. I think they are. I think they are just pot committed, and there's no level of bad that can change that they're going to pay him long term. Now, the point I think you're making is I don't think he even flirts with setting the market again.
No, he's not setting the market.
But
yeah, because I think Mahomes is probably going to get a new deal this offseason.
Thank you.
Some others may get a new deal.
Here's the interesting thing is Tua slipped into 53, and I think that works against CJ. I mean, you can even look at Trevor to a certain extent slipping into 55, and you're like, I think that works against CJ. Like I think there's situations out there where teams are strapped with how they handle their cap, and their quarterback is nowhere near as good as they thought he was, or as near as the level game changer that they thought he was, and now they're in a bad spot. So, yeah, I mean, I think unfortunately, man, they're viewing this. There's a few people over there that are decision makers that I think are in love with the man instead of the quarterback.
People, Ron, you're delusional. Clint is CJ is exactly who we saw. I just know if you're these people, because I'm starting to see this the last couple of days. Because I said I wouldn't give up, and I'm not out on CJ. I hope you're the same people last week who were telling you better not be the same people last week who were telling us not to talk about his interceptions and just say it was a bad game. Because now all of a sudden, I mean, people have just done a complete. Some of y'all same people were saying it wasn't a big deal last week. Have completely done a shift.
Snap.
Where you are on CJ. No, I don't think I'm delusional. I think CJ Stroud, that especially if he gets a new coach, which I wouldn't guess. But, yeah, I know, like, the last two games is not CJ. CJ has not ever had a stretch of 7 turnovers in 2 games. Never had a stretch of that. Hell, he had 5 interceptions his rookie year altogether. All right, real or fake? Tyler, you were one of those calling for Davis Mills to check into the game on Sunday. Real or fake?
Believe it or not, I was one of the ones trying to tell my friends to calm the hell down, and there was no way in hell that was going to happen. So yes, very fake.
Yeah, you were calling for him?
No.
Real or fake? I'll take it here, Clint. Real or fake? It was very real for me. That last interception and the look in his eyes and his face, I just said, hey, little buddy ain't got it today, man.
Shooketh.
He just ain't. It shook, whatever. He just ain't got it. Like, he ain't got it. He's missing people. It was just like this.
Call that man little buddy.
I did, man. I promise you. I said to Courtney and Trash, little buddy ain't got it, man. You got to shut it down, man. Like, you can look in his eyes, man. He looks like he's either about to get hit for a strip sack or throw another one. So I'm not gonna lie, and I think the emotions got there. It was probably, if you're going to run with CJ moving forward, it's probably the move to make, and not just quit on him in the first half. You got to Davis Mills, and I'm certain my social media probably reflects my feelings at that time. Real or fake, Clint, you were one calling for Davis Mills to come in the game.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And it was more, for me, it's more about the magnitude of the game, and you've got one half of football or your ass is going home, and the guy that you kept pushing out there, for whatever reason, was completely rattled, completely overwhelmed. I mean, it's I've been there before. Once again, I've been there before. I threw 4 picks in the second half against the Giants. Not by choice, but there's nothing anybody on the sideline can say to calm you down. You are completely lost in the moment, and it is hard to gather your thoughts, compose yourself.
Oh, so you've been there.
I've been there. Mine was the second half after having a lead, and I lost the game. I didn't have a halftime to right the ship or for everybody to decide whether they believed in me or not. I mean, CJ luckily had that, and he did appear to be in a better space in the second half. But yeah, look, I was. Now I knew it wouldn't happen again because of that personal relationship and that love affair that I just mentioned. I knew it wasn't going to happen. But yes, I thought the game and what was going on in the game, the magnitude of the moment, I thought that conversation should have at least been strongly considered going to Davis Mills. Absolutely.
I grabbed 3 or 4 towels and threw them in.
Well, the interesting thing, Ron,
interception from the sideline to Davis that he threw behind him.
It's the interception and then grab your head like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I mean,
that one there. I threw in.
The interesting part about that, Ron, is you go back to what D'Amico Ryan says about Davis Mills after he gets 3 starts. Cool, calm, collected. The whole team responded to the way he is. Like, that's what you needed in that moment. So, yeah, I thought if there was ever going to be a time, that would have been it. But, nah, man, we can't. They couldn't make that move.
Yeah, I was like, come on, man. It's just in the damn fight. What I was rolling in. All right, coming up, we've talked a lot about the big part of the game because the turnovers were massive in C.J. Stroud's play, and that goes to so many levels. But how would you describe the defense's performance on Sunday? We haven't really talked a lot about that. How would you describe the defensive performance as the score was 28-16, and there was a pick 6 in there, but it was still, that means 21 points. How do you feel about the performance from this great defense? We'll discuss that next.
Fielder's Choice Sports Construction, y'all. They got over 25 years of experience right here in Houston, and over 500 sports fields built in and around Houston. With
administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we knew. Now, obviously, what we've talked about and what should be front and center is you turn the ball over 5 times in a game, your quarterback turns it over 4 times with interceptions, going to lose the game, right? You turn the ball over, what did they turn over, 8 times in the 2 playoff games they played? That's going to be the headline story. But I'm curious, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, how you would describe the Texans' defensive performance from Sunday. They gave up 21 points. That pick six obviously has nothing to do with them, but they gave up 21 points. And, yes, CJ threw 4 interceptions, and Woody Marks put the ball on the ground. But, oddly enough, none of the scores, none of the points for the Patriots came off of those turnovers. Like the Texans were amazing and shut their asses down immediately. So all 3 of their touchdown drives, the 21 points, came on regular fields, right? Not extremely short fields, like some of those turnovers may lead you to believe. So they had 3 drives during this game in which they drove down and scored touchdowns. Just under 250 total yards, 180 passing yards, 3 sacks, and obviously they caused 3 turnovers. One of them, the end of the half, Hail Mary, that was the interception, and then 2 strip sacks. And that 3 sacks is just 3 sacks. Hell, it seemed like he was getting hit more pressure than that. But coming to the game, I don't know about you, Clinton Tyler, but if someone told me, all right, you're going on the road, the Patriots, they're going to score 21 points offensively, I would have thought the Texans were in trouble.
Oh, no. Hell.
I thought 21 was going to be too much for the Texans to overcome with the loss of Nico Collins. And then you throw in Trent Brown, you throw in Dalton Schultz getting hurt really, really early. That was a tall task. How would you describe your feel of their performance?
Look, I thought it was a playoff performance. I think there's times that you're going to come up against defenses that are pretty good, and offenses that are pretty good, and sometimes they're going to get the best of you. If you look at how they scored, I think you make a great point, Ron. Of it, they forced them to drive every single time. You got a 6-play, 66-yard drive before they threw the touchdown to Pop Douglas.
Yeah,
on the slant right there on 4th down, and then you've got
another round.
You got a 6-play, 71-yarder in the 4th quarter, and I think you got a 6-play, 51-yarder. Yeah, no, 5-play, 56-yarder in there as well. So yeah, you're right. There were no short drives, but if you look at how it all went down, I think it is interesting. We remember obviously the go route to Derek Stingley Jr. Great throw, great catch, really pretty damn good defense. It was just a great play. The other 2 were interesting to me, Ryan, because what happens is Josh McDaniel and Drake May get the best of the Texans defense, right? Yeah. The first one to Pop Douglas, it's 4th down. The Texans go cover 0, man across the board, which means Kalen Bullock is covering a wide receiver, an NFL wide receiver in the air. No deep help, no inside help, no outside help.
The entire middle of the field.
That's it. And Drake May knew exactly where he was going to go. He knew he got the matchup that he wanted. He didn't want to mess with Stingley outside. He didn't want to mess with Kamari Lassiter outside, so I'm going to take the wide receiver on the safety, and he hit his head on the goalpost. So I think that scheme, I think we can't ask Kalen Bullock to guard NFL wide receivers in the slot with no help nowhere in that scenario. I think that was scheme. And then you look at the other one. There was a motion mix-up, if you will. They somehow get Steph Diggs matched up on the rookie safety Reed. And now he played it well, and it was a bang-bang play where they sandwiched the hell out of Diggs, but the big mitts he got, he makes the catch, and it's a touchdown.
But it was even the plays leading up to that. They used their aggressiveness against them. They ran 2 straight times like a fake screen where the slant was coming behind it, and they hit Booty for that long run, and then they got another one right behind it to set up the 1st and goal for the Diggs touchdown.
Yeah, so I think if you look at
the penalty on Stingley ahead of that one-handed catch on 3rd down, that was a big one on that drive too that helped them.
The go route for a touchdown, big play, explosive. The slant versus 0 touchdown, big play, explosive. And so when you look at it, it's not like sure, as you mentioned, there are other plays in there that hurt them, but it's not like they just got ran through or they got thrown on or they weren't able to. It's NFL football.
Yeah, 250 and 21 points is not – and you get 3 turnovers bad.
Yep.
I thought they were really good, but I think we all knew they probably needed to be great for them to advance. Now, hell, now they may have needed to be Superman, but we knew they needed to be great, and they had some moments where because we hadn't really seen 21 thrown up a lot, right, on the Texans defense, and without help, and it's crazy. Like they show how good their defense, how great their defense is, that they got 5 turnovers, and none of those resulted into points except for the one that was taken immediately back. But 21, that one, I had it 17, right? I thought they would score 17. So I do think clearly the headline is the turnovers by Stroud and the offense. Woody Marks one in there, and just how they just went through many moments where it looked like they couldn't move the ball or do anything at times. But I think D'Amico probably knew going into that game 21 would be too much. Like knowing his offense, no Nico Collins, no Trent Brown. Like I think Nico may have gone in there thinking to himself, 21 is too much unless my special teams or defense helps them. And hell, the defense did help them. The defense set up their touchdown, right? Yeah. And the others were field goals. So I think a defense has been all-time, has had moments like all-time level. It just sucked that their team needed them to be really, really great, and they were just really, really good.
Yeah, they ran into the second highest scoring offense in football, I believe, or at least the second in the AFC, I believe. But they ran into that offense and they held that offense to 7.5 fewer points than they typically score, and it just wasn't enough, unfortunately. On a day like that, boy, you needed to be, as you said, you didn't need to be good, you needed to be great, you needed to be all-time great, and it wasn't enough.
Yeah. So tough one. That's why, to me, when I hear Davis, people automatically believe Davis would have won as a starter. Like, I think that was a game your quarterback may have needed to make some plays, because again they scored 21 points offensively, and you still needed to make some plays. So I don't know if it's just a foregone conclusion if Davis played that you'd win, because the defense still did give up 3 touchdown drives in that game. So that's it. All right, what you got coming up?
Well, it's Tape Drop Tuesday. It is the final Tape Drop Tuesday, so we'll mix it on Tape Drop Tuesday into Dirty's Daily and cuss and discuss a little bit of what we saw confirmed on the tape from the game Sunday. Unfortunately, this is the last time I'm reliving these particular plays. So we'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, but Clint, before we get there, man, and you and our listeners know how much I like to find a little safe to get. I like to keep a little bit more money in my pocket. And man, I think I found something with Ownwell, man. Property taxes, they keep going up, Clinton, as you know it.
Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
If you're Houston, you win that game with 31 other quarterback and any other quarterback. I mean, it's unfortunate that we don't get this defense not only in the AFC title game, but then more than likely in the Super Bowl if they win that game yesterday. Bad quarterback play wins that game. Bad quarterback play. The pick six and the fumble, that's 10 points right there. Now, credit New England. New England made some crucial plays in crucial moments. Drake May's touchdown to the fourth down to Douglas, the touchdown to Steph with the ball placement, the booty play, no question. But if you're Houston, I think Houston and Buffalo walk away from this weekend sick to their stomach because they look at all the self-inflicted wounds. And Houston is just going to sit there and go, 10 turnovers by CJ, or 5 picks, 5 fumbles in 2 games in the playoffs.
Yes.
And I think now, if you're Houston and go, what do we do at the quarterback position in the future?
What do you do at the quarterback position in the future? I couldn't agree with Dan Orlovsky more with all of his statements. 31 other quarterbacks could have won that football game, and C.J. Stroud just absolutely, messed the bed in that game right there. And I'm sorry, y'all. I need more than a reaction Monday to get beyond it. And what better than a tape drop Tuesday? I was able to watch the all 22, and look, there's a lot there to discuss. A lot to discuss. I think the best way to go about this thing is the elephant in the room, the interceptions. All right, the interceptions. There were 4 of them, obviously, all of them in the first half. And I do want to go one by one and kind of explain schematically what we saw, what happened, and why we ended up on the short end of that stick right there. But I do want to mention this. I think in a tape drop Tuesday, for those of y'all that haven't listened or maybe you hadn't listened very close, the all 22 coaches tape drops no later than Tuesday after every game. And so I watch that all 22, the same tape that the coaches watch, the same tape that teams watch to prep for the next opponent, to analyze what's going on. It's great stuff. And throughout the all 22 tape, there is no doubt about it, the quarterback for the Houston Texans was completely off from jump, right? Sure, the interceptions that I'm going to highlight, those stick out. But there wasn't even just the first one, Ron. But to your point, the first throw of the game, wide open on a bootleg where you're rolling directly to him, the easiest throw in the book. It don't get any easier. The Togiai penalty on the goal line that took a touchdown off the board, you can blame partly on the quarterback. CJ doesn't let it rip on a play later. Actually, the next play after the Togiai penalty, he's got Higgins in the corner of the end zone for a touchdown. He doesn't let it rip. There were near interceptions in the second half. The second quarter, I believe, obviously didn't go in the box score as interceptions. There were several plays that were completions, that were just errant throws that the receiver had to go down and make great catches. It was bad from jump. C.J. Stroud, it wasn't just about the interceptions. He was completely rattled. There's no doubt about it. The all-22 shows that. All right, the interceptions one by one. Interception number 1, if you remember correctly, it's where the defensive back, C.J. floats it to the sideline. The defensive back drags his knee. Looks like he didn't get 2 feet down in the slow-mo. We obviously see in the TV copy immediately that he didn't get 2 feet down, but he definitely got 1 knee down, which equals 2 feet. Here's the deal. That was a quarters coverage, meaning you had a deep safety and a deep corner to that side of the field. They run Higgins on a deep post, which typically would run those defenders off, right? Because Higgins goes to the post early, the outside corner sees through him and sees that Christian Kirk is running a double move up the sideline. Now, there's no doubt about it that any way you slice it, C.J. Stroud should have threw this football on right in his face mask and allow him to then go make a run after catch if indeed there's room. But this ball should have been thrown on Christian Kirk's face any way you slice it. Now, I hate the design. I hate the way that Higgins crossed face to the corner so early and allowed him to look in. So there's a lot of things that could be done better, but ultimately C.J. Stroud could have made the whole thing right by doing what he should have done and drove the football on the receiver's face. There's no question about that. The design, again, I think it's either Nick Caley's design or Higgins' inexperience. I think he crossed that corner's face too quick and too soon, but nonetheless should have never been an interception. Interception number 2.
Ooh.
Interception number 2.
It did look bad. It did look like, who the hell is he throwing it to?
Which one's that?
The first one.
The first one
would just look like, it looked like Christian was open, but it looked like he thought maybe he was leading him up. It was no man's land, and the read the whole time is that corner outside to make sure how he plays it, and he obviously didn't turn and flip hips and run with the post the way that you hoped he did. So then you just come back down and you drive it on Kirk's head, and CJ didn't read the right guy, didn't see it the right way. So that's how number 1 happened. Number 2, you're getting man coverage. It's a bootleg. Bryant Harrison, the tight end, he falls down. CJ drifts into that free rusher, allows that rusher to hit him. Ball pops up in the air. It's the pick 6, right? And the crazy thing about this play, I said it when it happened. He got to a grasshopper as a quarterback training. When you come off bootlegs, you make that fake. When you come off the boot action, the play action, the first thing that gets around is your eyes. And the reason that is because you want to see if you've got immediate pressure off the edge. You don't want to get surprised. You don't want to get ear-holed. You don't want to turn the football over. He kicks his eyes around. There's obviously immediate pressure. He should have flipped his hips right there on the hash and drove the football to Xavier Hutchinson, which is who he was trying to get the ball to, but the half-ass kind of flip and shuffle and drift thing that he did, which I don't know why he does that, because about 5 plays before this, he flipped his hips perfectly and threw an unbelievable ball in the same type scenario. I mean, that's a throw that C.J. Stroud makes in his damn sleep. And so that right there, again, the lazy feet, the drift, the indecisiveness right there ended up causing a pick 6, which was a big problem here in the game on Sunday. Interception number 3. This is the one where I think people are kind of using this one to soften the blow on C.J. Stroud. Sorry, C.J., I'm not doing it. You and I both know as quarterbacks that this is on the quarterback. You get man-to-man coverage. Xavier Hutchinson does a tremendous job. I got to give Xavier Hutchinson credit, Ron. I'll be honest with you. I've been doubting more than I've voiced. I know I've voiced it, but I've been doubting more than I've voiced whether these guys can create separation in these kind of moments. And Xavier Hutchinson creates great separation. He runs a slant, but right as he breaks to the slant to break across the DB's face, he actually creates a little bit of separation, which creates a flatter slant, which is more friendly to the quarterback. He gave the quarterback his chest, his face, a great target. C.J. Stroud threw him upfield. He threw it high and hot. And if you're a quarterback, to the random eye, you may say, hey, man, it did hit 2 hands. He should have caught it. Everybody in the quarterback world knows that you absolutely cannot miss high and hot on a slant. Number 1, I didn't want to miss that way because I don't want to hang my receiver out. If he does catch it, he gets ear hold, it's game over, right? It's lights out for him. But you don't want to do it because of what exactly happened. A tip ball over the middle with safeties back there is an interception, right? So this is 10 out of 10. I know people are using it to soften the blow. I've seen it on Twitter of, hey, this play, this interception, and oh, this one was really on Xavier, but it is an interception. So no, don't soften the blow. CJ knows, you know it. That was a bad ball. It's the one place you can't miss on that particular play, and it ended up being an interception. You had exact coverage you want, and Xavier Hutchinson did exactly what you even though it hit him in the hands.
Absolutely. It was. I'll be honest with you. It was an unbelievable effort to get. I don't even think he got 10 to get 8 fingers on that sucker. If we're being completely honest, everything about that. If you're a receiver, you're almost idling down and expecting that throw right at you, and all of a sudden, boom, it's out in front of you, high and hot. There's no chance there. That's on the quarterback. Interception number 4 is the late throw and another bootleg in the flats where the corner jumps it, and it's behind the flat route. But here's the deal. Ball was bad, no question about it. It was bad all day long with CJ. He threw several flat routes. One of them blew a knee out. One of them was an interception. One of them was in the dirt on the first play of the game. There were several bad balls, bad location by CJ Stroud. But here's the problem with this one. It's cover 2. Pre-snap, before he ever snapped the football, the safeties are high, the corners are hard, and you're throwing a flat. You got a flat route in the concept that you're rolling to. You know from jump that you can't throw the flat. Unless now you're going to watch it, you're going to peek at it to confirm that corner's hard, but he was hard the whole way. You peek at him, if he bails for some reason, playing some bastard or some hybrid coverage, then yeah, you give it to the flat. But everything from jump said, do not throw the flat. Get to 2 pretty quick. Get to 2 in your progression pretty quick. There's going to be some pretty hot pressure off the edge, so you might want to throw this thing away or have a plan to make a quick decision and not just throw it to the flats and let that hard corner get the interception. So, I think all 4 of them were as bad as we thought they were, according to the film, the all 22. I think all the entire first half was as bad as we thought it was, play in, play out, with the near interceptions, the interceptions, the panic, the missed throws. So that all showed up on film the same way that it did on the game tape. I want to flip over to the defensive side of the football, Ron. That we did talk about last segment about the defense a little bit, but one thing that dawned on me here, because if you look at this playoff game, these are the games where you kind of figure out what other really good teams kind of like how they. And this is a good question. I'm not asking this question trying to create any kind of controversy, but I'm asking this question because we got 2 really good ones. Which corner is the most important corner to this team?
I think Stingley is. Stingley gives you the ability to follow any of the receivers. Yeah. So if there's somebody you feel like I got to shut down, that is very, very valuable. But the physicality and the tone, especially the tone setting that Kamari brings, and he does a pretty good job in coverage as well, is extremely important. But between the 2, the ability to put Stingley on a receiver and feel like you can potentially come close to shutting that receiver down, I think is why he's more valuable. Yeah,
I think I agree with you, just because from a coverage perspective, he is a lockdown corner. I don't think Kamari's there yet. But the reason I ask is you watching the film, it's clear there's a run that bounces outside when Stingley should have been the outside contained guy, where that is precisely where Lassiter excels.
Yeah, and then he may be the best tackling corner in football.
Absolutely. And then the go route where they chose to attack Derek Stingley Jr., they have success, makes you wonder. They tried to attack Kamari a couple times, and to be honest with you, Kamari was beat worse than Stingley was. They just missed the throws. But it's interesting when they start attacking either way, and it's not like, man, we'd rather go. Because to me, it's one of those that screams like, I'd rather go at Kamari than Stingley. The teams are starting to go, both of these guys are pretty damn good. Yeah. So why pick and choose? Just take what the defense tells you we can go get. And it's interesting. I just wonder with –
You think it's less avoiding of Stingley now just because you feel like you got issues on the other side too?
Yeah. I think teams know that they're just good all the way across the board with both of these guys. But I do – when you look at the style of defense that they're going to play game in, game out, I do wonder how close that importance meter is with both of those corners. I think the obvious quick answer is Stingley. But when you look at the way that you mentioned it, Lassiter plays the edge and that physicality that he brings, which is precisely what D'Amico needs him to do. And then if you flip that and say, well, if you've got an edge rusher like Daniil Hunter and another edge rusher like Will Anderson and another one like Danico Autry and Sheldon Rankin's causing problems inside, if you've got that up front, being able to cover the deep post and the go route all the time the same way to the same level that Stingley can is really, it's really a moot point, right? It's just, if you're comparing the 2 corners, but if you're looking at the scheme that the Texans are actually playing, it just seems like the value of that guy that just is uber physical is on par.
They definitely
with the guy
value a lot.
Yeah, it's It's wild. But I found myself watching that film because Stingley got beat once, and then the run around the edge, and I'm thinking, I believe Kamari Lassiter doesn't get sucked up in that run and let that run bounce. He's hammer out there waiting on him. And so I wonder how the scale kind of tips with those two corners in this game. By the way, I think one thing that we probably haven't talked about enough, or I know I haven't, is just how I don't buy the Nico Collins was out. So, boy, now he's obviously a game changer. But I don't buy that changes the offense that much because the way that they use him. Man, that damn Dalton Schultz, that hurt. That hurt.
You said that yesterday. Yeah.
That hurt. When you talk about like the supporting cast and kind of the way the game unfolded for C.J. Stroud, I think he missed Dalton Schultz more than he missed anybody else, and I don't even think it's close. I think Dalton Schultz is just that underneath security blanket that he can always depend on when he does get jittery, when he does get a little bit shook. He's got that guy to always check down to. And when you lose him, you got Harrison Bryant and Cade Stover, who, by the way, stand in the tight end room. Cade Stover, a disappointment this year for you?
Yeah.
I know he was injured. Was he a disappointment?
No, absolutely. Yeah. Like I've joked and said, when I gave CJ his F yesterday, I mean, you throw a ball so poorly off of 4 interceptions and you potentially tear a guy's knee up, that's the problem. But who knows if he would have caught it? I mean, he had a 20-yard play that could have set them up for points again that he just dropped. They left him. There was a coverage, but they just left him, and he just dropped it. We've seen him drop a lot of balls today, or not just today, but I mean this year. We've seen him drop a lot of balls. I don't know if it is just the injury that he is still getting over, but yeah, he is not taking the step at all, and just. Like, you just got to catch the ball, man. There's just multiple times this year since he's been back from his injury that he hadn't been able to just do the simple things like catch the ball when nobody's around him. That was, I mean, I know the weather was a problem, but good Lord, man. Take off your gloves, do something, catch the football. That was ridiculous. All right, that was Dirty's Daily. I don't think this is a hot take, but I've been thinking this the whole way. And even though yesterday was a hell of a performance, I felt even more strongly about this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, if you are putting a home on the market, or maybe you're even considering putting a home on the market, you want to lock arms with
Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Steve.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, 713-572-4610. You can text in and be a part of the show, YouTube and Twitch. We see you out there, Jordan, Rob, Frank, and everybody who's rolling on YouTube. See you, Joel. We enjoy going back and forth and having the participation from the Drive family, as you are as important as anybody on this show. Clint, I feel like we may be in a different space on this, but I'm watching the game last night and watching Indiana win their first national championship and watch Fernando Mendoza cap off a great season, right? Like, this is Cam Newton had this season where you win the Heisman and you go undefeated and you win every, championship game MVP. We watched Joe Burrow have this type of year. Clint, I'll be honest. I thought Fernando Mendoza made some amazing plays last night, and was signature moments. Showed a lot of toughness, but I don't love him at the next level. I don't like. I think the Raiders are going to take. I could probably see Tom, who I think is going to have a big voice in this. I could probably see Tom kind of loving it. He seems to be the type that has to really go to the right place, because I don't see a lot of special skill sets, right? Like that, like physical traits. He seems to be very, very smart in understanding what defense are trying to do to him, which is obviously a big deal. But boy, I don't know, man. I don't love him at the next level, and I wonder how much of he's kind of got a Tebow personality feel thing going for him a little bit. I don't know. I don't know that I love him in the NFL to be a successful quarterback.
Well, if you're looking for elite traits, special physical traits of like some freakish arm talent or some super athletic ability,
or the eject button as you talk about.
Yeah, you're not going to get that. You're not getting that from him for sure. I mean, he is he's a pocket passer that can make all the throws. There's no special arm talent. There's no special arm strength, but I think he anticipates really good. I think his location is really good. As you mentioned, I think he's really smart. And for me, it's more about, because I see what your point is. And the truth is, the NFL typically is a traits-driven league. Like, if you don't have some freakish arm talent or some crazy speed or something, it's usually a difficult pick, right? But to me, the thing about him is simply the and I haven't studied him at length, right? I think I've seen him play 3 games, 4 games all year long, maybe. There's an ice water in the veins type deal, and I think that plays in locker rooms in a big way. Like the only way you're going to
that's one of my concerns about him, how he plays in the locker
room.
Well,
there personality wise, you're right, but I mean, if you have like a photo. What is it? What am I looking for? Photographic memory like Tom Brady did with a playbook, or if you have the mental capacity to be the offensive coordinator the way that Peyton Manning was, or if you have the ability of kind of a mix of the two guys with Drew Brees and those, if you have that ability, you can be a weird dude if people think that you give them a better chance to succeed and a better chance to win. And so that's hard to tell from this vantage point, but I think there's enough of that ice water in the veins, and there's enough of that high level processor, or appears to be, that I think he'll be all right. Now, if he goes to a bad locker room where there's a bunch of cancers,
that's what I was going to say. Like, I don't look at him with his play, or like he's super positive. Yeah. Like I don't look at him at his play and his personality to think that's going to be the guy who is going to pull an organization out of dysfunction.
Yeah,
going to the Raiders, like Joe had a certain level of confidence and swag. Burrow, I'm talking about. I mean, this guy's banging out cigars. Like, you knew he's just a cool dude, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was going to be able to work in the locker room. And guys, Fernando, man, I wonder how many, like, he feels like somebody's got to really prove himself. And like you said, if you have, like, physical stuff, now, I will give you this. Like, you can tell, like, that play that we're going to remember, where him diving, and that is some toughness that, all right, man, we love this, our guy. But he's got a real, Tyler, he's got a real Kirk Cousins feel in every manner, though. Like, and I don't mean it just from the off. You like that? You're right, man. Kurt even gets a little
There's some awkwardness. The way he communicates is awkward. Yeah.
And skill set. He feels very Kurt like skill set Kirk Cousins, where Kurt doesn't do. It's not a lot special. He anticipates, as you said. He can play the quarterback position well, but
not all whites look the same.
I think the biggest question mark is I think the one that's at the root of what you're talking about, and I believe I probably have the same question of, can he go into a locker room that is dysfunctional and exist and take it over and drag it out of dysfunction. I think that's a rare ability. Joe Burrow had it. I think Deshaun Watson had it. Not that he needed to, but I'm just saying I think Deshaun Watson had it. Some of the quarterbacks that we're familiar with. Lamar, even though I would argue that Lamar, like, a team is going to do whatever the hell Lamar says because they know that dude right there. That's the best athlete we've ever seen.
Lamar could be weird.
Right.
But then when you walk out, Lamar just like, man, we can't do nothing.
You can't touch that weird sucker. Yeah,
he's not bringing that to the table.
I think if I had to bet, I think he needs. I think it'd be ideal if he went into a situation where there was like a Belichick, and I know he obviously won. I don't mean the winning side of Belichick. I just mean I was in a locker room with Parcells. Like, Parcells didn't need players to police. He needed players to be moles and tell him what the hell was going on, but he didn't need players to police his locker room, right? Like Parcells, Bill Belichick, I don't think he needed players to police his locker room. And now eventually it gets to a point where you got the right people in there, but he's got to go to a situation like that where there's somebody else that's quote-unquote policing the locker room, because you're right, he's not going to be a guy that's going to have – I don't think he's going to move the needle with those guys early on in a bad locker room.
Yeah, like if I could drop him in Minnesota – like, all right, man.
Well, you're really making him Kirk, ain't you?
I'm just saying, like, you got a coach, because I do think he's going to have the right offensive coach, too, to work.
Yeah.
Like, everything you're saying is he had that at Indiana.
Yeah.
Like, Cignetti, like, he had, like, that. Like,
there's a culture in place. There's leadership in place. All you got to do is come in and play your position. He needs to go somewhere where all he's got to do is play quarterback. He doesn't need to go somewhere where he's got to take over the organization and buck the system and police the locker room and do all those things. I just don't – like, I think the best example – it hadn't come to fruition yet. I think it will. but like Campbell is the most recent one that's got the personality to go in and just be like, hey, y'all can talk about y'all's way if you want to, but y'all been getting y'all's ass kicked. I'm here to change things.
Yeah, we straight
like Fernando's not going to do that.
Yeah, and he won't have that.
Doesn't seem to anyway. Maybe he does. Maybe somebody else behind closed doors. Maybe he's a freak.
Yeah, maybe there's a little Jameis in there. Jameis, there's a little. But yeah, it's just like it is that personality that you wonder plays, and then what he does, and then his skill set. By the way, do you think Indiana continues like after this 2-year run? I mean, this is a hell of a 2-year run, 27-2, national champions, Big Ten champs. You think they continue to be a real player?
Yeah,
in
I do. I think because a big part of their jump start was getting James Madison there, and guys from James Madison that knew the culture, that knew what he was trying to do, and kind of jump starting it. But yeah, I do. I think when you've got an entire program that's behind the NIL and transfer portal the way that these are, the way that Indiana is, I think now you couple a national championship with probably the most talked about head coach in all of college sports. Right now, I think that monster, like we haven't really seen this, somebody other than the teams that were already paying players, let's be honest, previously, we haven't seen this in the transfer portal NIL era, right? Like this is like Indiana clearly made their climb because of transfer portal, because of NIL, and the right coach, obviously.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden that program that was when they were asked and willing to take risk with coaches when they were asked, all of a sudden now they got a national title. All of a sudden now they've got great players. They're just going to pour more money into it, right? They're going to embrace it more. Until there's some guardrails put on this thing, I expect Indiana to be, and by that point they may even be well established and don't need it. But I expect them to be players, absolutely.
All right, as we continue here, back to the Texans. The most concerning part about what's happening with this offense, it ain't CJ's turnovers. It ain't CJ's inaccuracy. It ain't CJ's real physical step back that we've seen the last couple of years. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
All right, if you've got big, beautiful apple trees on your property, whether it's where you're living and it's part of your curb appeal right now, or it's maybe a lot somewhere that you bought and you've got big, beautiful apple trees you're going to build your dream home on. Look, you need –
required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sixton presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Coming up here in just a few moments, we're gonna let you know the most concerning thing about this offense, and it is not just the rash of turnovers that took over the quarterback and the offense over the last couple of games. This is something moving forward. Before we get there, fellas, we hadn't really gotten into this because it was the turnovers and stuff was such a big main story. How much do you put towards the injuries to key players that turned that offensive performance the way it was? Like, there's no Nico and no Trent Brown and Gerard Jordan right off the bat. And then, as you said, you thought the loss of Dalton Schultz was a big key. They lose Dalton Schultz. Hell, Titus goes down for a little bit, and Blake Fisher has to jump in there. How much of the performance from Sunday do you put on? Man, that's a lot of guys and important guys that you're going without.
Yeah, look, not much. Not much. I think there's Trent Brown. Hell, I'm on record of saying I think he was the most important add to this team. I think he would have helped the run game. How much? I don't know. Nico Collins, sure, he would have made some plays. They don't move him around and make it. It's again, we're talking 4.5 catches in a game, but he does dictate coverage, so he does change things. Obviously, it hurts to not have him. I think the one that I think is fair at this point to discuss and kind of how things turned out is Dalton Schultz. Like, I think he was a big part of the game plan.
Dude.
Two, I think tight ends had some success against this defense this season. That had to be a big part of what the game plan and what they wanted to do and how they felt like they could attack this defense. And then him just being the safety net for C.J. Stroud, I think is very real. Like, to keep C.J. Stroud from just going into long stretches of panic and long stretches of being rattled, I think Dalton Schultz is both, like, during a play as well as in the huddle, a presence that could settle the young quarterback down. And so I think that's one that I'm willing to acknowledge is that one hurt. It hurt the Texans' ability to because we talked about it. Like, a big part of my problem with DeMeco Ryans and this offensive staff is, like, nobody on the sideline, clearly nobody had the ability to settle CJ's ass down and get him to come on back down to earth and settle down. It's cool. It ain't that big of a deal. Things happen, right? Nobody had the ability to do that in the moment. At half, somebody helped him, but in the moment, nobody. I don't know that Dalton Schultz wouldn't have been that guy. So I think Dalton Schultz is the one to, if you're going to lean into somebody being, whew, boy, they really missed him. I think it's
and I think his is the one that they didn't plan for.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? His is, and you would assume he was probably a vital part of what the game plan was, especially the success that tight ends have had on the Patriots at times this season. So that one was tough. I do give a little bit. Like, I don't know that I believe the outcome is different if those guys were in, but I do clearly think there's something to them not being there. All right, Clint, you've talked about it. You feel like the thing that's most concerning doesn't really have anything to do with a lot of the turnovers we've seen from C.J. Stroud in this offense.
No, look, I think that the number one most concerning part about this offense is the overall inability to communicate. We've heard it all year long. We heard it from Nick Caley multiple times. We heard it from DeMeco Ryans all year long. We heard it multiple times from C.J. Stroud. And here's C.J. Stroud again. This is, I believe, yesterday when he met with the media after 21 games of football this year. Or was it 20? How many? We played three preseason, 17's 20, so 22 games of football in this offense. Here's what C.J. Stroud's talking about needing to improve this offseason.
I think just like the small things, like the communication things, getting out the huddle when the game gets hard, making it more simple, and I just think doing the ordinary things time and time over and over again, because, that's what, these games come down to. Being in the playoffs,
Get in and out of the huddle. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the most basic fundamental of installing an offense is communicating at a level. Can you communicate this offense at a level where you can get in and out of the huddle? I would say a backup quarterback, all you can ask your backup quarterback to do is get in the huddle, call the play, get to the line of scrimmage, and snap the football. Whatever happens after that, hey, man, you're a backup. You don't get many reps. You're not as talented as a starter. Just get us out of the huddle. Just get us out of the wrong play into the right one. Just get us out of the huddle and to the line of scrimmage, right? That basic communication. And you need to understand, we're not talking about some exotic offense with a ton of motion and all these creative concepts and a million different formations. And we're not talking about that offense. We're talking about the simplest, most stagnant offense that there is in football right now. And the head coach, the offensive coordinator, and now the quarterback, 20-plus games into a season, into experience with this offense, they're talking about needing to communicate better and needing to get out of the huddle quicker so that they can communicate better. That is the most concerning part about this offense, and I'm going to give you the reasons why. That's a good description of what I'm talking about and why it's so important. I'm going to give you the reasons why. Because when you don't communicate, when you don't get out of the huddle on time, you get to the line of scrimmage, and that is precisely why it's precisely why your quarterback appears rattled. It's precisely why the offense appears overwhelmed. It's the source of the panic, the confusion, the overwhelming situations that we see, appearance that we see. It starts with, first and foremost, the struggles of communicating, which I don't know if that's the quarterback problem or if it's an OC problem, but it's one of them. And it's a scary proposition. Number one, it leads to all the panic and stuff that we saw with C.J. Stroud. Number two, it leads to wasting timeouts. It leads to rushing around to the line of scrimmage and trying to get guys set. It leads to two guys moving at one time. How many times do we see illegal formations and illegal movements this year? Saw it a lot this year.
That messed up big plays.
Yes. The penalties. It leads to those things. So it's one of the reasons why you have panic and an overwhelmed appearance on the offense, particularly with the quarterback. It's one of the reasons, and in fact, I would say it's the main reason you're wasting timeouts and you're getting penalties, unnecessary penalties, right? Number three, I would say that the reason it's the most concerning part of this offense too for me, Ron, is that it's two of the top three most important people in this franchise. It's obviously not the head coach. It's the offensive coordinator and the quarterback. As I said, it's their problem. It's them not being able to communicate together. Whether it's individually, one of those guys sucks at communicating and doesn't have the ability to communicate, or both of them together ain't worth the damn. But there's some like the offensive coordinator and the quarterback. And here's the last one. Number 4 is, Ron, I don't think there's a quick fix. That's where it's really getting concerning. Then we are 2 offensive coordinators in. We are 3 years in with C.J. Stroud. We are 22 games in with Nick Caley, and we're still talking about communicating and getting out of the huddle. If there were a quick fix to this problem, they would have fixed it mid-year. If there were a quick fix to this problem, I believe with an organization like the Houston Texans that are as detail-oriented as they are, I believe it would have been fixed before the season started. The fact that we're still talking about it after the season, and that's the first thing C.J. Stroud mentioned when it's, hey, man, how can this offense get better in the offseason? It's communication and getting out of the huddle. Boy, I mean, it's going to take 5 years before they ever figure out whether this offense is installed or not. So, yeah, that's the most concerning part to me, because it literally is one or both of 2 very, very important people in this organization as it pertains to winning Super Bowls, the quarterback and the offensive coordinator. It's either one or both of them that just can't get this thing right. So that's the biggest piece for me right there, Ron.
Yeah, and it is extremely annoying that in the biggest game of the year, you get a touchdown taken off the board because you can't line up. And it would almost – and things that we've heard, like they haven't worked a lot or in terms of details of having, a defensive tackle in to do that, or blowing timeouts in a game that you're trailing in the second half because you can't get the play in, or something where you got to call a timeout to where you're down to one timeout.
Holy mother of God!
With 12 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
There is either, Ron, a serious flaw at the quarterback position, a serious flaw at the offensive coordinator position. When I mean flaw, like an inability to communicate effectively at one of those two positions, or there is a real problem with how these guys are preparing, and they're just not able to soak it up. This stuff is not that hard, man. I mean, this stuff is not. We just watched a 49-year-old come off the coaching field and execute an offense and orchestrate an offense and command an offense in beautiful fashion. We can't be having these conversations 22 games in, bro. Yeah. It's just not that hard, man. If you're a football guy and you've been a football guy your whole life, and you're a quarterback that's played as much football as C.J. Stroud's played, it's not that hard. It's really not, man. So that's the biggest concern for me, no doubt.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, a little 5 o'clock fire. History was made last night. We'll discuss that. Big one here with the Rockets as they have the Spurs coming into town. This is a big one. They've struggled against some of the top teams. And team in the division has a new head coach, and the reports are swirling about who potentially could be the OC there. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, it's the new year, y'all. And look, if you're dealing with a hair loss issue, you know who you are, and I'm talking directly to you. I got good news. Advanced Hair Simple one-day treatment is absolutely the answer. Start the new year. We're here, baby, feeling more confident and looking more like your younger self. Make the decision right now.
LLC, a registered Futures Commission merchant and swap firm.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Flip all these burgers.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is we've got a new national champion. And wait for it, this one is one I never thought I would be announcing, but the Indiana Hoosiers in football.
Basketball?
In football. Basketball's been lean too. In football, they are the national champions. 16-0. The first time since 1894 that someone has gone 16-0, and they go and finish off Miami in Miami's home, in Miami's home stadium, 27-21. This became a real tight game. And Clint, there are a lot of plays that's being made, and I think the guy and the special teams coach who allowed that block punt, that gunner to get around, or that guy to get around there to get that block, probably didn't sleep well. You're surprised by the game we saw, how competitive that was, and how Miami was able to hang in there.
Yeah, I was. I mean, I thought there were several times where I thought Miami was going to let go of the rope. You know, you look up and it's only 10-0, but that's how Indiana kind of approaches football is, you know, it may be close in the third quarter, but because of the beating that we're going to give you, we're going to stretch this thing out late in the third and in the fourth, and it would look like it was going that way. All of a sudden, Big Fletcher breaks a long one and gets a touchdown there.
And all of a sudden, it's like, oh, damn, it's 10-7.
Yeah, all of a sudden they start feeding Malachi Toney and you know, next thing you know, it's a tight ball game. And so I tip my cap to Miami, man. I thought this was going to be a game that was a double-digit win by Indiana. And like I said, I watched the game, and it was I didn't watch that game and go like, boy, Indiana's really taking their foot off the gas, or boy, Indiana's really keeping this thing close. No, Miami was keeping that thing close. Miami did a really good job giving themselves a chance to win that thing down to the last go at it. And, I mean, they made Indiana earn every one of them yards late with the back shoulder, with going for it on fourth down, with, I mean, big plays by the quarterback in the wide. It was a really, really, really good national championship game. What a story for both programs. I mean, Miami almost didn't get in. Everybody said they should. Notre Dame should get in. Next thing you know, Miami makes a run to the title game. And then, obviously, the story of Kurt Cignetti and company over at Indiana. I mean, they're gonna make it in the era we live in boy, everything gets a documentary. This one here is damn sure gonna get a documentary, and I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, no, man, the history that was made with Indiana, they were the losingest program in college football when he took over, and in 2 years,
I just saw on social, Ron, a guy, to your point, a commentator posted a picture 2 years ago. He was commentating the game and took a snapshot of this whole stadium. I mean, it looked like they were playing a little high school game in that stadium or something. There were so few people there.
Yeah, a lot of people came dressed as a seat.
Yeah, that's right.
Dressed as a seat tonight.
And to your point now, I mean, it's just, I mean,
now they're chanting their chants.
Yeah.
You know, throughout all of TV that you hear.
Well, I wonder. You know, there's a really cool part of this story of, and I think I told this when you were out one day, Ron, maybe a month ago or so. But you know, the president at Indiana came from Georgia. The president at Indiana came from Georgia. And so she saw what a winning football program could do for a university. And so that's kind of how this whole thing started at Indiana. Was she got involved and was like, hey, man, this could be big. Kurt Cignetti, let's commit to NIL. Let's commit to transfer portal. They were the stadium, they had shift. And I'm assuming it was like PGA golf tournament type tents, but they had to put makeshift suites on the field to sell and make money to make all this thing work. It's going to be a tremendous story, start to finish, of kind of how they built this thing, especially knowing now that it ends in a national championship, 2 years.
Yep. Both of these teams, it feels like, are going to be in the mix, right? Yeah. I mean, Miami, I don't know who the hell else is in the ACC. Maybe Dabo feels like joining the party at this point. Clemson can give him some resistance, but they're going to be good. The next quarterback, if they get him to come in from Duke, is going to be special. Tony is still there. And there's something underlying here with this is these guys are really, like, strengthening their draft status. Like, these runs in the playoffs, you get to see these games, these high-pressure games. I mean, Ruben Bain, I saw him as anywhere from 8 to 15 kind of in that first round. That cat, number 4, if you're trying to figure out what I'm talking about from Miami, that guy's a top 5 pick. I mean, that dude in this run, sorry, Tyler, starting with the 3 sacks he had against A&M, and then he continued the next round. And last night, I mean, he was just nasty. I mean, you couldn't do. I mean, he as I said earlier, that's one of the closest things you've seen to Will Anderson, the power and edge that he plays with such force in both the run game and the. I mean, he is a 4-3 coordinator's dream to have on the outside to be able to play 3 downs. So him and the guy on the other side, he was nasty too. And they brought in that backup right tackle for Indiana, and he was having all kinds of problems with those guys. So, and damn, that Tony kid, he can't go nowhere for 2 years.
He's a baby, man.
So yeah, man, it was a great game, a lot of fun. Shout out to Fernando Mendoza. He had the play of the night, the play of the season with that diving touchdown. And it was a great night for college football.
Akeem Mesidor is the other kid
number 3.
He actually had 2 sacks, and I mean it was those 2 guys are just absolute beasts, man. I love watching. You hear a lot about, this guy's a prospect or that guy's an NFL prospect, and whether it's like I watch Mendoza, it doesn't scream to me number 1 overall, right? But I watch those 2 defensive ends. And it screams first round, high first round, both of them.
You think? I damn sure know Bain is, but the other one made somebody too.
Yeah, I mean the other one actually had more sacks during the season, and hell, I think he may have had more sacks in the college football playoffs. But you're right, Bain's the one getting all the run. But yeah, I think they're both slated to be top 20, top 15, and now Bain has moved up the board apparently.
Yeah, this is it was a great run, great playoff actually, college football as well, as we got to see Indiana. They are the 3rd straight year the Big Ten wins the national championship.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, tonight at Toyota Center, the Rockets have a big one. They host the Spurs tonight at Toyota, and they should have just about all their important pieces healthy, coming off a win, a couple of wins here recently. But, Clint, they are 1-7 versus OKC, Denver, San Antonio, and Detroit. Those are teams that are thought to be title contenders. And this is a San Antonio team that is 2nd in the West right now, 30 wins in the West, and a team that's in front of you that you're trying to get to, and really feeling like they're this year's version of last year's Rockets, like the young team that didn't make the playoffs that's coming on, and obviously Wemby is there, but their young team is coming together. They beat Minnesota, who is, I think, a title contender, but they didn't have Anthony Edwards, so I almost don't count. He didn't play that game. But they have got to start winning some of these games against better competition, or you're just going to start looking at them like, man, they're just beating up on other teams, and they can't seem to solve the top teams in the league.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched enough this year to know exactly what's going on, what the problem is overall. I catch them in a flash, and I know they're fun to watch. I know it's a lot more fun personally for me to turn the TV on and watch the Rockets. But to your point, I mean, last year, your low expectation a big way with that young team. I mean, I think that's kind of flipped this year. So as we dig into the Rockets season with the Texans season coming to an end, we have to figure that out, Chief.
Yeah, and this is a big one tonight. You're right. They've already lost one to them, and this team is surging in the West, so we can see if the Rockets can pull this one off tonight. KD has been playing his ass off. We talked about it a couple of weeks ago. Hopefully he can get to a place where he doesn't kind of defer and try to fit this in early. I think that's going out the window. He is being the aggressive KD that I think they need him to be. They need him to be that, and hopefully they get a dub tonight against the Spurs.
Let's go, Rockets.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, as we know, there are a lot of NFL job openings, head coaching openings, and this one I think is very, very important to Texans fans in a couple of ways. One, it looks like the Titans are finalizing a deal with defensive coordinator from the San Francisco 49ers and former head coach of the New York Jets, Robert Saleh. Reports that it came down between Robert Saleh and Matt Nagy, and I think they went in the right direction. But the clear deal here is, all right, well, who is he going to have to work with Cam Ward? Because obviously that's the centerpiece of their team right now. I think Robert Saleh did a good job in New York. I think there was a lot of things going against him with the Jets job as we continue to see the dysfunction there. But it is who is going to be able to help the quarterback in the offense. And because this person is getting head coaching interviews as well, most recently with the Raiders, but a lot of people are reporting that Mike McDaniel could be the person that goes to Tennessee as the offensive coach over there, the offensive coordinator. And I think Tyler even said earlier that Mike McDaniel went ahead and pulled himself out of the Cleveland head coaching search. So he was interviewed once. He pulled himself out of there. So I'm not sure if that is the case. But if it is, that is a game changer, and I think that is much more of a concern for the future of the Titans to Texans fans if Robert Saleh and Mike McDaniel are there together running the show.
Well, I think Robert Saleh, I mean, you talk about Big Simmons and Big Sweat. I mean, you got some guys there that'll be awfully happy about that hire. But if you're Cam Ward, you got to be looking at how the quarterback situation went up in New York when Robert Saleh was there and some of the coordinators that ran through there. And you got to believe, man, hey, man, I ain't real comfortable with this. Now, if Mike McDaniel, if that becomes a reality, then all of a sudden, boy, this could potentially be the best hire out there. I mean, you do have John Harbaugh going to the Giants, Kevin Stefanski going to the Falcons. Looks like Jeff Hafley. Have they made that official that he's going to the Dolphins?
I don't know if it's official, but it sounds like that's where it's headed.
Boy, you give me Robert Saleh on the defensive side as a defensive-minded head coach and Mike McDaniel as the offensive coordinator with what we watched him do offensively with Tua in Miami, and now all of a sudden you give him Cam Ward. And I mean, I love the way – the one thing that Kyle Shanahan – and I think Mike McDaniel, those two guys specifically, out of the Shanahan tree, out of that San Francisco tree, we've seen a bunch of them come out of that tree. I think those two guys, I guess you can throw McVay in there as well, but they do a tremendous job of identifying specialty talents. You know, when Christian McCaffrey ended up in San Francisco, it just completely changes the dynamic of that team.
Yep.
When you look at
how it would fit for them.
Yeah, and you look in Miami went through a couple of old San Francisco running backs after that, and then they landed on A-Chain in the draft. I would argue, obviously, their wide receivers are perfect fits. Tyreek is an absolute mess, but the fit for what they were trying to do, I thought was really good. I love the way Mike goes, okay, these are the kind of guys that I need in my system. And now we got to go get them. That's not always the case. As we know here in Houston, that's not always
the case. I think the big thing with Mike is he can clearly – and I think Robert Saleh does defensively too, as we saw it with the 49ers. They can clearly fit whatever talent they have and make an offense or a defense work with the talent they have as opposed to, hey, man, this is what we're running, and Cam, you got to fit into this because – I think he put together an offense that would best fit Tua, and it worked for a while until. Well,
I mean, you got to think you'll be able to do some of the similar things, except now you'll be able to stretch the field with a freak of arm strength. You'll be able to do that offense on steroids with no limitations is what you think the end game would be. I'm just anxious to see what running back they get. When I think Mike McDaniel, I immediately think those exotic run games that are just hard to stop, man. That's going to be we're going to catch them twice a year here in Houston. We'll see if it actually comes to fruition and Mike ends up in Tennessee.
All right, we'll see. I think he's still going to get some head coaching opportunities, and hell, I guess he said, "Man, hell with I've been through a little bit of dysfunction. I'm not going from Miami to Cleveland.
I'd rather be the OC at Tennessee than the head coach at Cleveland. Boy,
maybe a better gig.
It's a hell of a situation to be in if you're O'Haslam's.
Yeah.
5 o'clock fire.
My man saying if I mess up in Cleveland, I ain't never getting another shot. And my last shot ain't gonna be Cleveland. All right. This some news over the weekend. Former Astros closer Ryan Presley retires from baseball. Then he lands a coaching job immediately. He's going to be with the Minnesota Twins organization. But Ryan Presley did a lot here in this city and did a lot for the Astros. And I think, unlike Kyle Tucker, will be remembered more positively as a Houston Astro and will go down as somebody that is, I would say, beloved, even though obviously his talent's kind of slowed up at the end there. But I think it's fond memories with Ryan Presley.
Absolutely, man. I'm a big fan. Congrats. Well done. Congrats on a great career. It was fun. It was fun watching him do work. An Astros fan, and through his years of performing as one of the best closers in a game. And maybe I'm not speaking for everybody, but I think most of Houston loves the hell out of you and appreciates the hell out of you and respects the hell out of you and wish you well in your career after baseball. Not too well now that you're in Minnesota. I don't know. You could have went to the college ranks or something. That way the Astros don't have to mess with you. But yeah, man, I'm a fan. I'm a Ryan Presley fan, man. Wish him the best and respect the hell out of him.
Yeah, good for him, man, and good for him hanging it up. I felt like it was last year. I felt like, boy, he was just hanging on the Cubs and stuff, and it was just like, come on, man, let this ride, and he did, man. So good for Ryan Presley, a champion, and did great things here with the Astros. All right, coming up 5:30-ish, we will hear from Tyler Milner. He's back on it. Had a good night with the national championship game. We'll get his best bets as we continue. And be honest, we'll discuss this. Were you one of those calling for Davis Mills? Were you one of those who wanted to get CJ out of the game against the Patriots and wanted him to be replaced by Davis Mills? We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, the new year's here, y'all, and I'm checking in on you. How you doing with that new list, right? Maintaining your vehicle should be on that list. How you doing with it, man? You can check that one off pretty easy with Jiffy Lube. Swing into Jiffy Lube.
shenanigans every day. It's a radio experience unlike any other. Right here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury 222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up here in just a bit, Tyler, starting off Monday, starting off this week, 2 for 2 in the green. Did have a push last night, and I'm telling you, he was on it. 24-21, I was sitting there thinking, if this thing holds here, they got a shot. And they made that field goal. And I thought, oh.
Much better than a TD, though.
Yeah, it's better than TD, yeah. I think he was probably over there pissed when they went for it.
Yes.
That I mean, you probably enjoyed the play because it was the play of the college football season, but then you probably had to boo it. That's why I just can't. You probably in there pissed. No, get him down. Damn it! Kick the field goal, Kurt. Kick the field goal.
You actually wanted him to go for it on that last one and not get it.
No, I'm talking about the one that
scored a touchdown.
The one he scored a touchdown on. Just keep that thing down. Just kick that field goal, big dog. That's all we need you to do.
Just fine with that.
Make it 20-14.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but he got a push. But he won his other 2 bets. So T-Mill's best bets coming up here in just a bit. So somebody asked, were you one of those that were calling for Davis Mills to enter the game on Sunday? Be honest. And maybe you could change. You've changed your mind now, and you've taken some time, and you thought, all right, I agree with the decision that D'Amico made. But were you one that was screaming, put Davis Mills in the game? Text line coming through. Hell no, I wouldn't be. I wasn't doing that. And I'm gonna be honest, Clint, I was as well. That last one, I'd thrown in the towel. I'd rather see Graham. Be honest with you, like something like this, it just. Like it was almost like, damn, man, jeez, boy, I could feel the embarrassment. Embarrassing is the word, but I could feel whatever CJ looked like he was feeling. Like I could feel it coming off the screen from him. And that final fourth one, it was just like, bro, he ain't got it. Like it's time to. So I definitely was one that was like, boy, you got to turn, you got to make the move.
Yeah, look, I thought if there ever were a chance that you know, the C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryans relationship would be fractured, I thought it was going to be this weekend at halftime with that performance. Because the football, you know, the football coach, all of the football that you're watching, all of your instincts as a decision maker and a coach tell you that you got to make a change. Because it wasn't just the first half of this game. It was several minutes in the Pittsburgh game that you saw some very similar stuff going on. I got to believe that they considered it. I got to believe that it was a conversation that was had behind closed doors. But that decision would have changed the dynamic in this building over here today and any moment beyond the halftime when it would have occurred. And so I just don't think at that point that CJ was ready. I mean, D'Amico was ready to make that kind of decision in the emotional state that
when was the point where you were like, because for me it was the fourth one. It was the Davis interception. That was the one, because I'm thinking the third one, damn, man, he can't even get luck. It's right off his hands. It's right off Hutch's hands, and it gets picked off a tip ball. And I thought he got away with a couple of tip balls, but that fourth one was it for me. I see some people texting in, when he threw the pick six, I thought the move should have been made. Where was it for you?
It was definitely the fourth one. I mean, there's no way that you do it while the clock's running in the first half. I mean, there's just no chance in it. You don't do that to a starting quarterback, period. I mean, I don't care if it's CJ and he struck. I don't care what, but because, again, the bigger picture, forget the interceptions. It's the miss on the first play of the game. It's the near interceptions after the interceptions. It's the errant throws consistently throughout the game. Like, there was clearly something wrong with C.J. Stroud. He was clearly not seeing things and was clearly rattled. And at that point in time, the right football decision, or a football decision that would have been justified, that's not right or wrong, but a football decision that would have been justified was, hey, we got a half of football here. It's still a tight game. I got to put a guy in there that can at least execute our offense and not continue losing the game. I think it could have been G. So, yeah, I was of the group like, hey, man, it's time to put the other quarterback in there and see what just for the sake of settling things down.
Yeah. And he knows his locker room, and I think after the game, like the important players that you got to have, the Wills, the offensive line, like, a lot of the Petrie is another important piece. Those guys were all like, no, CJ's our guy.
Well, I'm gonna tell you.
And I'm not saying all of them are saying that, but I'm just saying those important ones.
Well, the need to do that, the need to do that is telling. I think that's one place where that's going to wear out real thin. If Buddy don't play better, I'm going to tell you, let next year, let him stick around and next year start out the first month be rough.
Oh yeah, I think it changed, but they were.
I mean, well, I'm just talking about it. It's right now. It's still very, very easy for the team and all the mouthpieces in the locker room. Oh yeah, it's our guy. It's our guy. I mean, the reality of it is your guy for 3 straight years when the defense wasn't literally scoring as many points as they were giving up. Your guy didn't play well enough to win in the second round. I mean, and it's done nothing but get worse since the first year. And so I do wonder how long, that's going to last. Again, I'm glad that they are as close-knit as they are in the locker room. I'm glad that D'Amico and CJ have the relationship that they have. I just hope that it don't interfere with real football decisions.
Yeah, I don't think so. I come to the point they don't believe that is CJ, and that's why I think they're still there. Now, as you said, if this continues, then I think it may be a different thing. It may not be just a full, oh, that's our guy, come hell or high water. But right now, I don't think that his teammates, especially important ones. Now, I'm telling you, there are some people in that locker room who are like, what the hell? Like, there are some people who are not expressing the same things that Will is, but I don't know if it's any of the real ones that are of major importance. All right, let's get to T-Mill's best bets. Again, 2 for 2 with a push last night. If you need to see these, as he will post them, head to @TMillRealDeal if you don't get them. What you got for T-Mill's best bets tonight?
4 NBA picks around the league. 2 of these 4 do pertain to the Rockets taking on the Spurs at Toyota Center tonight.
All right. Oh, all hometowners. Okay.
Yeah. So first off, we got the Utah Jazz. They are taking on the Timberwolves. I'm taking the Jazz and a lot of points, 13 to be specific. Utah Jazz, if you want to know, they're killing it against the spread this season. The Jazz hit at almost a 60% clip this year. That is tops of the league, near the tops of the league. Next, I got the 76ers as they take on the Suns in Philly. Over in this game, 222.5 over. 76ers hit the over this year at the 8th most percentage amount of times, if that makes sense, of all the teams around the NBA. 8th most. Don't go here. I like Philly a lot in this one, and I think the Suns are going to be scoring as well. Next, here's the hometown squad. Welcome the Spurs into Toyota Center. I'm on over 221 in this game tonight between the Spurs and the Rockets. That is over 221. Okay. And then lastly here, a prop we have hit on multiple times this basketball season. Alpi Şengün over on assists. Over 5.5 assists for Alpi. He had 11 assists a few games ago. I think he'll get near that same number with this matchup tonight. Alpi over 5.5 assists, and those are your 4 best bets for money in your pocket.
Yeah, despite what the Rockets did last week against OKC, where they find themselves scoring in the 90 range, they have been one of the highest scoring teams in the league, and the Spurs can go too. So that I definitely like the over at the Suns and Sixers. Those are 2 teams that like to go up and down. And I mean, it does seem like they have that assist line at a really good spot.
Oh, it's great.
5.5, like 5.5, like that is one that makes you really think with him. Like I could see him going over with an up-tempo game, but that 5.5 feels like if it was 4.5, I'd be all over it. If it was 6.5, I wouldn't touch it. But they are
Hey, Houston fans.
They're good.
I am so happy.
Me too. Me too.
They're really good at this. But go ahead, at T-Mill Real Deal. All right? Yeah, hey, he got hot the first week. It comes in bunches.
Mm-hmm.
All right, when he gets hot now. And we'll see if he can do that. So at T-Mill Real Deal to figure out those best bets. Again, Jazz plus 13, taking the over with the Suns and the Sixers at 22.5, taking the over with the Spurs and the Rockets at 221. And then Alfred Şengün, over 5.5 assists. He's taking the over on. All right, coming up, big decisions. Are there big decisions? Do we need to see, coming into this offense, is it a priority that the Texans make a significant move on the offensive side of the ball? We'll discuss that next.
All right, how you doing with that New Year's resolution? You eating better? You working out? Well, look, here's the deal, man. If you
cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big one tonight. Hey, this is about to be a thing coming and moving forward. Right after we get done, we usually hand this thing off to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, but we're handing it off to Area 45. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, him. They will take over when we get done at 6 o'clock. They got you till 6 to 10. Big show tonight. I'm sure they'll talk about the Rockets as they got to win one of these damn games. All right, this is getting ridiculous. I don't count you beat Minnesota Timberwolves. They got to start winning these games. All right, because I don't want to say it, but we're getting close to maybe the Spurs have slipped past the Rockets right now. I understand what the records are right now. If I had to pick a 7-game series, I don't know if I'm automatically saying the Spurs, right? I do like, what the Rockets bring to the table, but we're getting close to that team passing up the Houston Rockets. They got to pick it up, and they got to win one of these games. You can't just keep beating damn Grizzlies and whoever else is bad. It's a lie. It's a lot of rough ones out there, boy. And the Grizzlies, the Nets, the Pacers. There's some badass teams out there. The Clippers, they're starting to get it together a little bit. There's some the Kings. Woo. Kings got them last week, but a couple weeks ago. But yeah, man, they got to get this one tonight. But I'm sure Area 45 will be keeping you updated and talking about that Rockets game against the Spurs a little bit later on tonight. But they got it 6 o'clock as soon as we get done.
Tell you what y'all better not do. Y'all better not go in that double wide in that bathroom back there.
I'm not going to go into the restroom. That's why I got
the old flushers broke.
Oh, hell. After you just got done with it?
I'm gonna leave them in there for Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani. Let them boys run in there mid-show knowing they got about 2 minutes to do work and stumble into that one.
That's terrible.
Oh, man.
You have the stinkiest stumps.
And it's broke?
But about 15. Button wouldn't work. Damn. I didn't want to leave that in there.
Logs in there.
Somebody's going to walk in there and just, burn.
Now it's just sitting. Now the whole restroom has probably got a.
That smells punch. Here's the deal. I would not typically do that, but since it is a real legit issue, I think it's kind of funny.
Oh my God!
Like I would never do that to somebody.
Do you want to wait around to see who has?
I want to put a camera. I want to put a camera in there when Patrick Ray.
You just, I don't know, man. I really don't. And listen, I don't think it's fair that you just are automatically leaning towards Patrick Creighton being the guy that's going to walk in there. There could be a whole host of people.
I just started laughing. I want it to be Patrick Creighton or Sean Bijani, and I want a camera, and I want to see their. I want to see their.
It will not be a good night.
Because I'm going to tell you, man,
it's got to be a walk in and walk out.
Well, when I go in there and there's nobody in that double wide stall, boy, I am on cloud 9. Yeah. And so I am head first in there. I'm getting in there.
You walk right out. I'd have to go to the 15th floor. Man. I'd have to come on all the way out and go to the 15th.
Well, the right thing for you to do is when we get done here, go in there and make sure it flushes. Just get it cleaned up.
Holy mother of God.
I've already used the bathroom. I already peed before I. Thank God I did that.
Sorry in advance, boys. Sorry in advance.
Yeah, I hope they're listening over there. Ready to go ahead and head to 15 for 6 o'clock.
Use that women's restroom.
Yeah, I'd definitely do that. Walk right out there and go to the next one. I'm with you on that one. All right, stay tuned behind us. As we said, Area 45 with a surprise that they're going to find in the restroom. They're coming up behind us. All right, Clint. Yeah, you talked about this earlier. You think that there's a decision, a major decision potentially that needs to be made. It needs to be made with the Texans offense this offseason right now.
Yeah, look, I think there's a major decision that needs to be made, and I think that leads you to the direction of the organization on the offensive side of the football. And here's the deal. The Texans are going to have to decide, are they going to ride or die with C.J. Stroud? And this isn't top 10 MVP voting rookie of the year, C.J. Stroud. This is all that C.J. Stroud entails over the last 3 years. This is what we've seen most recently, as bad a quarterback can play in the biggest moment when the opportunity was the biggest for this team to make a run to an AFC Championship and a Super Bowl. All of that in one. This team's going to have to decide, are they going to ride or die with C.J. Stroud? And they got to make that decision right now. Are you going to ride or die with C.J. Stroud? That's going to tell you what your next step has to be for this football team, right? If the answer is no, you're not going to ride or die with C.J. Stroud, then I would argue that if you're not going to ride with him, you're clearly saying a lesser version at the quarterback position, a more consistent, a more trustworthy with a lower ceiling defense, and this approach to offensive football, that's the route you're going to take, right? So you got to move C.J. as soon as you possibly can. There's no doubt they're getting calls right now just from rumors floating around about what if he was available kind of deal. C.J.'s value is never going to be higher, and you're in a perfect situation with Davis Mills, a great game manager, if you will, sitting behind him. If the answer is no, you got to entertain moving him now. If the answer is yes, which is what I believe it is, I believe they're going to ride or die with C.J. Stroud. I believe that's the answer. There are some really good offensive coordinators out there right now that are floating around, and you got to make a move at the offensive coordinator position. You got to there's offensive coordinators out there right now that you hire them. They bring their staff in. They know exactly what they're going to do offensively. They're not relying on this guy or that guy. They don't have 4 or 5 different guys' inputs. They're legit offensive coordinators that have success in this league on their resume. They're out there right now. I believe you got to decide, are you a ride or die with CJ? And if you are, then you got to make a move to get him more comfortable in an offense that he likes.
Clint, you can't just run with this again. You can't be this offense again. And I don't see how you could sit here and watch this for 20-plus weeks and think, we at Tank, this thing's about to take off. Right? What we've seen from CJ, you got to feel like we've got an offense. At worst, we should be a balanced team. Like, we should have an offense that hey, man, if another team scores 21 points, we're not dead and in trouble.
You can't have C.J. Stroud on this football team with an offense that is minimize risk, protect the football, throw the ball away.
Can't have it.
You can't do it. I mean, this is a guy that's got a high ceiling. That is at least him and his agent believe they're guys that should be 55, 60, $65 million guys when the time comes. There's just no sense in spending. Even if he did pan out, there's no sense in spending that money if you're going to approach football the way that this group approaches football on the offensive side. It just doesn't make sense. Running it back to me doesn't make sense. You're asking C.J. Stroud to play left-handed. You're asking C.J. Stroud to communicate at an elite level and the offense to be more quarterback-centric. You lean on your quarterback to mentally find all of the mismatches and get you in the right play instead of the coordinator doing those things. I just don't think that is a path to success for this team. So I just think they got to make their mind up. Are they going to ride or die with C.J. Stroud or not? And that's going to tell you what your next step is.
No, it's something has to change, and I think a significant change. And I know that's tough because you made a significant change last year. You changed the OC. I think, and Gerard Johnson being replaced as the quarterback coach isn't it. Replacing the tight ends coach or whatever isn't it. Like that, like this doesn't seem like it is going to jump up to the area of which you had expectations after seeing C.J. Stroud his first 2 years. This is not going to line up. As you said, man, they're just over there. Hey, man, just get into every possession and a kick. That's basically where they've gotten with CJ.
Well, I mean, here's the deal: in the big moments, CJ's not good with that approach.
And straight off the bat, like it's an offense that doesn't suit him, that he doesn't believe in. And I think all of those things are going to be tough. All of the communication, all of that stuff when you're rolling something you don't believe in, that you feel like you're being handcuffed in, that you feel like you're being held back from showing your talents repeatedly. And I know many of you are like, shut up and just go do it. But I'm just, as a human, rolling in there. Like, if he's the most important part of your future and your team, which generally the quarterback is, and he has shown you, like, the ceiling potentially, as I've said to you, man, like, you have got to, if you're going to go with him, if you're saying yes, like you're saying, you've got to put him in the best position possible to succeed. Yeah. And I don't know that they've done that. The offense isn't.
I think I made it simple, right? Are you going to ride or die with C.J. Stroud? But I believe when you say yes, like you're willing to move mountains to make him to make it a perfect fit, which is fire your second coordinator in 2 years and find the right guy, right? You are committing to saying, hey, at some point I'm going to pay my quarterback $50+ million. At some point, that's what I'm doing, and that's committing to. I'm going to break up this defense. And so I just think these are major questions of you can't have – here's the other part of it, Ron, real quick. Like, you can't have a quarterback that has the level of job security as Patrick Mahomes, but you expect him to be Trent Dilfer. Like, it don't add up. Like, that don't add up. You got a guy that you've made the face of this, or you've anointed him, made him the face of the organization, and you're showing that he's got, like, you got to have a guy in there that if he goes and plays like CJ, you can go, hey, man, your ass might get cut. Like, you're just a piece of this.
You've anointed him to be that because of what he showed.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. Yeah.
He's the biggest reason the fan base had hope.